Join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on Voptv as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Voptv. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People television.
For many Korokwe and Kekemarawa drivers, fuel is the backbone of their daily operations. With the steady rise in fuel prices, drivers say sustaining their business has become increasingly challenging. They explain that the cost of running their vehicles has gone up significantly, leaving them with little or no profit at the end of the day. Many also say they have been forced to increase transport fares, a move they claim is necessary to stay afloat in the face of rising expenses.
The fuel price is too exorbitant. We cannot abide to it. Look at us. Formerly, when we used to buy fuel at the rate of, let's assume we fill our tank with 1.5, 1.8, 1.9. Then when we come work, we can make 10,000 naira. If you make 10,000 naira and pay the agboro money for, let's assume, 2,000 naira buy fuel, at least when you get to home, you go with at least 6,000 or 5,000 naira. But for now, before you fill up this keke now, you spend almost 10 to 11,000 naira. Then let's assume you work 15,000 naira, you pay agboro, buy another fuel for tomorrow business. You see, when you get to home now, the money will not be okay again. Let them bring down the price now so that everybody will start enjoying.
It's affecting us very bad because passengers don't enter transport anymore. They prefer using their leg, and if we work money now, like about, let's just say maybe 8,000, if we buy about 5,000, 5 litre, it's almost everything. So the only money you just left with maybe just change. Unlike before, we'll use like 5,000 to fill our tank and we'll still have extra. 8,000 cannot fill your tank. Oh. It's very, very crazy. So we are begging the government if they can look into it and do something so that the fuel price to come down, so that everything will be okay, because it's really affecting a lot of things.
While drivers struggle to cope, They say the increase in fares has led to tension with passengers, many of whom are also battling with high cost of living. Some drivers note that fewer passengers are willing to travel frequently, which has further reduced their daily earnings. Others are calling on the government to intervene by providing support or implementing measures to cushion the effect of the fuel price hike.
Before we normally load 200 naira, but now we are loading 300 naira due to the fuel price. We can't buy fuel 1,350 and we carry somebody for 200. It won't work out. So that is why it affects our business in anywhere we go. Sometimes, luckily we see passengers. Luckily we do not see passengers. Because sometimes we may stay here for 1 hour. I've been here for 1 hour 30 minutes now before getting to my turn for loading. So it affects us. We are begging the president to do something to please assist us by bringing down the fuel price to consider the country.
We used to carry 300, and the other pack is carry 400. So, and we are trying to pull money to 400. So, but if the fuel is going down now, we will still carry 300. So please the government to at least lower the price so that everything should come down.
As fuel prices continue to rise, both drivers and commuters are left to navigate the growing economic pressure, with many hoping to relieve in the near future. Onidamola Olukuto for Voice of the People TV.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at Voptv Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. Voptv, Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at Voptv Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. Voptv, Voice of the People Television.
Oh, thank God it's Friday, and thank God it's Friday. Beautiful, beautiful football we witnessed yesterday between Morocco and France. And of course, this is Locker Room on Voice of the People TV. Ikechukwu Agwagu. So many interesting conversations actually came out after that particular game. I mean, lots of anticipation, lot of talk before that game. People expecting Morocco to put up a very good fight. But indeed, Morocco showed up like they were never on the pitch. I mean, this is one of those games where you expect, the only country flying the flag of Africa after going all through to the semi-finals and losing to the same team, talking about France in last year or the last 4 years edition of the tournament, to eventually go down the way they did last night. And of course, another very, very heartbreaking news we want to say it's actually a time well spent in the biggest stage, talking about the Senegalese talisman Sadio Mane, who eventually called times quits with his national side. I mean, this man is arguably one of the most decorated players in Africa when you talk about African football. He's the man who's giving his all when it comes to Africa, even at the highest level. I mean, we saw him in Champions League triumphant season with Liverpool in 2019. And of course, the league, they also won, the season that follows. Of course, trust me, when you talk about football, it's one man you never want to, push aside. And we'll also be looking at another very interesting conversation about, the role of the man. Kylian Mbappe, is it the new Pelé, as he's been touted, as a lot of persons have been talking about his numbers in the World Cup, and of course how dominant him and of course the latest France team that we've been seeing sweeping all teams around. Who's going to stop France? These are all of the conversations that have been brewing from the World Cup after that match last night. Of course, I'm not going to be doing this episode of Locker Room myself. I'll be joined with Babajide Adewumi, a sports analyst, who is going to be helping us understand the context behind the conversation that we'll be having today. Good evening, Babajide. It's good to have you join me on this auspicious occasion of the Locker Room.
Good evening, Ikechukwu. It's a pleasure to be here.
Absolutely, Babajide. I mean, we all saw that game last night. But before we go into what happened last night, let's start very much from the big one happened on the continent of Africa, and this is about the big man, the talisman of Senegalese football. Talking about Sadio Mane, who's played a lot of games for his national side and scores 54 goals and 29 assists, for his country, and of course he's got the African champion medal in 2022, and another one might also be, in the covered subject of the rulings of the Court of Arbitration of Sports, following the protest by Morocco after the just concluded AFCON right there in Morocco. Don't also forget that as it stands right now, it's got 2 AFCON runners-up medal. Of course, like I said, if anything happens and the ruling goes back in favor of Senegal, that means it's going to have 2 African championship and of course 1 runner-up medal. And also, this man is actually AFCON Best Player of the Year twice on 2 occasions, and an African Footballer of the Year on 2 occasions. I mean, telling me about this man, Sadio Mane, this is exactly the end of an era for him. And of course, we will expect that, he's definitely going to do great things outside, his international career. And of course, don't forget that he's part of the man who also helped Al Nassr win the very first league title in over 3 years. So, I mean, some of the career of this, Senegalese talisman for me.
Sadio Mane is a man of many caps. He rose to stardom right from Bambali in Senegal, and he has really done well for himself. You can go on and talk about his exploits in his career. I mean, there was a time he also finished as a joint top scorer in the Premier League, I think alongside Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang and I think Mohamed Salah.
Absolutely. 22 goals. Sure now, yes, you're correct.
He's one player that has transformed Senegalese football and also to a bigger extent African football. And I want to believe this is one of the many or a few couple of players that will be calling it quits with the national team as a result of their outstar from the World Cup. Their World Cup campaign didn't end on a note without chemistry, and he's just one of the few people that I would still come out to say, okay, I am hanging my boots and I'm not playing for the Teranga Lions of Senegal anymore. But Sadio Mane, history will be very kind to him as regards what he has done for the game, what he has done for Senegal, taking Senegal to the World Cup himself alongside his teammates, and also making sure that Senegal become a force to be reckoned with in the world of football and globally. So you can only wish him well and hope that by the time we hear from Sadio Mane some other time, it's going to be great stuff. So congratulations to Sadio Mane for a career he has had with the national team. And maybe now he can focus on club football and also see what else he could make of the rest of his days as a footballer.
So let me ask you this before we move on to another story. Let me just ask you this one question. For you, between Sadio Mane and El Hadji Diouf, who is the greatest Senegalese player?
This might be controversial, but I'm sure even El Hadji Diouf would want to pick Sadio Mane. While El Hadji Diouf was playing, they also, I mean, you know one thing about African football. I mean, and football generally, players come, players go, but I think the generations and the eras will always be different. And if we have to pick now, if I won't be tagged as it's a recency bias, I think I'll be picking Sadio Mane, number one, winning a 1.5 AFCON as of now, because in my own books, I think the Senegalese are the African champions currently. So regardless of what happens at the Court of Arbitration for Sport, I think they are the African champions officially. So I think I'll be picking Sadio Mane. 2 African Player of the Year awards, 2 AFCON to his name, 1 Champions League, 1 Saudi Pro League, 1 Premier League, and every other awards awards and accolades and also trophies that he has won. He has had a trophy-leading career basically, and I'm not sure if we have to put that side by side alongside El Hadji Diouf, I'm not sure we would be having an equilibrium of what they have won as players or what they have achieved as players. So I think I'll be picking Sadio Mane. Sadio Mane does it for me.
Okay, Sadio Mane does it. All right, Sadio Mane does it for Babajide. But let's move on straight to the very big game that happened yesterday, and that's exactly the biggest story making around in the world of football right now. And this one concerns Morocco and France. As the coach of Morocco, Mohamed Aoubi actually concedes defeat to France, saying France were the deserved champion. I mean, you saw that game yesterday, no shot on target in the entire first half, for Morocco, and it was quite sad. And this man here, I mean, going into this particular World Cup, he actually replaced, the man who was seemed to have redefined Moroccan football, talking about, Retagu. And so a lot of people were expecting, someone who's going to be filling that boot to be someone who's also a champion in his own right. But this man, gave Morocco their very first and Africa's second under-20 World Cup after defeating Argentina in that final, So a lot of expectations were on him. And of course, how Morocco started the championship, they started quite well. They did well against Brazil and then moved on into, the championship proper. When they finally got to France, a lot of persons were having high hopes. This same thing that actually stopped them. But hey, France seemed to be, head and shoulder above, this particular Moroccan side. But just tell me exactly. I know a lot of persons that actually saw that game will say France really deserved it. But tell me, where exactly did Morocco lose that game?
We should not forget so soon that we are talking about the French national team. They have won the World Cup. They've been there, done that. And in games like this, you would expect your experience and the quality you have to count, right? I'm not trying to exonerate Mohamed Aoubi, the coach of the Moroccan national team now, but we should also take to context that this was his 11th game in charge of the Atlas Lions of Morocco. So he hasn't stayed long enough like Walid Regragui did, who also took them as far as the semi-final. But it was just a game away from playing in the semi-final, and it couldn't have come against any other team than France. So I feel that whatever it is that happened to the Moroccan national team, especially last night, I want to believe is something they would also want to welcome with both hands. Number one, the quality of the French national team is there. If there has been one thing that people have been talking about or linking with winning the trophy, winning the World Cup, it has been the French national team and to some extent Argentine national team. So you don't play against this kind of team and not bring your A game. And I think last night that was found wanting in the way Morocco set up. From the blast of the cup whistle, it was evident that the French national team actually needed that game the more, and they took the game by the scruff of the neck and began to pester the Moroccan defense. Now, let me take you back to 2022. In 2022, I think the game ended 2-0 in favor of France as well.
Yes.
But guess what? France only had 3 shots on target. Of those 3 shots, 2 of them got them the goal against Morocco. So what happened yesterday was a mirror of what happened in 2022. In 2022, it was the Moroccans that were having a field day, right? They were playing against France, and France, of course, were pragmatic in that very game. In fact, all through the tournament, France were pragmatic. But last night, we have seen an evolution of the new attacking setup of the French national team being masterminded by Didier Deschamps, and how high this team could go, especially on the offensive side. I think that was what the Moroccans were able to contain last night, which also goes to show the gulf in class in terms of the quality of the two teams. And also, you cannot rule out the injury aspect. Ismail Saibari, who has been quite phenomenal for the Moroccans in this World Cup so far, was missing in action last night. And like it or not, whether people want to agree or not, this is something that Moroccans would feel, because for the few occasions in which they went on the attack last night with their counter, I also believe Ismail Saibari was around last night. Maybe we wouldn't be talking about Morocco losing that game by 2-0 or losing that game without scoring. But you cannot rule that out. Saibari, who was one of their top performers in the World Cup so far, was missing in action. And it gave the French national team a sort of respite, because defensively they were not really. It was easy for them to be throwing everything to the Moroccan national team. So
All right, so sad that while we're just enjoying Babajide, the network just seemed to actually have a way to interrupt this beautiful moment. But then I kind of understand what he's saying, But the big question a lot of persons have been asking, if Saibari was actually on that game that yesterday, what difference would he have made? I mean, look at how France, defense lineup. I mean, France has just considered just 2 goals in the entire, tournament. It says a lot about how difficult they are to actually break down. Yes, not to also forget that Morocco is also a team that, yes, they've not considered a number of goals as well in this tournament, but then you also have to look at, the difference in the way the both of them attack and, the options that France have. All right, so Babajide, are you back? Babajide, can you hear me?
yes, sorry.
Okay, yeah. Network.
My network was messing up. Of course, I can hear you.
Okay, go ahead.
So I was saying that the golf in class was evident last night, and the Moroccans. I have always been an advocate of when you are building, even while you are building something very meaningful. There are times that you meet disappointment on your way. Last night was one of the times that Moroccans have made disappointment, and they just couldn't contain the French last night.
Babajide,
really,
Babajide, let me ask you.
The attack.
Babajide, let me ask you. Sorry, let me ask you. You talked about the 2022 team and this team on a balance of scale, how they actually started the tournament, the both tournaments, right? In terms of how the both coaches, different coaches, Walid Regragui, and of course this Mohamed Ouabi, how they both set up their side, in these two different tournaments. Tell me how, from your own perspective, right? Which of the managers seems to be the better tactician going into big games?
You are definitely going to pick the Deschamps.
No. I'm talking about the both managers.
Okay,
yes, and Wabi, yes.
I would go with the former, Walid Regragui.
Okay.
And the reason is obvious. He took this team as far as the semi-finals of the World Cup, and I think he has also faced more reputable sides globally and even on the continent than what Mohamed Ouabi is looking to do. And I'm not even going to put any blame on Mohamed Ouabi right now. I mean, this is his first tournament, his first bite of the cherry. They are taking the Moroccan team as far as the World Cup. Some people will tell you he has overachieved already because he is taking a new team. I mean, from between I think February and now, that's just some 4-5 months, and he's been able to make them very compete this much. So, while some people will also argue that he's also working on a blueprint being laid by Walid Regragui, it takes a quality manager to come in and even make something that is like a well-oiled machine and make it even perform much more better. That's what Mohamed Wabi has done. But it was simply unlucky because he was facing the French national team, who by far has been one of the best sides in this World Cup so far. So I will be picking Wally Regragui for obvious reasons. One, he has been there long enough to let us know. I also want to put that if he was in the start last night, maybe we'll be talking about the Moroccans in the semi-final once again. So I think I'll be picking Wally Regragui, and that's also taken away from Mohamed Wabi, who, as you alluded to earlier, that he has taken the under-20 national team of the Moroccans as far as winning the World Cup. That is something that is also huge. Likewise.
Okay.
I am not too sure now, but I think he should be the second.
Yes, the second
African
after Ghana.
Be doing that for an African team at the national level.
Yeah, after Ghana in 2009. So let me ask you this, right? Looking at this, performance of Morocco, and of course, the way they actually got knocked out. Tell me exactly if you're a Moroccan or you are the person in charge of Moroccan football, what exactly will be the next line of actions for you? Or what should Morocco do? Let me put it that way.
The next line of action, well, they should focus on the very next tournament. The AFCON qualifiers will begin in September, and I think that is where they would want to put their focus on. But that will not come before. I mean, that will not come until the case with CAS is done and dusted. That's the AFCON
ruling
controversy. They want to see the eventuality of that case and then begin to prepare for the next AFCON, which I think will be very interesting, by the way. The next AFCON is in East Africa, and that is where I feel their attention will shift to. They've been knocking on the door, I mean, quarterfinal, back-to-back quarterfinalists in the World Cup, AFCON finalists. I mean, that is something very, very remarkable in every sense of the word. So that is where their next attention will shift to, and let's see how far Mohamed Wabi will take this Moroccan national team, a very talented one at that. And also, I'll be looking forward to seeing some new players from the under-20. This Wadi guy has been a revelation in this World Cup so far. He's been courted by Arsenal, and we don't even know where he will be playing his next game, if his next club football in the coming season. So that is one of the revelations. They also need to move on from some players in the team. Sofian Amrabat, who is like an old one in the team now. Let's see how far they can go. But I want to believe they have all of these systems in place. It's just to promote some new players from the other 20 and see how far they can go to the national team.
So yes, I mean, it's quite interesting you mentioned the very young man in the middle of the park, talking about Ayoub Boadi, who actually had a very interesting game until he got swallowed in the French midfield, because the midfielders are way experienced and very well technical, way more than, he could actually very well deal with in that particular game. But let me ask you the overall performance of African teams in this World Cup, the ratings. Tell me exactly, looking at how African teams have fared in the last couple of tournaments, let's say from far back from 2002 down to what we're actually witnessing now. So tell me exactly, from your own perspective, what's the overall rating of African teams in this particular tournament? Is it better than what we've seen in the last couple of editions, or do we need to actually still do more?
Okay, first of all, this is the very first World Cup that has 48 teams, right? FIFA, I'm sure they would be very, very glad with what they've seen at this World Cup, especially from the African continent. The very first time we're having a 48-team World Cup, 9 out of 10 African teams made it out of the group stage. That is something very, very beautiful. In 2022, I think we had only Morocco and Senegal. I think only Morocco and Senegal made it out of the group stages. That is a direct contrast of what we have right now. So we have like 90% of the African teams making it out of the group stage. And when you look at the round of 32, the round of 32 for Africans was characterized by shoulders and coulders. I mean, after we saw teams like Ivory Coast, teams like DR Congo, teams like even Morocco, Egypt, Senegal, all we were saying was they could have done this, they should have done that, they should not be losing that game at this time of the game, they should not have considered so. It was all about what they should have done better in the game. And that's very, very good, right? It makes the African teams a merely it gives us a near situation of teams who could have, they were on the brink of making it to the next round, and then they were just getting defeat from the jaws of triumphs. I want to be very factual. I think personally, I am proud of what the Africans have done. At least changing the narratives of all the African nations getting knocked out of the very first round. I think I'm proud of what the Africans have done. Could it be better? Of course, it should have been better, because you cannot look at the manner with which these teams lost. Egypt, DR Congo, Senegal, Ivory Coast, Cape Verde, with the exceptions of teams like Ghana, that were not really, spectacular in the course of their stay in the tournament. But when you look at the way the games between Ivory Coast and Norway, Cape Verde and Argentina, DR Congo and England, how these games stand out. There's a feeling that, okay, these African teams can do more. And while some people have been saying, oh, it is because Africans don't learn and all of that, numbers have shown that African teams have gotten more wins from winning positions than they have recorded losses from winning positions. And this dates back to 2006, 2002, 98, 94, and even 1990. So I think Africans should be proud of the general performance of these clubs. I mean, of these nations. We are very close this time around. That is one thing. The quality between the Africans and the rest of the world is now getting very, very tight. And we can all of us can now keep our fingers crossed and look at the next AFCON and say, okay, this is what the AFCON will probably look like. We are looking out for things like Cape Verde, we are looking out for things like DR Congo, who have not only made a statement at this World Cup, but have also brought to surpass the expectations that many people had for them prior to the World Cup. So personally, I'm proud of what the Africans have achieved so far in the tournament, but of course, it could be better. And that is where the job continues. It doesn't stop from how far you have gone at this World Cup. You can take it a step further by also making sure that you learn from these mistakes that you have been subjected to in this very World Cup and build on it for subsequent editions of whatever tournament that is coming.
Absolutely. I mean, that's exactly well put. Let's move on straight to, this very interesting angle of this particular World Cup game that we also saw last night, talking about Morocco, as Morocco has made it to 3 semi-finals in a row. I said Morocco, France actually, I beg your pardon, has made it to 3 semi-finals in a row from 2018 where they won the championship, and of course down till today, right? They are one of the semi-finalists. I mean, it doesn't come all of the time. The last time we witnessed this was the Brazil squad that actually went from 94 to 2002, where they eventually won it on 2 different occasions. I mean, does it mean that, there's a new shift of balance from, South America to Europe, where France seems to be the new Brazil? Or does it tell a story about, something very interesting coming? Can France eventually win this particular championship the same way Brazil did by missing just, the one between? I mean, tell me exactly how far has this France team come, and do they have what it takes to actually go all the way? Can they be stopped? Who will stop them?
At this point right now, it is looking very, very, it's very clear now that the French national team can be said to be unstoppable. Many people thought they would be unstoppable going by out their game in Philadelphia, I think, in their last game against Paraguay, how it panned out, where they were frustrated, they were battered, and even made angry in that very game. But they kept their cool, right? And came out with that masterclass performance last night against the Moroccans. They are looking very unstoppable right now. And if there's one thing that can stop this French national team, I think that is where we need to now begin to look at things like Argentina, who are the overwhelming favorite of making it to the semi-final against Switzerland by the way. So to answer your question about this paradigm shift from the South Americans to the Europeans, I think that has happened since 2006. In 2006, we had 2 Europeans in the final. 2002 was when we last had a South American team in the final, up until 2022, when Argentina didn't only play in the final but also won it.
2014.
Right? But 2006, we had 2 Europeans in the final.
In 2014 as well.
2010, 2 Europeans. Spain and Netherlands.
2014.
2014. Okay, there was Argentina and Germany in 2014, but they lost. 2018, France, Croatia. So you can tell that the general overview of it, as much as there seems to be this tsunami of Europeans in the latter stages of the World Cup, not only in the final, but also going as far as playing in the last four of the World Cup, things are beginning to take a different turn. And now it is quite clear that we can still, from where we are right now, make a prediction as to who plays in the last four of the next World Cup in Europe and Africa. We can also project and say, okay, we can rest assured that we'll be having teams like France in the latter stages, teams like Argentina, with or without Messi. So I feel that the Europeans, they are beginning to reap the dividends of their investment, of their perseverance. You know, there was a time that Europeans would lose finals and everything will turn upside down. Then we begin to see some fallout from some federations or even some from the UEFA Confederation as well. So it is now becoming very clear, and this is why I feel that in years to come, we might not have any confederation rule global football the way the Europeans will do. Today, we are not talking about any other confederation against South America. It is about, say, Africa against the Europeans, because we see the quality of these Europeans. We see how they play their game. We see how far they have come how far they have gone with investment into the game. So we can even talk about right now and say, okay, in the next World Cup, we are looking at Africans making it into the quarterfinals, the semifinals of the World Cup at the expense of some European nations, not South American nations now. Because when you look at the South American nations that came, Brazil, they were knocked out by Norway, an European team who haven't been at the World Cup since '98. Which other team? Paraguay were also defeated by the Europeans. Colombia were defeated by the Europeans, Switzerland. So it is now clear. And I don't want to believe it's a coincidence that the fall from grace of the South American nations came at a time when Brazil lost their way in global football. And now we can only talk about Argentina. I mean, gone are those days in 2010, for example, when Uruguay became they became very popular in global football as a result of making it as far as the semi-final of the World Cup. So all of this is coming at a time when the Europeans are just coming together and giving us some interesting and historical things at the global level.
Babajide, let me ask you, right? I mean, you've said a lot about France right now. Let me ask you, with the performance you saw yesterday and how they've actually carried themselves in the last 3 editions of the World Cup now, where Kylian Mbappe was part of. Tell me, does it look like France is going to win this particular championship? If not, who will stop them? Or who can stop them?
Okay, the agenda aspect was the very first one, was their biggest test, so to say. They've not played against any big side like that as far as this World Cup is concerned. They had a group that had Senegal, that had, I think, Iraq and Norway. And, of course, they've been able to hold their own, right? So, we are talking about France in the semi-finals. They just one game to make history and make it and become the very first team since Brazil to play in 3 back-to-back finals of the World Cup. And whoever it is that wins tonight, Spain, Belgium, I do not believe, even if the Spaniards haven't considered they go so far in this tournament, I do not believe either of these two sides have whatever it takes to stop this French side. And that is also not really something out of from the Spaniards, who the French national team hasn't beaten in 2 years, right? So I feel that the French national team have all it takes to go all the way to the final, regardless of what happens tonight between Spain and Belgium, which might be a shock by the way. We might just be seeing the Belgian national team, the Red Devils, knocking out the Spaniards tonight. It's very, very possible. So the World Cup has a way of bundling everybody, right? And tonight might just be the very first time that will happen in this World Cup. So I think the French national team have what it takes. In fact, in my books, I think I'm predicting the French national team and the Argentine to give us a repeat of what happened 4 years ago in Qatar in the World Cup. And that also could be a very, very big possibility which could happen in the next couple of days.
So from if I hear you clearly, it seems like you don't really think there's anything that's going to stop them. But let's get to see if that will happen. Do you actually put your thoughts right now? But let's talk about this man, the man of the moment, Kylian Mbappe. Right, following the same magic Lionel Messi actually did against Egypt, lost a penalty, came back with an assist and a goal. Of course, man of the match performance, left the field at 76 minutes. And is he the new Pelé? Because, I mean, there seems to be something about this young man who's got 20 World Cup goals at the moment. And, of course, it doesn't even look like a man who is ready to slow down. He's definitely going to be part of the next World Cup. I mean, bar injuries, he's definitely going to be part of it. And if France get to win this particular tournament, that means Kylian Mbappe has won 2 World Cup before turning 30. I mean, you don't get to see this, sort of feat from regular players. I mean, the only person who can actually boast of, something close to what he's achieving right now in terms of, World Cup performance is the great Pelé, and of course, maybe Lionel Messi as well. But let's talk about this man. Is he the new Pelé?
I am not sure it's the new Pelé, but Mbappe is also telling us that if Pelé could do it, he could also do it, right? Not only has he scored 20 goals in 20 appearances in the World Cup, but he's one player that has the most goals when you talk about the knockout stages of the World Cup.
Exactly.
When I stumbled on that thing yesterday, I asked myself, is it really true? It was very hard to believe that no player has scored more knockout goals in the history of the World Cup than Kylian Mbappe. So that is not
just to add context. Just to add context to what you just said. I mean, Kylian Mbappe has actually scored 8 goals back to back. World Cup now. Last World Cup he scored 8 goals. Now just in the quarterfinals, going to the semi-finals, scored 8 goals as well. He's the very first player in 2 separate editions of the World Cup that has scored, that has 10 plus goals and assists in a single tournament. I mean, it says a lot about the man.
Oh yeah, it says a lot about him, and it is quite fascinating because you look that, and that's the quality about this French team that I don't think can be overemphasized. When you look around now, you can easily forget that this is the French team that has the reigning Ballon d'Or winner, Ousmane Dembele, because of what they have on Paris, and it makes it very, very difficult for some teams to play against these enterprising outlets in the French national team. So Kylian Mbappe, you cannot eulogize him and not also be unfair to his person. While it looks like he has not won the Champions League, he hasn't done anything meaningful in club football aside from winning the title. I mean, he's popular with Real Madrid right now, but what he's doing at the World Cup is definitely building a legacy for himself that I think will take a lot of years to be broken. He still has, I mean, he can still give us 2 World Cups, at least 2 World Cups now. Can still play as far as 2034, and you can only imagine what kind of thing he would have done, what kind of mess he would have made of this World Cup, because clearly he's making a mess of this World Cup. If he's a goal adrift, the record top scorer in the World Cup, Lionel Messi, and just at 27, do you know how many numbers he would have done by the time he's 39, like Lionel Messi? These are the things that we need to be talking about. And when he also plays for his club side, you can always see the quality there, right? And I mean, Kylian Mbappe is who Kylian Mbappe is. You don't want to bet against him, especially when it comes to the World Cup. But he will definitely make a mess of whatever it is that anyone is having or doing or saying against this person as far as the World Cup is concerned. So it's something very beautiful to see.
True.
And he has even made us forget about players like Thierry Henry, who are also part of this French national team.
It's good. Babajide, it's good you mentioned Thierry Henry right now, right? I'm going to ask you a question right now, direct question. If France wins this World Cup, right, with what Kylian is doing right now, is he going to be the greatest French player above Thierry Henry and Zinedine Zidane?
Okay. 2016, 10 years ago, they lost the Euros to Portugal. Was he part of the team?
He
No,
was.
I'm not sure.
He was. Actually.
But
he was.
He was? Okay.
Yeah.
He was. Yeah, of course, as a teenager. So, 2018.
No. It wasn't. It wasn't.
Ahead.
It wasn't. His first
I
major tournament was the World Cup.
Olivier Giroud and Antoine Griezmann.
Yes.
So, it would be a legitimate argument to make. I mean, you don't win 2 World Cups, right? 2 World Cups, 2 Golden Boot awards of the World Cup, and I'm not sure you don't win. I'm not sure you will win these things, and you won't be able to sit at the table of the greatest as far as your country is concerned. So it will be a very, very legitimate conversation to be had. I am not sure I want to say that, he is the greatest now, because if you are going to talk about greatest, you have to go far and talk about even players like Michel Platini, right? Didier Deschamps, who has won the World Cup as a player and has also won it as a coach. If he wins this World Cup, becomes the very first individual that would have done it, winning 2 World Cups as a coach and also one as a player. So that conversation will of course be had. But right now, maybe it's still very early to have that conversation because of one very thing. Let us see him do announcements on this World Cup and go as far as winning against whoever they face in the final. And then that conversation will be right for it. But now, I don't think so.
Okay, for now, you don't think so. But let me just quickly put something, put a correction to what you talked about Didier Deschamps lastly. We've had a manager who actually won it, 2 World Cup, right, for Brazil, talking about Mario Zagallo before he became the coach of the, one of the coaching, in 94, and then, eventually won it as a coach. But, I mean, that's quite very spot on what you actually said. Kylian Mbappe, for me, right, I know he might still give a lot come next World Cup, but 34, I don't think he's going to have it in him. Because players, I mean, it is very clear for players who rely heavily in their speed and their strength. When it gets to that particular time when they don't have the legs anymore, I don't think he will be able to actually give that, a huge input. Just the same way we saw Cristiano Ronaldo. He might still be very deadly in the box, but what really made him so special, he definitely would have lost, over 60% or 70% of that particular quality. And I don't think he's going to. So this is the very best time for him to actually hit the biggest number and then set a record that a lot of persons will be chasing. I don't even know if at the end of this World Cup, Lionel Messi will be able to catch up with him with the way he's actually coming. 8 goals apiece right now. It's a lot to actually talk about. But let's go straight to the very big game that we'll be expecting later on tonight, 8 p.m. Nigerian time. That game is going to be between Spain and Belgium. Lots of persons are actually, for me, as far as I'm concerned, I think a lot of persons are sleeping, on the Spanish national side. These guys are, currently the European champion, and also so far so good. They are yet to concede a goal in this particular World Cup. I mean, against Belgium, Babaji, they tell me, we've seen these 2 guys, how far they've progressed up to this very stage. The young man, Lamine Yamal, and of course, Romelu Lukaku, who definitely this World Cup seems to be his last World Cup, because I don't think he's going to be coming or making another appearance again. But tell me, who's going to take this particular game for you, and where exactly, will the team who will be losing from?
It's somehow difficult to call, because we are talking about the Spaniard side that has been considered so far in the course of this tournament, 5 games. Unai Simon has just set a record, I think, in that game against Portugal. He has now gone 560 minutes without conceding a goal, and that is giving some 2010 vibes when Spain won the World Cup. I think also the Doctor said they didn't concede a goal.
Yeah, the only goal they conceded was their very first game. They conceded only in the very first game, and then they went all through again, to the finals.
So it is very difficult to call. And what makes it difficult is because we don't know the kind of Belgium that will turn up tonight. The Belgians not really shocked us when they took on the Senegal, because I think Senegal were their own undoing in that very game. But against the United States of America, particularly with all the conversations we had prior to that very game, Rudy Garcia was smart enough to make some very big decisions by dropping, which didn't start in that game against the United States, by the way. It started from Senegal. It dropped, removed Jeremy Doku and Kevin De Bruyne as early as the 56th minute. And that paid off against Senegal. Against United States, once again, it was also a decision that also paid off for the Belgian nation, and he earned them a convincing and commanding victory against one of the host nations of this World Cup. So it's not to be seen which kind of the Red Devils will turn up tonight. And just like he was also jokingly saying, he said now have, I think, 12 million new fans and supporters as a result of the drama that ensued in the last round against the United States of America, where the president of the United States went as far as interfering with the process and the articles of FIFA as regards reinstating Polari Balogun in that very game, which ended on a sour note for the hosting nation. But for the Belgians, I feel this game will be won because they have also acknowledged and admitted that playing against Spain could be something very different because they are a team that loves to keep possession. They know how to make use of the ball really well, and also can be quite technical, especially from their midfield setup. So they are saying that whatever I think they want to do tonight, scoring must be the very first thing they should do. If they score first, if they can see out the pressure and the game, well, maybe that would be what they would need to emerge winners in that very game. But I think I also want to align with that school of thought. Whatever I think you are doing tonight, ensure that you put a ball in the back of the Spaniards' net. And when that happens, okay, we can talk about either scoring more or locking it all up, depending on when the goal will be scored in that very game. But for the Belgians, I also have to watch it because I haven't been convinced all through the tournament. Even up until right now, I'm still not really convinced of what they can do because I looked at them in the group stage and I felt, okay, these guys are just them. I never thought Rigata was a serious coach to begin with, and then he has come this far. We are talking about 2 games away from the final now. So if they could all bring their A game to the party tonight and be serious enough, serious with the way they defend, serious with the way they don't get carried away with whatever I think the Spaniards are throwing at them, because I also think the Spaniards are not also spectacular against the Portuguese in the last round. If all of this could be done by the Red Devils and they are able to keep their eyes in the game, I think I'll be seeing them in the semi-final of this World Cup. But again, whatever assignment you have tonight, score it first to be the one topping your list of the priorities that you have against the Spaniards. And if that could happen early or later in the game, then they're as good as playing in the semi-finals.
But if I ask you to call the result of this game, where will it tilt to? Who's going to take it for you?
Let me be fair. Spain winning 1-0, if I'm to call it. Spain 1, Belgium 0.
So let's say that's going to be what the scoreline is, hypothetically, right? So tell me exactly where will Belgium lose this game?
Okay, they don't have a really potent attack, so to say. And no disrespect to Romelu Lukaku, Charles Diketelaere, Leandro Sosa, Jeremy Doku. I mean, these are guys that haven't really lit up the World Cup like that, with the exception of a player like Leandro Sosa. But then he leaves a lot to desire from the Belgian if the attack of the Belgian is heavily reliant on a player like Leandro Trossard. Of course, Lukaku hasn't played a huge part, but he's been able to score 3 goals so far in the course of the competition. That is something, and that you can understand why, because I think he didn't play more than 64 minutes for Napoli all through last season. So you can understand why there has been this inability to really hit the goals like that for the Belgian national team. So where they will be losing it, I think, would be defensively. Lamine Yamal hasn't really lit up the World Cup as we would have expected him to do. And also, with the same how everyone were laboring in the game against Portugal, you might want to have a rethink as to what you expect from the Spaniards themselves. But Belgium, luckily for them, they are a team that can also share the goal around. They've had a couple of goals from Yuri Telemans. If they get one of those set pieces from the edge of the box, you have a player in Kevin De Bruyne who can also get you something from that kind of situation. And I feel if they are going to do it to be more of a defensive frailty for the Belgians than what they do offensively, because personally I am not really convinced without their attack has really shaped up so far in the course of the tournament.
Thank you very much, Voptv. This is exactly where we'll be putting a stop to this particular episode of the show. Thank you for being a part of the show.
It's a pleasure.
All right, so exactly for all our viewers out there, do also join us tomorrow, as tomorrow we'll be looking at the game that was actually played 11 a.m. is the time, and of course for our viewers who are very much football-loving people, we also urge you to be part of us on Monday, where we'll come back here to do same business. 5 to 6 p.m. is the time, and don't also forget to be a part of Sport Republic, where Kizzy and Afis will be taking us through the world of sports. Up next is Political Lens with Chukwuma Okoro. I'm Ikechukwu Agwago. Have a good evening rest.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Voptv. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Voptv on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Voptv. Now you have more than a voice.
The rains are here. They bring relief, green fields, and fresh water. But they can also bring danger if we are not careful. Rule 1. Avoid flood waters. Never walk, wade, or drive through moving flood water. Fast-moving water can sweep you off your feet, and that water may hide open drains, sharp objects, or live electric cables. Rule 2. Stay away from weak structures and slopes. Heavy rain can weaken buildings, walls, and hillsides. Avoid sitting on the old buildings, billboards, or trees. If your area is prone to landslides, report cracks or soil movement to emergency agencies immediately. Rule 3. Protect yourself from lightning and accidents. Stay indoors during thunderstorms. Avoid open fields, tall trees, and metal objects. If you must travel, drive slowly. Use your headlights and never use an umbrella near power lines or while riding. And rule 4. Stay healthy. Clear your gutters to stop mosquitoes that causes malaria. Boil or filter your drinking water. Keep food covered to avoid cholera and typhoid. And wash your hands often. This rainy season, stay alert, stay prepared, stay alive. This message is brought to you by Voice of the People Television.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at Voptv Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. Voptv, Voice of the People Television.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
My name is Insecurity. They call me the Oga Parabuta of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Adobe King. Hi
guys, my name is Kegan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They say they call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me.
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Maiden, but last, more than No Maiden. Or more. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching Voptv. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you don't want to get the authentic news for Edo the way it be, that's why they show and all they cut anything come on at Voptv.
Voptv. Now, you have more than a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news, we analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks,
Hello there, good evening and welcome to tonight's edition of Political Lens on Voice of the People Television. I am Chukwuma Okoro. Many thanks for joining us. Well,
Today's political landscape reminds us that dialogue remains the cornerstone of democracy. We'll go to Rivers State, where the Governor Sim Fubara's presentation of the 2026 appropriation bill and his public exchange with Speaker Martins Amehule after months of political tension has renewed conversations about leadership, reconciliation, and the future of governance. As Nigeria steadily approaches the 2027 presidential election, the focus must extend beyond political actors to the citizens whose voices should shape the national agenda. Well, democracy is at its strongest when people actively engage in public discourse, influence policy priorities, and demand accountability from those who seek to lead. Tonight, we explore the power of citizen engagement, the importance of grassroots participation, and why the conversation we have today must help define the leadership choices we make tomorrow. Welcome to the program. Let's bring in our guests. We've been joined in the studio here by Dr. Peter Anosike. Peter is a journalist, author, and political affairs analyst. Good evening, Peter, and thanks for joining me. I appreciate your presence. Now, let's go on a quick break. When we return, we'll dive deep into the conversation. Please do stay with us. We'll be right back.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at Voptv.
Welcome back. This is Political Lens on Voice of the People television. Now, let's quickly run into it. Let's go to Rivers State, where Governor Sim Fubara on Friday, that's today, presented the 2026 appropriation bill to the Rivers State House of Assembly, marking a significant moment after months of political tension between his administration and lawmakers aligned with FCT Minister Nyesom Nweke. Although the session was reportedly rowdy, Fubara and Speaker Martins Amehule exchanged a handshake and brief conversation, signaling a possible easing of the prolonged crisis. Now, let's take a video to that and see what transpired on the floor of the Rivers State House of Assembly.
The national anthem. The national anthem.
All right, there you have it. The Speaker of the House of Assembly in Rivers State, Martins Amehule, received in audience the Governor of Rivers State, Sim Fubara, when he went to the Assembly to present the 2026 budget in July 2026. Quite interesting. Now, Dr. Anosike, finally, Fubara has bowed to, or does it appear that Fubara has bowed to pressure and presented the 2026 Rivers budget in July 2026? What does that mean for him and the people of Rivers State?
Well, there's a saying that when two elephants fight, it is the grass that suffers. So what is suffering in Rivers State is the people. It is good governance that is suffering in Rivers State. It is not Nyesom Nweke, it is not Fubara. Because since 2010 till 2023, Fubara was accountant general of Rivers State. So he must have saved for his retirement. Understand? So it is a good governance that is suffering in Rivers State. And most important thing is peace. So there's no length that you will go to achieve peace that will be too much. Understand? So I feel that that's the reason why he has to present this budget, that to make sure that there's money for him that to run for the state.
He's been running the state without the budget. Does it look like he's running out of cash or what? He's been running the state without the budget. The last budget, I understand, that is in use in River State is the one that Ibokete Ibas, presented at the National Assembly.
National Assembly, sure. So maybe he had run out of resources. And okay, it is also constitutional for him to do it as the governor of the state. So shaking Amawone is not really a big deal. Understand? Fobra has been conquered. So he's already, that's a one-term governor in River State, which is very, very unfortunate.
You have raised a lot of talking points. He is likely to be a one-term governor in River State. We'll talk all about that in the course of the program. But let us go back to the issue of peace. You say that there is no length someone shouldn't go to pursue peace. Does this signal peace for him and for Rivers people?
No.
And again, you said Fubara has been conquered. That conquest, is it the conquest of, is it dangerous peace or is it bad peace? Is it peace of the graveyard?
It is peace of the graveyard.
He's still talking tough.
That's medicine after death. One, he said that he joined APC because PDP governors failed to protect him. And now APC governors also failed to protect him, because if they had protected him, he would have gotten his second term like all of the APC.
But he was cleared. They gave him the ticket. He rejected the ticket on his own.
No, he was forced to.
Okay, you think that he was pressured to drop the ticket?
He was pressured to. Wike was saying that there was an agreement, that part of the agreement is that he will not run for second term.
Wike consistently and continuously said that in the lead up to the primaries. And the APC governors, the APC highest echelon, didn't listen to Wike until they allowed him go through the process of, consensus and all of that. And they said, well, Mr. Fubara, you can go for a second term. At that point, the national chairman of the party said, well, he is our candidate and we are going to protect him. National Secretary Felix Moka said, he is our candidate. He's 001. He's on the ballot. After 2 or 3 weeks, he came to say, well, I'm no longer interested in the interest of peace for River State. So do you think that the APC governors or that APC abandoned him as well?
APC governors abandoned him. PDP governors fought for him by going to the Supreme Court. That's to make sure that the state of emergency and the removal of a governor, which is an aberration, was cancelled. But the Supreme Court, because they have compromised, has to keep that case until the 6 months expired. So there's nothing that they can do. So for me, he fought a very poor fight.
He fought a very poor fight.
And that's why he is where he is at the moment.
All right, Dr. Nosike, just days before this thing happened, I think that was on Wednesday or so, two of his senior aides left him, and went over to Wike camp, talking about the Rainbow Coalition.
Yes.
And 2 days later, he is presenting the budget. At that point, Wike said, well, we are working with the Rainbow Coalition, to deliver the next governor of River State, probably in the person of Kingsley Chinda, Wike's right-hand man who has the ticket. And so the people that left him, is it as a result of loss of faith in his ability or what?
They saw that this man has been conquered. They saw that Fobra, his knees are already on the ground. Understand? Maybe they are the ones that were pressuring him. Keep on fighting, keep on fighting. So when he decided that he's going to present the budget, they know that the fight was over. Understand me? So why are they still standing by him? Understand? So that could be
Okay, the reason why they left him. Let's go back to his global ambition. Well, has it been closed permanently? Because, there's a reason why I asked this question. There's this talk of, the pending court case challenging the powers of INEC, to set election timetables. And on the ground, underneath, you see a lot of people saying, well, the appeal court, that judgment given by 2 concurrent high courts, it's going to be upturned by the Court of Appeal, and even if it gets up to the Supreme Court, because INEC does not have the power to reverse what the Electoral Act says. The Electoral Act says, you have to submit list of candidates 4 months before elections, which is in September. But INEC is putting this off. In fact, as a matter of fact, it's supposed to close today. And so if that window is open, because I hear in Rivers State, when you talk to people in Rivers State, Fubara is still interested in contesting and becoming the governor of Rivers State for the second time because the people are against him. So the people are in support of him. The people are behind him. Do you think that he might have a chance in all of this?
But shouldn't it be contradictory when somebody said that he is withdrawing his governorship ambition for the interest of peace, and later come back to say I'm contesting?
Well, you're familiar with his politics. He has made a lot of contradictions since he became governor. Going to Abuja to sign a peace pact, coming back to say, I wasn't properly briefed and all of that.
His red pen is still there with him.
It's still with him, like 2 or 3 times and all of that. He's been talking talk. Because I hear, in River State, that the people are solidly behind him, even the elders of River State, that if he by chance picks the ticket of another political party, that they might just queue behind him. Do you see that happening? With what you understand?
But we have said emphatically that if he defects to another party, they will impeach him. Understand? Wike made that statement that if Fobra defects to another party, that they are going to impeach him. So his hand is tied at his back.
So Wike has a leash on him.
Sure. Understand me? So there's no way, and for siding him, people are always on the side of the underdog. People always have sympathy for the underdog. They know that he is being maltreated.
So in this case, who is the underdog? Isn't it Fubara?
Fubara is
and
the
so
underdog.
If he manages to pick a ticket, okay, now there's an entry barrier for him. If he picks up the ticket,
and they
will impeach him. Mm-hmm. What if he resigns? He picks up a ticket and he resigns, hands over to Ngozi Odu, and the people fall behind him.
Well, the courage, the gut must be there for him to be able.
You think he doesn't have it?
I doubt it.
You doubt if Fubara has that gut? Anyway, now let's move on into this conversation. Let's talk about what is going on, the larger picture of the PDP, talking about Wike and the PDP. Wike said PDP is not organized enough to win the presidential election. Yet, in the coming days, he said he will unveil the running mate, the PDP running mate in the public. What sort of confusion is that? PDP is not organized enough, not strong enough to win the presidential election. As a matter of fact, the PDP-APC coalition, Rainbow Coalition in Rivers State, according to Wike, we are supporting the re-election bid of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And he turns around to say, well, we are going to unveil our running presidential candidate and the running mate in the coming days. What is that supposed to mean?
Well, this is part of the script that was given to Nyesom Wike. Either kill PDP or make sure that PDP doesn't have a strong candidate that will pose a threat to the president. Understand me? So they have. He said that he's going to need Tinubu's second term campaign, and he is also going to present presidential candidates for the PDP. So, do you see any sanity in all this?
Understand? That's exactly the question I'm asking.
That's exactly the problem. So, but he is acting a script, and the script is to put confusion in the party. And mind you, Turaki is still pushing the agenda of Goodluck Jonathan. At the other time, he said that they could not stop them from presenting Jonathan. And up to today, we have not heard any statement directly from the president. That's from the former president.
Okay. Looks like the Tanimu Turaki faction is dead. You know why I say that? Because INEC has released the codes for the uploading of candidates in their portal to the Wike faction. And so that's why Wike is saying we are going to unveil our running mate.
But the Turaki faction is still in court.
In court doing what? Supreme Court. Like the national chairman of the working committee, Abdurrahman Mohammed, said, well, we are the authentic faction, not because INEC has released the codes to us, but because the Supreme Court judgment has validated our position as the authentic leadership of the PDP. And don't you think that this recognition by INEC, by giving them, the codes to upload the list of their candidates, in their portal, seals that leadership tussle in the PDP?
INEC got its power that's from the Constitution.
Okay.
So if Supreme Court says that the Turaki faction is authentic, INEC will immediately hand over that code to the Turaki Turaki faction. Understand me? Even to date, their only governor, that's Sheyi Makinde, is no more with them. So for me, what they should do is to close that chapter of PDP and join the other party in the opposition.
Which other party would that be? Or since Wike is the henchman, why wouldn't they join the APC?
Join APC where Wike is.
Yes, the PDP, because as a matter of fact, Wike still controls the larger interest in the PDP, in what we call PDP today.
I said the Turaki faction should close their book in PDP and join the other opposition and parties.
So what happens to the other PDP? They'll join the APC.
That's the weaker faction.
Yes.
They are already part of that's an arm of the APC now. Understand me?
Okay, they are already an arm of the APC.
They are already an arm
both at the state and at the federal level.
At the state,
because when they talk about Rainbow Coalition, they're talking about PDP, APC.
Sure. Understand.
All right. I want us to go back to the issue of what happens today on the floor of the National Assembly. I'd like for us to take that video again.
Service that is required for this budget will give hope to the people of Rivers State, and that service will be delivered as the governor leaves to his office. So the important thing is that this budget, long awaited, has finally been presented, and the members of the River State House of Assembly, ably led by Martin Samuele, has indeed accepted it, and it is left for the people of River State to now move ahead You can see the governor earlier shaking the hands of members of the River State House of Assembly, which is indeed a friendly disposition. And thereafter, of course, as the speaker did say, it will be time for them to move on with with governance, as it were. As the budget is rightly titled, a budget of resilience, a budget born out of deep thinking and making sure that the service that is required for the people of River State is indeed actualized this time. And so finally, the people of River State will heave a sigh of relief for the presentation of this budget, and then, of course, the expenditure process will be indeed carried out to the very letter. Stay with us. I will bring you details as the governor exits the hall here in the assembly.
All right, there you have it. That's the governor shaking hands, exchanging pleasantries with members of the River State House of Assembly. He's people that he's been fighting with for the past 3 years or so. Some of them have been on both sides, this side, and all of that. But it looks like, Dr. Nosike, what does that signify?
To me, it's not a farewell handshake.
Farewell?
Yes, just like a farewell handshake, because this is definitely his last budget for River State. Understand? This is definitely his last budget. So he's saying them, okay, so long. Understand? This is the last time I'll be here. So
you don't see that as more like a peace overture on the part of...
No. It's not. Even though he's trying that to put up a smiling face, I know that he's bitter in his mind.
He's bitter in his mind. And after that, I don't know, there was a section on that video where he went out with the speaker, Martins Emewule, and they had to, confer briefly for like 30 seconds or so, and then moved on away, from the camera and all of that. And so, according to Dr. Nosike, this is more like a farewell handshake, because he's not going to present another
budget for River State.
All right, now let's return to the issue of Nyesom Wike and his politics in River State and at the national level. You understand what has been going on within the presidency, talking about the so-called fake agency, which a lot of Nigerians said, no, it is not fake. It exists because, they got budget, got space in the National Federal Secretariat, and had been receiving foreign dignitaries on behalf of the Nigerian people. The president has appointed the man at the center of the drama, Femi Gbajabiamila, as the chairman of a 7-man committee to oversee state implementation, the state police implementation and all of that. And now, Nyesom Wike, during his media briefing the other day, said, well, he exonerated Femi Gbajabiamila and said that it's the work of the opposition. Dr. Nosike, from everything you understand, how did the opposition come into the mix?
That's why when people talk, you begin to wonder if there's a sanity upstairs. Understand? Because in this, opposition does not control the secretariat. Understand me? Opposition is not in control of who gets space in the secretariat. Opposition doesn't help anybody to open a bank account. Understand me? Opposition does not help cannot help somebody to present a budget in the National Assembly, and for the national, how many people in the National Assembly are members of the opposition? APC has the overwhelming majority that's in the National Assembly. So this shows you that these people have no conscience. They have no shame. These people have no conscience. They have no shame. It is only in Nigeria that this kind of a thing will happen and that government will remain in power. This is far worse than the Watergate scandal that brought down Richard Nixon. Since I was born, I've never heard this kind of a thing, that an agency that has its name in the appropriation, that has a budget passed on its behalf and allocation was made, that has their cars everywhere, employees, their movement being approved by the secretary to the government of the federation. They will say that it is fake. So for me, the problem here is sharing money. Money is the problem here.
Money is the problem. Now let's talk about accountability. In all of this, you mentioned the National Assembly. The National Assembly said, "Hey, please take this thing away from us. It has nothing to do with us."
But
because they said we don't prepare budget. That it is executive that prepares budget. Now the question is, this Adeyemi man said, when they were doing budget defense last year, I was in detention for 23 days. And within those 23 days, at the presentation of the budget and defense, nobody from that agency went to present or defend that budget. So now the question is, how did that agency get money earmarked for it in the 2026 budget? And the National Assembly is saying, this has nothing to do with us.
This has nothing to do with you, but you approved a budget that was not defended. Is that not a corruption? Because before budgets are approved, questions are asked to the members of the MDAs. Understand? So, who defended their budget before that money was approved? Maybe there's an order from higher above, approve it. That's the only way such a budget could be approved without a defense.
Okay, now the president has ordered the ICPC, to conduct an investigation into that and give them an ultimatum of 30 days to come up with something and decide whether that agency, in fact, everything that happened in that agency between last year and this year. In all of this, the president never mentioned his chief of staff, and he's more like, by giving him a fresh appointment, added responsibility, he is like, well, this has nothing to do with this young man. How do you react to that?
Well, this is, somebody said it is a gang. Understand me? So that is it. Members of organizations protect each other. Understand me? This is not the first time that Bojabi Amina's name is being mentioned in scandals. Understand? In Better Edu's case, his name came up.
Featured prominently.
Understand me? So, and what happened? He continued that of his job. And again, given 30 days, it's just that they will be praying before then a bigger news will come up that will swallow this one. Because from 30 days from now, it's just 5 days to beginning of campaign. Understand? So if they are really serious about it, within 10 days, they will wrap up all the investigations. Understand? It's not a big deal. Who approved this? Who approved that? It's what can be done in a week. Understand? Or the money, where is it going to? There's a tracking system. Understand? The National Security Advice Office has that tracking system. ICPC, EFCC has those tracking systems to know where or the money that was budgeted, that's for the agency went to. So this can be done within 10 days, but he deliberately shifted it to 30 days so that election will be near, or before then, other bigger news would break.
Peter, what does that say about the image of Nigeria, in the Committee of Nations, especially if you understand that this particular agency and this man has received foreign dignitaries in audience on behalf of the Nigerian people, both here in Nigeria and abroad. Now, when this information, seeps out Of course, it has.
It's already out.
It's already out there. International
everywhere.
media, Reuters, and all of them
So
have
it's
already carried this
everywhere.
thing.
So those people now, understand me, will feel that that Nigerians fooled them. Understand me? That Nigerians fooled them. That they were set up. Understand me? So that is going to be the mindset. But it's not today that we begin that to have a national embarrassment. So to them, it is one of those things. I mean, to the presidency, to the current presidency, it is one of those things. They don't care about their image. They don't care about their reputation. Understand me? It's just a Machiavellian principle. The end justifies the means. Just win the next election.
Just win the next election.
Understand me?
Now, talking about election, let's move on. As Nigeria moves closer to the 2027 presidential election, the conversation must go beyond political candidates and parties to focus on the citizen whose participation gives democracy its true strength. Well, a vibrant democracy depends on an engaged public citizens who contribute to national conversations, influence policy priorities, hold leaders accountable, and play an active role in shaping the future they want to see. Tonight, we'll examine the power of citizen engagement, the importance of grassroots participation, and how the voices and discussions of today can help shape the leadership decisions that will define tomorrow's outcomes for Nigerian people. Now, Dr. Anosike, we are going to focus on the essence and the value of presidential elections, presidential debates, because that is the opportunity that the candidates have, to present their manifesto, their programs, their action plan to the Nigerian people. Last year, last election cycle, that was in 2022, several debates were organized here in Nigeria locally, but some of the candidates did not attend. Rather, they chose to attend somewhere in faraway London at the Chatham House, where there was a question and answer session. The president was one of those people that went to the UK. I'd like for us to put up a video where the president was received in audience in Chatham House, and he spoke briefly and addressed the audience there.
Here at home, Nigeria has always believed it must be the brothers' keep safety as well as well-being of it. Coming up at a time when the country's immediate geographical neighborhood of West Africa and Central Africa is undergoing serious political turmoil that has manifested itself in the incursion of the military to power in a number of countries. In spite of legitimate concerns being expressed by observers, Nigerians are resolutely committed to democracy, regardless of their political differences. At the best of times, and with reference to its
That's our president speaking to the audience in Chatham House, but he carefully avoided debates. See, at that time, one of his spokespersons, Festus Keyamo, said, well, that there's already an action plan, by a committee, and that they are speaking to the people, that they are engaging directly with the people, and that there were so many invitations, making it difficult for the president to honor all of them. There was one organized by Arise and CDD, Council for Center for Democratic Development, and all of that. It was organized. Peter Obi was there of the Labour Party, Rabiu Kwakwanso of the NNPP was there, and Kola Abiola of the PRP was there as well. The three of them were there, but the president didn't appear. Now, Peter, what is the value of this citizen engagement that we are talking about? What is the value of it between the leaders and the led? Should they interact directly with the people, or should they have middlemen saying, well, this is what the president wants to do? Should the president be the one talking directly to the people?
Well, we borrowed our democracy from the United States, understand? And the country that we borrowed from do presidential debate. It is mandatory, understand? it is mandatory that that president should do debates. Understand? Nigerians are not voting for the so-called middlemen. Understand? You have to hear directly from the person that you are voting for. What are you going to do for us? What are your programs? Not hearing from a middleman. Understand me? So I want to say that this running away from a debate did not start from Bondame Tinubu. Buhari also ran away from debate.
Is it an APC thing?
It's because you don't have. It's not easy to sustain an argument for 30 minutes.
Yeah, but Osinbajo represented Buhari.
No. Nigerians did not vote for Osinbajo.
It was a joint ticket.
No. J.D. Vance never spoke, never represented Donald Trump. Over there, they do their presidential debate and their vice presidential debate. Nobody speaks on behalf of the other. Understand me? Nobody speaks on behalf of the other. So it is when you don't have something upstairs that you run away from a debate. Understand me? And mind you, debate is far different from question and answer interview. So what Tinubu did in UK was nowhere near a debate. In a debate, there must be cross-examination from your
debaters.
Understand me? So it's when you don't have something upstairs that you run away from a debate. And in America, it was the debate that Joe Biden had with Donald Trump that they know that this guy is not sharp mentally anymore. It was that debate that exposed him. Even his wife, Jill, said that she felt that Joe Biden was having a heart attack. Understand me? So that's what debate does. It exposes the president to the people. Understand me? There, with your own mouth, you talk about your programs, what you are going to do for the people. But in interviews, they get their media advisors send questionnaire to the media houses coming. Understand me? And the way it should be asked. So, and the president will now be prepared along that thing.
Okay.
But in a debate, you don't know what your opponent is bringing. And because they don't have the IQ, understand, to withstand all those unexpected questions. That's what exposes them. And that is what Buhari was not prepared for, and that's what Tinubu was also not prepared for.
Okay, now I want us to talk about the value of debates. Does it set the standard of performance? Because I don't know if you recall the debate that Professor Yemi Osinbajo, as running mate to Muhammad Buhari, had with Peter Obi as running mate to Atiku Abubakar. You recall that debate where Osinbajo was like, this is where we started, where we were before. I don't know if you recall that debate.
Sure.
Now, that's a professor of law. But Peter Obi just has, a first degree, attended so many other development courses and all of that, certificate courses and all of that. So the debate, does it tell you, does it show the people, well, this man that is coming to represent us, he is sound, he is intelligent, he is active and all of that. And does it account for why over Buhari's 8 years in government, I can't recall the number of times that he addressed Nigerians in what looks like State of the Union. And this president, how often has he come out to say, well, the Nigerian people, live interview, except recorded interviews. What is the value of that debate? Debate
exposes the IQ of the president. Understand me? It tells you the mental state of the president. Mental state, first of all. Understand? how he responds to issues. Understand? Then how intelligent the president is. Understand me? And I know that having a very wonderful or the better may not make a good president, because talking is different from doing.
Exactly. I'm happy that you brought us to this point. But now, should we use this to measure the effectiveness, the efficiency of a president or a governor?
No. The country should know, one, the temperament of their president, because in a debate, your opponent will not allow you that to shine. Understand? So he will be poking some serious or annoying questions. Understand? So how you react, how you respond will show the temperament of the person that is going to be their president. Okay. So it is very, very important. Then how he answers questions will also show how intelligent he is. So these are the two important things about a debate.
Okay, now there's this argument out there. There's an advocacy group that is saying, well, instead of bottom to top, let's make a reversal. Let's flip the coin and say bottom to top instead of top to bottom. In a situation where the presidential candidate is brought out, presidential candidates are brought out, in a town hall meeting, and we have market women, ask questions. We have artisans like carpenters, masons, plumbers, and all of that ask questions. Instead of having to, call the presidential candidate or the governor candidates and put them up in a podium, and you have journalists, asking them questions. In terms of trying to create a different version of citizen participation, will it make a difference if we had a reversal?
For me,
so that the president or the governor will feel, what the average, person in society is passing through, or the more like make a needs assessment, of the people. Because a situation where, as a citizen reporter, if you are the one interviewing the president, you might not be able to feel, the pinch or where it hurts the mason, where it hurts the carpenter or the market woman in Oyimbo or in Mile 12 or in Onitsha or in Kano and all of that. So would this track make a difference?
For me, I don't really see it making any, I don't see it working. Understand? Because one, who those market women, those carpenters, those artisans, understand? Those association of micro entrepreneurs. That's the right word. Understand? Those micro entrepreneurs. Understand? How would they be assembled? Understand? How would they be assembled?
Randomly.
That's a number one. Would they know the right question to ask?
No, because they will ask questions that are questions like, Mr. President, this is what I'm going through in my trade. This is what I'm going through in my community, in my locality. So that it will be a basis for the president, to say, well, this is what the people need. Like we are holding a debate, we are having a debate, why or whether the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway is appropriate. Does it? We know Nigerians are saying that, well, it is good that we have that project. But in the meantime, Nigerians are suffering. It's not solving our problems. We have internal roads that are not fixed, and you are building such a highway. So if you get to the grassroots, we are looking at citizen and grassroots participation. If you get to the grassroots, do random sampling of people, and say, now come and talk to the president. President should feel the pulse of these people, presidential candidates, so that when these people ask questions, Nigerians will be able to measure, not in terms of GDP growth, not in terms of foreign reserves, not in terms of exchange rate. We understand that these things are important at the macro level. But at the micro level, what should we do to ensure that the people at the top, feel the pains of the masses? What should we do?
Well, if you think that it can happen in a presidential or debate, I don't see that working.
Is it because of logistics of putting people together, or what?
That
Nigeria has not reached a stage where well, we can organize that kind of debate.
Even abroad, America that has practiced democracy for more than 250 years, it is still the media that ask. Can't
we think out of the box and act out of the box? Must we follow that pattern? But that pattern has not worked for us.
One, we've not, at least for the past 10 years now, we've not organized any presidential debate. That's where the incumbent is involved. And when you are organizing a debate and the incumbent is not there, who are you that's asking questions?
I'm talking about the candidates.
No, or the presidential candidates. An instance, if by October a debate is organized and P2B is there and Atiku is there, but Tinubu is not there, it's a waste of time.
Why is it a waste of time? At least people will understand, Nigerians will understand, well, the people that want to lead us, some of the people that want to lead us are not willing to talk to us.
So what I mean it is a waste of time is that P2B will not be in the right position to answer why is the country not doing well.
No, but he will be in a position to tell Nigerians, this is what I will do differently from what the present administration is doing.
But for a debate that to make an impact, the incumbent has to be there to defend his the budget.
No, Peter, I don't agree with you. Okay, what if that is the his terminal term? Assuming 2020.
No, I said if he is not running for another term.
No. Okay.
Assuming he's not running for another term, there should be a candidate in his party who will now be the manifesto of the party will now be used to judge him.
In 2022, Buhari was not running. Bola Ahmed Tinubu was running. He refused to appear at the debate organized by Arise and CDD.
Because he cannot sustain an argument for more than 2 minutes.
Exactly the point. Now, people that appear will now talk to Nigerian people and they will know these are the people, the people that want to lead us. Some of them don't want to talk to us. How much of that will influence the outcome of the elections?
But mind you, abroad, it can influence. In Nigeria, it may not. Because most Nigerians already make up their mind before even the debate starts. So whatever is said there will not make any meaning to
it's not going to sway people's opinion.
It's a country where the state of enlightenment is high, that there can work. Understand me? Okay. In America, people will want to wait for a debate before making up their minds.
But here, people make up their mind even
before the debate.
Whether there is debate or not.
That's
okay, so as a matter of fact, it doesn't count. The debate
it doesn't work in Nigeria.
It doesn't work. Now, Dr. Anosike, we are coasting home. Can we have your concluding thoughts on the two issues that we discussed this evening?
Well, Fubara, for me, what he was doing that's at the State Assembly is a farewell visit. It's a
send forth.
Goodbye to the people of River State. This is the last time I'm going to be here. Understand me? So it's a pity for him. I pray that the people of River State should know who caused the problem. If nothing much was done with regard to governance in River State, understand? They should know that it's not his fault. Understand me? So on the issue of PDP and my advice to the Turaki faction is that they should close the chapter on PDP and join the other parties in the opposition.
Okay. Now,
for the debate, we need a debate. Is very, very important in the country.
We need a debate. Very, very important. Dr. Anosike, before we leave, let me ask you, do you think that the president will agree to attend a debate in this dispensation?
He will not.
He will not. What gives you that impression that
he has not done enough?
He's not done enough.
He will mess himself up in a debate.
He has nothing to tell the people.
Going by the state of insecurity and the welfare of the people. He has failed on that two critical areas. So he will not agree to come for a debate.
All right, then. Very interesting conversation I've had with Dr. Peter Anosike. Unfortunately, this is where we'll have to end it because we are out of time. Dr. Peter, I thank you very much for appearing on this show, and I hope that we can do this some other time. We'll be speaking with Dr. Peter Anosike, philosopher, journalist, business consultant, and the author of Dangote's 10 Commandments of Money. Well, on behalf of the backroom staff, technical director, bus manager, sound engineer, and the ingest manager, I am Chukwuma Okoro. Up next is Issues with Nena Ndemdiuto. I'll see you on Monday, 8 o'clock on the morning show. From me, bye for now and enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Voptv. Now you have more than a voice.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voter's card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Voptv. Entertainment like never before.
The rains are here. They bring relief, green fields, and fresh water. But they can also bring danger if we are not careful. Rule 1. Avoid flood waters. Never walk, wade, or drive through moving flood water. Fast-moving water can sweep you off your feet, and that water may hide open drains, sharp objects, or live electric cables. Rule 2. Stay away from weak structures and slopes. Heavy rain can weaken buildings, walls, and hillsides. Avoid sitting on the old buildings, billboards, or trees. If your area is prone to landslides, report cracks or soil movement to emergency agencies immediately. Rule 3. Protect yourself from lightning and accidents. Stay indoors during thunderstorms. Avoid open fields, tall trees, and metal objects. If you must travel, drive slowly. use your headlights, and never use an umbrella near power lines or while riding. And rule 4. Stay healthy. Clear your gutters to stop mosquitoes that causes malaria. Boil or filter your drinking water. Keep food covered to avoid cholera and typhoid. And wash your hands often. This rainy season, stay alert, stay prepared, stay alive. This message is brought to you by Voice of the People Television.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Voptv. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
That 10 seconds you save by crossing the road could cost you your life. Pedestrian bridges are built for one reason: to keep you safe. They are free, they are strong, and they are there to protect you. Dashing across expressways leads to injuries, loss, and grief that last forever. Using the bridge takes less than 1 minute. Losing a loved one lasts a lifetime. Parents, teach your children. Drivers, slow down near bridges. Everyone, please use the pedestrian bridge every time. Your life is worth the climb. This message is from Voice of the People's Television.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at Voptv Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. Voptv, Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shapes with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
in a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on Voptv as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Voptv. Now you have more than a voice.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voter's card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't...
A very good evening to you and welcome to another exciting episode of the Issues on Voice of the People television. I'll bring you the most important and pressing issues shaping our nation today. I'm your host, Nenna Ndomdioto. Today on the issues, we're examining the complexities of Nigeria's politics and governance. Tonight, we'll begin with news of the release of the children and teachers from Orire local government area of Oyo State, even as the President Tinubu holds security meeting and Senator Ali Ndume insists that the President cannot solve Nigeria's problems alone. We would also be looking at happenings in South Africa as stranded Nigerian families, including women and children, are sleeping outside the Nigerian High Commission while waiting for evacuation, even as the Senate and House of Reps members reject calls for retaliation over xenophobic attacks. In addition, we would look at the concerns raised by former Vice President Atiku Abubakar over the safety of the NDC's presidential candidate, Peter Obi, while demanding the release of former Kaduna State Governor Nasir El-Rufai. And finally, we turn our attention to the recurring flooding in Lagos and the ongoing debate over whether the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway has contributed to the problem. Join us as we break down the facts and provide context to help you stay informed. We'll take a short break, and when we return, we'll dig deeper into these topics. Don't go away. Glad to have you back. Let's dive straight into today's discussion. The presidency says all the teachers and pupils abducted in Ogbomosho, Oyo State, have regained their freedom. Presidential spokesperson Bayo Nonuga announced on X that they were rescued by security agencies, but did not give details about the process that led to the release of the abductors. Meanwhile, President Bola Tinubu has once again met with the nation's security chiefs at the presidential villa to review the country's security situation and assess ongoing military and security operations across the country. The meeting comes barely days after the Senate approved more than 403 billion naira for the Nigeria Police Trust Fund, reinforcing government's efforts to improve security funding. In a related development, Senator Ali Ndume, who recently met with President Tinubu, says the president has demonstrated commitment but cannot serve Nigeria's numerous challenges alone. According to the Borno South Senator, the president needs competent advisors, constructive criticism and practical ideas from experienced Nigerians to effectively tackle insecurity and economic hardship. Ndume stressed that leadership should not be surrounded only by those who agree with government policies, but also by individuals willing to offer honest advice and alternative solutions. Today, I'm delighted to be joined by just one distinguished guest who we have in the studio. We have Elvis Elimihele. He is a journalist, political and public affairs analyst, and a member of the Guild of Public Affairs Analysts of Nigeria. Glad to have you join us, sir.
Good evening, Nena. How's your day?
Fine, thank you, sir. We start today's show with an excited news because really many Nigerians will be happy. I don't think any Nigerian will really care about how they're released. But this is just almost, in 5 days' time, it will be 2 months. And now they've been released. What do you make of it?
Congratulations to Nigerians. Congratulations to the family. And again, that brings us to the issue that happened on the 15th of May. Then we say another rest in peace to those, commiserate with those families that lost their loved ones in these episodes. But we are happier that at least the children and the remaining ones have been rescued. We are not looking at the condition that led to the rescue. For now, I know that will come up later. But the good thing is that today we are celebrating that the children are back, the teachers are back. Then let them pick up their lives again from where they got truncated because of the adoption. And the state governor should be able to, rehabilitate these people as expected. And this idea of the president did not call me or the president, I think it has ended. The most important thing is that these people are back. So what we need now is that they should be taken good care of. Let them, go through psychosocial debriefing, or they would have seen so much in the bush for this number of days. And remember, they also lost some of their colleagues. It's not something that they should toy with. They should be able to take adequate care of these our brothers and sisters, especially these children. Because I don't know the kind of notion these children will have at the back of their mind, that at this little age, at this their young age, they went through this, and the nation, left them for 50 days. It's so horrible. But what can we say? We are happy that they are back, Nena.
Well, you know what? Like what you said is actually one can't even begin to imagine what these kids are going through or what is going through their minds. Because this is something that, even when you have good experiences, sometimes as young as 1 year, 2 years, these children of these, people, when we're younger, they say that you don't really get to remember what happens to you at the age of 1, 2, and all of that. But I think that is changing. It's changing because my daughter had an experience when she was 1 year plus. Until today, it was a good experience. She has never forgotten it. So just imagine these children they have had bad experiences. I know, it's been raining. We can't even fathom how much, what they've gone through. And this would stay with them, if not forever, for a very long time. And I don't know what the government can really do about this, because it's not enough for them to be released. What can be done afterwards?
Yes. Nena, see, these children of these days are digital children now. It's not like our time. That is the reason why you see, if they hold your telephone now, they will even operate it better than you. So that's to tell you that whatever happened to them is recorded. Is in their psyche. They will continue to remember it. That's why I say they should go through the briefing, to be able to flow along again, because the trauma was just too much. It's so bad. It's so demeaning that we allow them to stay this long in the bush. But the good thing is that at least they came back alive, and they'll pick up the pieces. This will also show them and tell them the nation they are into. I pray that they will be able to be part of those that will bring the desired change to this nation, because we have disappointed them. We, their parents, have disappointed. Our generation have disappointed these children. If we have gotten it right before now, Nena, what they are going through today, they won't have gone through it. So the failure belongs to all of us. Even though some of us will say, oh, we are not part of the leadership. Yes, if we fight for our own rights as expected, this bad leadership that we have today won't have, first started this level. We have always been paying blind faces to such leaders that have come to rob this nation, make this nation dry. That's why today we are now like, oh, this is the time we are waking up. Our waking up now is the failure or this disappointment, this late waking up as expected is what's reflected in the life of these children now. If they had a better nation, what happened to them would have happened. They ignorantly and innocently went to school for studies on a normal school day, which they have been doing, for some years. The next thing that happened that they now found themselves in the bush. Okay, finding themselves in the bush is not even the issue. They found themselves in the bush, and some of their teachers died, and they have to remain in that bush for 50 days.
55 days, precisely.
55 days. You cannot imagine that number of days. They were cut off from their loved ones. They don't even know whether government exists any longer. The government they only know in that bush are the government or the people that adopted them. So you cannot see. So we should celebrate that they are alive, but so much water has passed under the bridge because we disappointed this generation. We failed them. Our failure led to what we are saying. So we gave opportunity to people that don't know anything about leadership to hijack the leadership of this nation, make this nation, dry this nation, brought this what we are going through today to this level we are. The decay is part of what they just suffered. That's just it.
Yeah, one of the things, I think yesterday we talked about what Christopher Musa, who is the defense minister, said about this same Orire children. And he said one of the reasons why it looks like they've not been released is because the bandits, told them that if they keep intensifying rescue efforts, they will kill the children or kill some of the children. I know there was kind of backlash, and people were saying, how can you make that kind of statement that this is what the bandits are saying? But it's good to know that, these kids have been released. But while you were speaking, you said something about Nigerians actually waking up. Do you really think Nigerians have really, really woken up? When you look at what is happening.
No, Nigerians are waking up gradually, Nena, because we are talking. Part of it is what we are doing in the studio this evening. Do you understand? Nigerians so many Nigerians are traumatized as a result of poverty, but we should not celebrate that, because if we begin to celebrate the poverty, what we are going through now, that means we will still give these people more chance to remain in that manner. The same way we were able to push out the military, we should be able to push out bad governance and bring in government that will be people-oriented. That's what we are talking about now. And how do you do that? This is a democratic era. We should allow all the democratic institutions to function as normal. And the major democratic institution we should be looking out to in this manner, Nena, is INEC. If INEC works well, as expected as an institution, that name, independent in quote, actually operates in INEC, then we will be able to even have, if possible, we'll be having change of government every 4 years. Because the way it is now, we are like an orphan. But if an orphan now sees somebody that adopts him or her after a time in his life, he will now begin to see what he has missed over the years. Now that's the life of parenthood he has missed over the years, and say, oh, is this what I've been missing? So now, if we are able to get it right, we will now begin to see that, oh, we've been cheated so long, and as a result, if it is possible, every 4 years we'll have a change of government. If anyone that comes in and is not doing the bidding of the people, now say, no, you will not stay. You must go. So the first thing Nigerians should be agitating for is that INEC must function as a responsible institution. Because if INEC work well today, even the politicians themselves will be afraid, knowing fully well that your vote and my vote will push them out of office if they don't do well after 4 years. So the processes of appointing INEC chairman has to change. It has to stop. It has to start from there, so that if the people are involved in the leadership of INEC, then the people can now, the INEC will now begin to do the bidding of the people. But if it is just the president and his commander, foot soldiers that appoint INEC chairman, they will begin to do the bidding of their own appointer. And that is why they say, he who pays the piper dictates the tune. That's what Nigerians must say. Even though they hijack dictating the tune because they use our money to pay INEC, all the demands and requests of INEC is our own money, taxpayers' money. But some people along the line hijacked it and took it away from us, like the people. That's the leadership for us to enjoy as expected. So the people should, now come up with a voice. First of all, appointment of INEC leadership. Then, if we have a people-oriented INEC, we'll have a people-oriented government. Because the government that we brought in by that people-oriented INEC must be the government that the people believe this is our choice and they are coming in to do our bidding. But if on the other hand they fail to do our bidding after 4 years, there's that credibility that the organization that we are part of, the leadership that brought them in, will be able to give us another set of leaders that will be able to give us the government as expected. So these are the things we should be clamoring for. Because even talking of 2027 general election, I'm not seeing anything that is going to be too different from what we have been seeing, especially Mahmoud Yakub INEC of 2023. It might not be different because it's still the same process. But going forward, we have to begin to think of sanitizing INEC. Leadership is important. How are they appointed? Everybody that is there. We were discussing it some time ago. Some of the INEC commissioners are card-carrying members of the ruling party from their respective states. Is that the one that you should now be thinking that they'll come and give you credible election, Nena? So everything you see that is wrong with this nation starts with we have not gotten credible leader. And because the people are pushed aside when it comes to picking leaders. It's not as if we didn't go to vote, but have they allowed our vote to count as expected? People will vote, and we believe that, after voting, we'll go back home. At the collation, they manipulate things, we now see a different thing. And what do? In fact, 2023, they added another slogan to it, go to court. So they've also now, robbed the judiciary into it. So all this gamut of issues, we have to start thinking of how to sanitize them. So that what these children suffered in these 55 days in the bush will not repeat itself subsequently. Failure of leadership is what degenerated to what we just saw. That is it. So we have to get it right at some point.
Talking about getting it right, let's even look at this security meeting that the president had yesterday with security chiefs. Yes, the details of it was not made public, but we've had oftentimes, we've seen many times of meetings such as this, and you begin to wonder, what has changed? Why is it that nothing has changed after these meetings? Is it that they're not getting their strategy? Yes, one of the things that was said about it is to review security strategies. But when you look at it, really, are these strategies really, really reviewed? Or do we still have the same thing being done over and over again by these our security chiefs?
What will you say when the person that, set the exams is the one that mark it and also declare results? What will you say? By the time they meet the president, they always come to tell us that they told the president that security is improving. They give praises to themselves, Nena, instead of them to allow Nigerians to appraise them and say, you have done well or you've not done well. But anytime they are talking, they say, it's improving. So that's where the problem is. The same situation, you do the same thing at all time and expecting a different result. Is that not foolishness? We have not seen changes, but they are the one that is telling us there are changes. So is this not what they briefed the president? So when they come out and say, there are different strategies, they brief the president and they are going to come up with different strategies. Have we seen it? What we are saying, if there is an upper hand, in diminishing these terrorists, let that structure continue. Let it continue. Let that process continue. If you are bombarding, let it continue. Why will you bombard you go to Niger State, you do maybe 1 or 2 days, then you now go back. The next thing, these people have moved to Zamfara. Then you now rush to Zamfara. Then you do maybe 1 or 2 days, then you now retrieve again. Next thing they are in Boronu. That's haphazard. Why don't you have a security architecture where simultaneously this thing is going round? They are moving from forest to forest. If simultaneously you are in Zamfara, you are in Sokoto, you are in Niger, where will they run to? Where will they run? Especially, I'm talking of Air Wing, Air Force, continuously. Is it that we don't have the manpower to do this? With all the trillions that we hear every year that is being voted for defense, what is actually going on? If we don't have it, tell Nigerians that, oh, financially we cannot. But you even see that, I mean, they don't even have such excuses because we see the trillions that go into budget every year. I mean, defense every year as budget. We also see support from some state governors. Collaborate, because an injury to one should be an injury to all. Makinde cannot tell me he has had peace for these 55 days that these children were in the bush. He has never had peace. So if you have a structure where these state governors are actually cohabiting to this and say, this is what we want to carry out simultaneously in all the 36 states of this nation, let our Air Force be busy. It may take a while. Okay, let's begin to get what it takes. Man part your security architecture as expected. I'm not a security person, but I know it's possible. Then let this thing continue. Is it not the bush they told us they are? If these bush are constantly bombarded, will they remain in the bush? And what is holding it? You carry out operation haphazardly in some of the states, then they move to another state. They are moving. And when they are moving, they are moving Nigerians along, destroying people, killing people, and adopting. Because as they move, they pack people, they expect ransom to be paid so that they have more money to continue their movement. So I think the security architecture, I know most times when they meet the president, most of the things that they discuss, they don't really tell us because security is supposed to be coded, kind of. But we want to see actions. We want to see more on ground. If it is the meeting of yesterday that led to the release of this our children today, so be it. But I am not celebrating this one, but I'm thanking God that they did not die, because we have not known the deal that led to their release. We have not heard, but maybe with time we'll begin to hear more. The bargain.
Do we get to ever hear?
No. It will spill out. It will spill out. We know that they made their own demands. Whether those demands were acceded to by the government or the government jettisoned it and came out and was able to attack and release these children as expected. Oh yeah, because if they tell us, oh, it was rescue, then how many of the bandits were you able to arrest in the process, or how many did you neutralize? I said they tell us the other way. So those are the things you put into consideration. Begin to reason it. Everybody came out alive. Good. We're happy about that. So is it through what means did we secure this release? We'll see here more, because if the government will not tell us, but we hear with time.
While you were speaking, I was almost going to ask you that, is it lack of manpower but you actually mentioned it while you were speaking, because like you said, you wonder why they are doing things haphazardly and all of that. But when you look at it, let's still stay on strategies. Do we actually need new strategies, or is it that the ones that we even have, we're not implementing them well enough?
Well, probably the one we have are obsolete. Because we saw October 7, 2023, when the Hamas went to Israel, to commit that mayhem. The following day, in fact, within some hours, Israel started and said they know where this problem is coming from, and we are going to confront it headlong. From that day till just some months back, there was no day Gaza was not bombarded. There was no day new discoveries were not found in Gaza. At the time, everybody was like, oh, they've leveled Gaza. These people are still somewhere. But we now beginning to say that sacred places were where they were actually hiding. They were hiding under Beneath hospitals, schools, and all others. Israeli defense forces knew what they were looking for, and they got it. If Israel can continuously bombard Hamas and got results, why is it that our own, we do them haphazardly? Nena, number one. Number two, almost 4 years now, Iran and Ukraine and Russia has been at loggerhead. There is no day you don't hear casualty from both sides, especially on the side of Ukraine. That means Russia has consistently been bombing Ukraine. Why have we not been able to do that to the insurgents? So if it is because we don't have the equipment or we don't have the manpower. For this number of years, we fought this insurgency now for 16 years or thereabout in this nation. It's enough for us to have shored up those things that it requires us to be able to have an upper hand. Not know when they come to attack, we now begin to talk of how to go and rescue. The best form of attack, the best form of defense, they said, is attack. Should it even be that Nigeria should be the one, Nigeria government, architectural system should even be the one attacking them? Not them coming to attack us, then the next thing we are not like, oh, we want to go and start talking of rescue. It's a failure.
You know, of course, the Minister of Defense, while he was talking about what I talked about, the Oriwe, he actually mentioned one of his, during that particular meeting, he actually said that he gave a directive that the military troops should begin to, they should shoot bandits
aside.
on sight.
Yes.
And then one will begin to wonder, does it mean that they were not shooting on sight at first? As in like, okay, so why this directive? Why is the directive coming now? This directive should have, come a long time ago and not now. So why are you giving them this order now? So that means that even before now, they really were not shooting on sight. Of course, we already had some of our leaders, they've used different words for this bandits. They've called them prodigal sons. Mm-hmm. They've called them our brothers, yes. and all of that. But, one of the things that during the meeting with the service chiefs, one of the things they talked about is collaboration with neighboring countries. Should we begin to look at that, in tackling the security?
Well, Nena, this shooting aside that the defense minister just said, Mr. Defense Minister was, before he became defense minister, he was a chief of defense staff who was like the commandant of the whole armed forces. So sometimes you wonder what they actually discuss in these security meetings. Now he has just issued this. And the same person who now says shoot aside is the same person that is telling you now that we are succeeding, we are actually, doing well. Is it not, I would say now that he made this one out of frustration because he sees that they are not doing as expected. So we have to begin to remind them. Then coming back to say collaboration with some other countries, is it our neighboring countries we are talking about or the international community? Our neighboring country, we have issues with Niger as we speak. Niger was part of this fighting of this insurgent. Then we also saw that even this issue in Chad, they are managing their own. Remember their former president, Idris Deby, died in front line as a result of fighting these terrorists. You understand? Republic of Benin, even they had their own issues that day. We were even the one that are still sending our own traumatized and depressed military. We are also sending some of them to go and help Republic of Benin, to show up their democracy and protect the country as expected. So which neighbor are we really looking at? Are you looking at Mali? Some few days ago, the whole most cities in northern part of Mali were attacked by Tuareg terrorists, and they succeeded. So many people died and all that. 3 cities in northern part of Mali. Or are we looking at Burkina Faso that are battling their own? So, as it is, yes, it's normal for you to call for collaboration, but the nations around us have more they are even beating beyond what they can chew. So that's the reason why some of the ideas of the defense minister, when he was still chief of defense staff, talking about fencing our borders, would have now been at a very serious, should be as something we should be giving serious thought now. If our neighbors are not as strong as expected to collaborate with us, why don't we think of a way to, fence them off? They will now begin to say, this is my territory and nothing must come into my territory. Sometimes we see, even when the Boko Haram moving from Niger into Nigeria, we see Cameroon too. You know how many Nigerians are in IDP camp in Cameroon? So if that idea is something that he believes in, because he told us, even as sophisticated as America today, their border between America and Mexico is fenced. The border between Pakistan and Afghanistan is fenced. So when you now see, Pakistan is a strong military country. When you now see that your enemies, your neighbors are acting as an enemy, what do you do? Say, okay, let me fence off my own and begin to protect my own. So I expect General Christopher Musa to be talking of, he's been minister now for over 6 months now. That, since I came into power, he has a budget now. His office has a budget. We've been able to do 2 kilometers. We'll be able to do 5. At least he has started the process. But I've not heard of him mention that since he became minister now. But when he was chief of defense staff, he kept reminding Nigerians that we can't get this thing until we fenced off our borders. But what has he done since he became minister? So these are the things we should be talking about. When he came out from the briefing with the president yesterday. So the president has actually approved this fencing of border and our borders, and we have started in so place, and we have been able to do the. We want to see progressive report, not coming to tell us that, oh, we are on top of the game, we are doing better, when we know that we are not doing better.
And you know, this same the Minister of Defense was the one who recently said when he was asked to give an average, like a mark on how well we have done, and he gave us 70%. He said 70%. He said 70%. Yes. And you know, you just begin to wonder, 70%. Like if someone like this, who, like you mentioned, who used to be the Chief of Defense Staff, which is a very important role as an Army General, and then now you are the Minister of Defense, you should actually do better now. You should do better because you have more money to yourself.
When he was appointed as Minister for Defense, after he dropped the khaki, and he's now to be wearing agbada, everybody applauded it. Oh, this appointment is one of the best appointments this administration has gotten right. That was how we analyzed it. But for some time now, the toga, this thing we expected from his ministry, we are not getting it. That's why we are concerned. If it's a rookie that doesn't know anything about security, that is there, we'll say, oh, maybe he's learning on the job. He got to the top rank position in the military. And now he's brought back and said, okay, now you have authority now to now supervise all, not just the military any longer, or whatever. You understand? So I expected that even in this meeting with the president, he has a dual role to play. He will speak as a retired military general. They will not speak in line with the democratic ethics of one now, regulate his ministry as defense minister. And begin to, and be able to say, this is what we want to do, sir. Because we can't continue in this manner. This one has just been released. We don't know the next one they are planning as we speak in this studio. We don't know.
Yeah, that's very, very true. But let's look at what, before we leave this particular conversation, let's look at what Senator Ndume is saying. Senator Ndume seems to be one of the very, outspoken senators when it comes to, of course,
he was a chairman of
security in the Senate at some point.
Yes.
And then we know that he's representing Borno, which is
Borno
like
South,
the heart
of most of these problems.
Exactly. So, but he is saying that the president cannot actually solve Nigerians' problems alone. Of course, we understand the challenges, that he needs people who can actually offer ideas to address country's security and economic problems. What do you align with that?
Yeah, that's why he has retinue of advisors and ministers. That's why if he wants to go a little bit beyond those appointees, that's why he has all the news channels to also listen to the feelers from people outside, even if his appointees are not telling him what he ought to hear. He has access to all the news channels that he will be able to say, okay, this is what I thought they told me, but look at what the people are saying. So if the president, if Ndume must advise the president, let him a little bit shift to the side of the people. Listen to news. What we are saying here is not criticism. That's where the politician means it. We are actually reminding them of their responsibility so that can boost their government before the people. And when your government has good standing with the people, you don't even need to campaign. What you have done will speak for you. Because at these 3 years plus of this administration, we would have been talking of scorecard. Not criticism any longer. We're talking of, since they came in, this was the level of crime and criminality before they came in, but this is the level it is now. It has actually drastically reduced. This was the welfare of Nigerians was at so level, and this is where it is now. We would have been able to start mentioning that the people will be the spokesperson for the government itself. Not these, few paid individuals, somebody like Daniel Boala and all others, and some of his colleagues, Bayo Onanuga and others, now coming to tell Nigerians what we know better than them. You can only succeed in deceiving the person that appointed you. You can't deceive us. Because we wear the shoes, Nena. We will know where this shoe pinching us as Nigerians. So, if Ali Ndume is advising the president can't do it alone. Yes, I agreed. That's apart from even his appointed ministers and all that. They themselves can't do it alone. They should find a way to be closer to the people. Organize town hall meetings. All these appointees of the president, they come from different constituencies of this nation. How many of them have visited their state and say, okay, I'm coming to do a town hall meeting because I'm part of this government. so that I will have better message to give to my my boss. How many of them? Yes, they hide themselves in Abuja and believe that Abuja is the only city in Nigeria. The same Daniel Bwala, let him go home to his own town. He's from Borno State. And actually go and also organize the people of Borno State and hear from them, the direct feelers. They will not have better message to come and give to the president. Ali Ndume, at least he said he has complained severally that the president is shielded from them seeing him. But then he has gotten an asset now, access to him for these ones. I know Ali Ndume is not the kind of person when he wants to speak. He doesn't really look at faces. But it is not enough. They should begin to open more channels for people like him to see the president and begin to tell the president the truth. Because the president has been locked up so much that the message he hears are only from his paid appointees who comes to tell him the government is doing well. People like Bayo Onanuga. If Bayo Onanuga was still at the other side, when he was still at this side, where as a journalist, as an editor, I don't know the kind of headlines he would have been carving today for his news media regarding the situation Nigeria is going through now. But because he's now with the government, Bayo Onanuga is now coming to tell the government that Nigerians are doing well. He has forgotten where he's coming from. So this is why the government should move out of that enclaves and say, am I really getting the feelers as expected? The president can do that.
But it looks like, many persons will say that it looks like the president isn't even concerned about security, that he's more concerned about politics and coming back to...
No. 2027. Yeah, that's what we have seen. But part of those things that would have given his coming back 2027 a boost if Nigerians are actually well secured. Nigerians would have been so happy to say this president have come to secure us. He has done better than even the general that failed Nigeria, the late President Muhammadu Buhari, whom Nigerians celebrated as general that was coming to end insecurity. And at the end, we saw that he came to increase it for us. So if President Tinubu has actually done a little better than Buhari, Nigerians would have been the one that would have been packaging it and say, no, this president has done so well. The very first thing we need now is that we must be able to go about our normal businesses as Nigerians. Secure to go to farm. Farmers are not in the farm. Secure to travel with your goods to other parts of the country. And this is a country with very large country. That's one of the things we boast of. That's why one of the things that even investors want to ordinarily come to Nigeria, because the market is huge. But now, how many manufacturers can now freely move their goods from one part of the country to another? So if the president has actually done well as a result of fighting this insecurity, all these ones now would have been able to sit and say, come, this president will come back. Since he came, we have been able to do this way. All the roads, there are so many roads in the north today that you cannot still ply. People are living in those areas that you can't ply the road. They also need what you and you use in Lagos here, those goods and services that get to them, but you can't get to them. And they manage to get to the nearest town by themselves. Sometimes when they are going by, they are kidnapped, they are adopted. So I don't know who is actually advising them, because the best advisors the government need are the people when they are by your own side. If you are done well.
The best advisors.
Yes,
the president
it's not this one that are paid who wants to keep their job. They are paid for their job.
Well, let's look at another very important issue in the country today. Nigeria's response to xenophobic attacks in South Africa is once again under scrutiny. Fresh reports indicate that several stranded Nigerian families, including women and children awaiting evacuation, have been sleeping outside the Nigerian High Commission in Pretoria. The affected individuals are reportedly calling for additional evacuation flights, saying available arrangements have been inadequate. Back home, Nigeria's National Assembly has continued to favor diplomatic engagement over retaliatory action. The House of Representatives recently rejected proposals urging Nigeria to sever diplomatic ties with South Africa. Similarly, the Senate declined calls for the federal government to take over South Africa-owned businesses operating in Nigeria, including MTN and MultiChoice. The lawmakers argued that while attacks on Nigerians are unacceptable, diplomatic engagement remains the better option, rather than actions that could damage economic relations. Before I come to you, I want us to listen to this particular video. So let's just hear what these people are going through and what this man is saying.
case you're meeting me for the first time, Daddy Bello. I'm at the Nigerian embassy right now, and a lot is going on here. This is Nigerians all over here. As you can see, on the street of Johannesburg, this is their toilet. This is their toilet, Victoria. Can you see bags? Can you see bags? A lot of people came from Cape Town, East London, Port Elizabeth, Durban, Nelspruit, Free State. A lot of people came from far place just to come here to register to go home. Many hours drive. But on getting here, they are all stranded. On getting here, they are all stranded. As you can see, their bag is staying here. I just want to make this clear to Nigerian government. Your best is not yet enough. 3 flights is not yet enough. Even 5 flights is not yet enough. It's not going to cost Nigeria anything to make sure that everyone that comes here gets back home. You understand? People who are running for their life, Nigerian government will have the money to bring more than 20 flights here to take everybody home. You can't subject people to this. Look at children. Look at the kids. How old are you? 10 years. And how old are you? Okay, see. Okay. Can you see? These kids has been outside here for the past 4 days. All these kids. All these kids have been
and this is
winter.
winter.
4 days. Can you see?
You know, Mr. Limihele, this is, a very pitiful case. On Saturday, during our morning show, we had he's the president of the Nigerian Union of South Africans there. And he actually went, I think he just came out he went to visit these people, and he sent us videos of these people outside. And some of the things he said that they are being screened for them to actually come back. And Nigerian government is actually saying that if you are not screened, you cannot be asked to come back. We heard what this man is saying, that the federal government has the money to actually, send as many flights, but we see what is being done. You see these people outside there, and then you begin to wonder, even the man even actually mentioned the fact that they were not eating. Some of them are not even eating. And then when you ask the High Commission, the consul, you ask the ministry, there's a back and forth on, it's just a pitiful case. So what do you make of it?
Nena, very pathetic. You're just talking about food. How do they even take care of themselves? There are children there. They need to take their baths. They need to do other things. There are women there. And they're just outside there. And supposing it's rain, how do they keep these children? I don't know why. These are some of the things we are talking about. We made mention of, I told you people-oriented government. And because of the failure of INEC. If you actually have people-oriented government in this nation, do you think they will allow their citizens to be going through this? It is not only Nigerians that are evacuating their citizens in South Africa. How many other countries do you see their video like this? We saw Ghana, when Ghanaians were leaving, they were even happy waving Ghanaians flag that they are going back home. But look at, with all this kind of disgrace and this living below standard, it makes other countries to ride us. Yes, South Africa have gotten away with it now. We are now running out of South Africa now. They've gotten away with it. But one would have expected that the government would have been able to say, no, even if South Africa is looking at you like trash, you are important to us, you are valuable to us. They'll do the needful. Not waiting for them, this kind of video to now be. This video is everywhere, it's on the net. Other countries are seeing it. So this kind of shameful attitude that the government keep bringing to us are some of the things that we discuss here. These are some of the things I was already telling you now that do they show the president this kind of video? And at the end of the day, they'll still have defense to it. See, the same state governors that they keep telling you today that, they are living well, the FACA be so robust. Why don't even if the state government is failing, a compassionate governor can say, okay, they charter aircraft for them to fly around. Governors. So they can't charter aircraft for their respective state citizens and say, no, like my state, Edo state people, file out. Let us have if the government has stopped, what do they call it, screening. Mm-hmm. Is it screening? You want to start screening your citizens inside your embassy to come back home. that not failure? Okay, we want those people. You're supposed to get one leader from there and say, come, everybody that is from Edo State or from Enugu State or from Anambra State, from Sokoto State that are there, let their leaders begin to assist us to screen them. If the government is not, federal government is failing in their responsibility, I will not allow my people to be subjected to this. I'm coming with an aircraft. What do you mean? What is difficult in an aircraft? Is it not for you to charter? The aircraft, do all this clearing and get in there and bring out the people. That would also have acted as challenge to other state governors who are not shoring up to say, if this state can do this, I can do it. How much will it cost them? State governors fly charter aircraft with themselves alone. We'll see senator in charter aircraft that day, and my senator was, romancing, rubbing the feet of a lady inside an aircraft. You understand? That is just a senator from one senatorial district. He can charter an aircraft and be enjoying his life even on air with a girlfriend. But today, they will pay blind eyes to this, what their citizens are going through. That's wickedness. And that's what we have seen in successive leadership of this nation. That is where we are today. It's because we have not gotten it right at home. That's why every other nation is rubbishing us the way they are rubbishing us now. I expect the federal government to do more. There was a time Air Peace had to bail out our people from South Africa some years ago. Air Peace, on their own, voluntarily brought Nigerians back. That's just an individual, a businessman. He's not talking about the profit now. He's talking about the humanity. And these people are my brothers and sisters. They need to be brought back home. Now, these people are running for their own life. They want their life to be saved. That's why they are coming back home. Is it not this even now at the government and say, no, even if they reject you there, you are a citizen, we are not rejecting you. But look at what is going on. That's the same when the National Assembly is saying diplomatic relation. Has South Africa ever considered that before they can mete out this to their fellow citizens? Is it you now that is being beaten, that is now, you have been beaten, you are the one that is calling, let us come and settle. Let us come and dialogue. You have already been beaten blue-black. You are not saying, let us come and dialogue. Are you now raising up the hand of those people that are beating you and say, do more? Yes. Do more. I saw video of Mozambique and, insulting some South Africans that even came on a picnic in their own country and say, why are you here? Why are you here? But everything in Nigeria here want to act as brothers. No, diplomatically we'll settle it. Why are we not even in ICJ and say this is crime against humanity? Let's go to International Court of Justice to actually look into this. Since Africa Union has completely failed, they failed in their responsibilities. Take this matter further and say, no, since you have done this to us, these people have properties in South Africa. We are not even looking at it. Look at the nonsense the South African internal minister was saying that day.
The other day, yeah.
Look at him. With all this video, with all this one, our leaders have heard this. Yeah, they are still talking about diplomatic.
And it's very funny that even our president hasn't really come out.
He has not said anything about this.
South
it has
Africa.
always been minister and National Assembly. And Senator Oshomole has been talking about this. Yes, he's coming up with the best way he feels this matter can be addressed. Yes. Because when it gets to this level, let it be tit for tat. I believe in that. Even though he's not my person as in, the way he does his things. Because what the South Africans are doing to Nigerians today in South Africa, this was exactly what he did to the Asian-speaking people in Edo State throughout his 8 years of administration. He has now seen it as an offense. Now, why will somebody be doing to make this one? For his 8 years as Edo State governor, a part of Edo State was ostracized. He never knew whether people lived there. The Asian-speaking people of Edo State. So what he has not seen, but I think let it even now be that, is he now reasoning? Yes, he has seen now that this is not good enough. He has been talking. But how many of his colleagues in the National Assembly are actually in support of what he's saying? These are the issues. You now look at what don't they see this video? They want to also politicize this now and begin to bring in ethnicity into this. Because, probably these people, many of them came from a certain part of the country, so they must not be given the opportunity to run out of that troubled, traumatized nation now, because they are traumatized. They are the ones that have problems. South Africans that have problems, because they have not been able to settle that. Let me tell you, the problem will not even end, even when all the immigrants leave. That's when they will now begin to butcher themselves and begin to kill themselves. You'll see it further.
Well, I wish we had more time. We could have still dissected this particular issue, but this is where we have to, draw the curtains. Thank you very much, Mr. Elimihele. for your
It's my
analysis
pleasure.
as usual, your intelligent analysis as usual. And that's all we have for today's episode of The Issues. Explore the challenges facing Nigeria's politics and governance. Thank you so much for being a part of it. And don't forget to tune in next time for more in-depth analysis and discussion. Follow us on social media to stay up to date on the latest news and insight. Until next time, stay informed. I am Nenna Ndumdioto. This has been The Issues and Voice of the People Television, where the future faces forward. Please don't forget to stay tuned for Hashtag with Vivian by 8 p.m. Don't go away.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Voptv. Entertainment like never before. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on Voptv as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not playing at all, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the Atlas.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Voptv. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
For many Korokwe and Keke Marwa drivers, fuel is the backbone of their daily operations. With the steady rise in fuel prices, drivers say sustaining their business has become increasingly challenging. They explain that the cost of running their vehicles has gone up significantly, leaving them with little or no profit at the end of the day. Many also say they have been forced to increase transport fares, a move they claim is necessary to stay afloat in the face of rising expenses.
The fuel price is too exorbitant. We cannot abide to it. Look at us. Formerly, when we used to buy fuel at the rate of, let's assume we fill our tank with 15, 18, 19. Then when we come work, we can make 10,000 naira. If you make 10,000 naira and pay the agboro money for, let's assume, 2,000 naira buy fuel, at least when you get to home, you go with at least 6,000 or 5,000 naira. But for now, before you fill up this keke now, you spend almost 10 to 11,000 naira. Then let's assume you work 15,000 naira, you pay agboro, buy another fuel for tomorrow business. You see, when you get to home now, the money will not be okay again. Let them bring down the price now so that everybody will start enjoying.
It's affecting us very bad because passengers don't enter transport anymore. They prefer using their leg, you know. And if we work money now, like about, let's just say maybe 8,000, if we buy about 5,000, 5 litre, it's almost everything. So the only money you just left with maybe just change. Unlike before, we'll use like 5,000 to fill our tank and we'll still have extra. 8,000 cannot fill your tank. Oh. It's very, very crazy. So
assist us by bringing down the fuel price to consider the country.
We used to carry 300,
okay,
and the other parties carry 400.
okay.
So, and we're trying to pull money to 400. So, but if the fuel is going down now, we will still carry 300. So please the government to at least lower the price so that everything should come down.
As fuel price continue to rise, both drivers and commuters are left to navigate the growing economic pressure, with many hoping to relieve in the near future. Oyindamola Olukuto for Voice of the People TV.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at Voptv Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. Voptv, Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
in a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Voptv. Entertainment like never before.
The rains are here. They bring relief, green fields, and fresh water. But they can also bring danger if we are not careful. Rule 1. Avoid flood waters. Never walk, wade, or drive through moving flood water. Fast-moving water can sweep you off your feet, and that water may hide open drains, sharp objects, or live electric cables. Rule 2. Stay away from weak structures and slopes. Heavy rain can weaken buildings, walls, and hillsides. Avoid sitting on the old buildings, billboards, or trees. If your area is prone to landslides, report cracks or soil movement to emergency agencies immediately. Rule 3. Protect yourself from lightning and accidents. Stay indoors during thunderstorms. Avoid open fields, tall trees, and metal objects. If you must travel, drive slowly. Use your headlights and never use an umbrella near power lines or while riding. And Rule 4. Stay healthy. Clear your gutters to stop mosquitoes that causes malaria. Boil or few.
Hello, sir. Our father, we are grateful. The president, sir, we are grateful. We understand your commitment to our safety, and we appreciate all you did for us. We could see your hand. Thank you very much. And every security operative, they tried so much, and that is why we are still alive now. We are very grateful unto you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. God bless you, sir. God bless you, sir. We are so grateful.
Thank you.
Breaking news, you just listened to the abductees. They're no longer abductees, they've regained freedom. I'm talking about the pupils and teachers that were abducted in Oyo State. They've been rescued, and you heard them. They were saying thanks to the government and to everyone who contributed to them being rescued. It is huge, huge. It is the most talked about gist in the grapevine right now. I'm talking about social media post by Bayo Nanuga. Yeah, Bayo Nanuga says, finally, all the kidnapped pupils and teachers in Orire, Oyo, have been rescued by security agencies. Take a look at it. He dropped this post 6:16 p.m. today, and it has gotten over 232,000 views. There are lots of responses to it. Let's take a look at a couple of them. How are netizens responding to this hashtag? Let's do it. So Kenneth Mbechi says, this is good news. It gladdened my heart. Those children's condition gave me sleepless nights. I thank God for their life and that of the teachers. Everything should not be about politics and tribe. The security agencies should go after those bandits. The next one. And then Mayor of Darazo says, they used this one to divert our attention from Bajabia Miller's fake agency. But congratulations to their parents. Go King Gadget says, I'm so excited and very happy. But these children don't look like they have been rescued. Where are the police personnel? And how was this accomplished? Let's take a look at the next post because the presidency is reacting to this rescue mission. Bayo Nanuga, again, presidential spokesperson, says, President Tinubu expresses joy over the rescue of Oriri abducted children and teachers, commends security agencies. President Bola Tinubu has expressed profound joy at the successful rescue of the children and teachers from Oriri community in Ogbomosho, Oyo State, by the security forces. President Tinubu praised the heroic efforts of the security agencies, especially the military, the DSS, and the police, for working round the clock in the last 56 days to secure the release of the abducted children and their teachers without any collateral damage, and for arresting 8 of the abductors, and neutralizing others. There you go. That's another breaking news in itself. President Tinubu regretted the anguish that the children and their teachers, as well as members of their families and the entire nation, have experienced since the sad occurrence. Let's take a look at the next page because there's a concluding part of this post. And it goes on to say, for cooperating with the federal government in all rescue efforts, President Tinubu commended the Oyo State government and charged it to ensure adequate security around schools across the state. Quote, I am profoundly happy that our security forces successfully rescued the abducted pupils and teachers from Oriri, Ogbomosho in Oyo State today after a military, police and intelligence-driven operation that neutralized some of the terrorists that perpetrated the evil act and the arrest of 8 of them. This successful military operation has ended the siege and standoff of over 50 days and has brought relief to the entire nation and the affected families in particular. On behalf of the country, I express my gratitude to the officers and men of our armed forces, the intelligence agencies, and the police for the safe rescue of the children and their teachers. My government will get justice for these children and their teachers and for the family of Mr. Oyedokun, who the terrorists gruesomely murdered. I must commend the government of Oyo State for working cooperatively with us in bringing this unfortunate incident to a successful end, the president said. Yeah, so the concluding part of this post now. President Tinubu has also directed that the emergency agencies work with the Oyo State government to provide all necessary medical and relief support to the children and the teachers. That's essential, and it's signed by Bayo Nanuga, Special Advisor to the President, Information and Strategy. Hey, that happened today, June 10, 2026. Now, there are responses to this particular post, right? President Tinubu's reaction to this joyful news. Let's take a look at what netizens are saying in response to this one now. So Mimi says, please, we need to see evidence that the kidnappers were arrested. We don't want a repeat of this incident. Also, make sure these victims receive proper psychological therapy and support. That's essential, Mimi. Proper psychological therapy is essential. Olakunle of Lagos says, what is government doing for the family of the mathematics teacher? Also, the released teachers and children, they should help them heal from the 56 days in the forest under terrorists. I mean, you could actually target 56 days in hell. But we are so glad that the abductees have been released. They are no longer abductees. They've regained their freedom. This is huge, huge, huge. This is a story that's going to continue to spread into the next day, the next day, the next day. And of course, analysis, talking points, narratives are going to be coming out of this, and we will keep you posted as events unfold. Now, along that line, let's talk about security operatives, right? Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan is also in the news. She's on the lips of netizens because she attended a town hall meeting organized by Arise Television on state policing. And this is what she said. You do know that once upon a time she ran for the governor. She wanted to become a governor of Kogi State. She's from Kogi. Her own thugs after presenting video evidence. The video evidence to Commissioner of Police Buseri documenting his officers collaborating with thugs and criminals amid violence, including burned houses, killings, and 18 to 20 people shot. Buseri advised her to recruit her own thugs to balance power instead of taking action against the officers. There's a video, guys. Credit goes to Channels TV for that. Take a listen.
Were constant. Houses were burned on me and my team were constant. Houses were burned. People were killed. There was no time that I would get on the field to campaign that we would not go home with at least 18 to 20 persons shot. And I did pay the Commissioner of Police, Commissioner Buseri, a visit. And often, most times he would tell me that his hands were tied. He would tell me to please reach the national police, that is the IG of police at the force headquarters, to instruct him because at the state level, his hands were tied. And it got to a point when I remember a particular moment, the thugs, the political thugs, were walking openly, equipped with guns, and they were in company of the police. So I drew his attention to that with pictures, and I say, here you have the thugs surrounded by your policemen. Wouldn't you call them to order? Do you know what he told me? He said, Madam, why don't you recruit your own thugs too, to balance power?
It is alarming, wouldn't you say? I mean, if you're told that kind of a thing, what would you do? I mean, it's mind-boggling. I cannot even wrap my head around it. Now, Aloy Ejimako, he is. You remember him? He is Nnamdi Kanu's legal advisor. Once upon a time, his representative, legal representative, but no more. He jumped on this particular one. There's a post. Let's take a look at it. Aloy Ejimako is asking Nigerians to be the judge. Senator Natasha Akpoti says, quote, I took video evidence to the Commissioner of Police in my state showing how his officers were openly working with thugs and criminals. Instead of acting on it, the CP looked at me and said, you should employ your own thugs too, end of quote. And then Aloy just simply attaches this statement. He says, you be the judge. Well, other netizens are jumping on this one. Some are saying, hey, Natasha should become Nigeria's president someday. That's it. Essential says, how I wish this kind of lady becomes president in Nigeria one day. Nwege Anthony said, and now you want to create a state place where the governor will be in complete control of the commissioner. Not a joke. So that's a huge, huge debate, this thing about state police in Nigeria. And they're saying, is it not going to be abused? I mean, the same day the Senate signed the bill, we saw Senate President Godswill Akpabio addressing some governors who were in attendance in the Red Chamber. And he said, I'm hoping that you won't abuse this. He said it, that because, hey, if you do it, it might just come back to haunt you in the future and all. So it's a huge, huge thing. It's a huge debate in Nigeria right now. Is state police the thing for the country right now? Are there, is the institution strong enough? Is Nigeria right for that? So Senator Natasha Akpoti used this, some people are saying that it was because this plot was exposed and how dangerous it might have been to Tinubu's ticket that he's deciding to retain Shettima. But hey, let's not jump the gun. Let me take you to X so you take a look at the very first post. It is hashtag Tinubu Shettima ticket. APC receives nomination forms of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and Vice President Kashim Shettima for 2027 presidential election at Continental Hotel in Abuja. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's special advisor on political matters, Honorable Ibrahim Masari, submitted the INEC nomination forms of Tinubu and incumbent Vice President Kashim Shettima to APC National Chairman Professor Nintawaye Iwata at the Continental Hotel in Abuja. The ceremony confirmed Shettima as Tinubu's running mate for the 2027 election and was attended by key APC figures, including governors Senator Hope Uzodinma of Imo State, Mayor Malabuni of Yobe State, and Professor Babagana Zulum of Borno State. This formal submission positions Tinubu as the APC's sole presidential candidate, with Shettima retained as his vice presidential candidate. Another publication is jumping on this. Let's take a look at that. So Nigerian Affairs Journal says Tinubu submits his INEC nomination form to the APC NWC and unveils Vice President Kashim Shettima as his running mate for the 2027 presidential election. Tinubu made the announcement through Ibrahim Masari, his special advisor on political affairs, who also submitted Shettima's nomination form during a brief event attended by APC leaders at the Continental Hotel in Abuja. Now, Imran Mohammed, who is a huge netizen and, of course, an insider, an APC insider, a Buharist, as he will describe himself, is also jumping on this. He's giving us meat to it, and he says, Vice President Kashim Shettima officially retained as APC vice presidential candidate for 2027. The All Progressives Congress, APC, has formally received the presidential nomination forms of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and Vice President Kashim Shettima for the 2027 general elections, confirming Shettima's retention as the party's vice presidential candidate. And then he goes on to say the high-profile event was attended by several key party figures and state governors, including chairman of the Progressives Governors Forum and governor of Imo State, Senator Hope Uzodinma. There are more names. I'm going to be unveiling that to you now. Let's take a look at the next page. Governor of Yobe State, Honorable Umai Malabuni, Governor of Kebbi State, Dr. Nasir Idris, Governor of Kano State, Alhaji Abba Kabir Yusuf, Governor of Kaduna State, Senator Uba Sani, Governor of Borno State, Professor Babagana Zulum, Governor of Adamawa State, Right Honorable Amadu Fintiri, and senior party leaders and stakeholders were also present at the ceremony. Now, Imran Mohammed attached this video of the event. Guys, take a look.
Progressive Congress, I stand here before you on behalf of our father, the father of the nation, the current president, and inshallah, the incoming president, come January 2027. And duly completed and signed with the sworn affidavit, Mr. President and the Vice President.
Hey, there you go. The card is out of the bag. Of course, netizens are responding to this one. Is it plus or minus? Let me take you back to X now so you see how Nigerians on X are responding to the Tinubu Shettima ticket. The Truth says, I was laughing when some funny people were speculating that President Tinubu, the Maradona of politics in Nigeria, will change his vice president in 2027 or in the 2027 election. Many people still don't understand that Tinubu sees far ahead of everyone. You don't change a winning team. So according to The Truth, Tinubu Shettima is a winning team. Do you agree? Hey, Honorable Nuhu Sada says the downfall of APC. There are more reactions. Let's continue to take a look at them. This is foundational Ijesha man, and he says, I told those who cared to listen, Shettima goes nowhere, and the people of the Northwest better sit up. If not, power will remain in the Northeast or Central. That will be Northeast or North Central. So that's how this particular one is panning out at the moment. How is it going to pan out? More tales, more analysis coming out of this narrative now. So what happened? Because once upon a time, it was all over the grapevine that President Tinubu was going to drop his vice, Kashim Shettima. What changed? Permutations, excellence, integrity. Let me know what your view is, right? Just go to VOP TV Plus on YouTube and drop your comment. I'll be sure to read it, and I'll appreciate it. Let me take you now to the next hashtag, hashtag Stan Nze. He's a very popular Nollywood actor in Nigeria. So his reaction is better you listen to him. I'm going to take it straight to X now. So this is it. In a video shared on July 9, Stan Nze backed Peter Obi as the best candidate to deliver progress without favoritism, saying he hasn't seen anyone better for moving Nigeria forward. The clip drew praise from supporters who see Obi as a path to economic revival and good governance, while critics called it hidden tribal bias and questioned Obi's record as Anambra governor. This comes amid Nigeria's high inflation and youth unrest as Obi eyes another presidential run after placing third in 2023. Chooks is also jumping on this. Let's take a look at the post Chooks put up. So Chooks says, quote, I only want to see a better Nigeria. It doesn't have to be Peter Obi. I'm not looking for someone from my tribe, but for a candidate who has Nigerians at heart and can move the country forward. Not one step forward and 10 steps backward. So far, I haven't seen any better candidate than Peter Obi in this election. The truth is that governance doesn't affect only one tribe or region. It affects everyone. End of quote. And that's coming from Nollywood actor Stan Nze. So Chooks put up this post. Our credit goes to Chidi. Guys, take a look.
I'm telling you, every single thing
may not be a candidate based on how.
Not even a candidate. I might not even be alive. I'm telling you.
Express. No one should be made to go through these things because they want to lead. Simply because they want to lead and see Nigeria be better. I was asking myself yesterday, why am I doing this? What do I really want for this country? What do I really want for Nigeria? I can sit back and just say, oh, it don't really concern me. I can afford my house rent. I can afford power bill. I can afford to travel. Oh, I can even afford not to vote. When January reach, I will just go somewhere. When I don't vote finish, I will come back. But that's on the INEC portal. I'll put the link in my bio. Go to the link in my bio. Start your process. If you need to move your PVC to somewhere a little closer to you, please do it. Do what you must, but don't be counted. Don't be left out this season. God bless Nigeria.
Stan Nze, Nollywood actor. I got some responses to this one. What are netizens saying? Let's find out. So, Ebi Nehita says, I wish I can vote, but I can't because I'm a core member and I can't go against the government. Yeah. Mega Billion says, you can't rule Nigerians with emotions. We need someone like Obasanjo. Nigerians will drive you crazy. They are perfectionists and narcissists. And Wale Thompson says, quote, it doesn't have to be Peter Obi. I'm not looking for someone from my tribe. So far, I haven't seen any better candidate than Peter Obi in this election, end of quote. So Wale Thompson Adegboye is actually, picking a quote from all that Stan said to just make his point. That's in buttressing Stan's point there. So, talking about Peter Obi, he is the presidential candidate of the NDC, and his running mate, of course, is Kwankwaso. Is Peter Obi going to be the man to give President Tinubu a run for his money in 2027? That leaves to be seen. I mean, just yesterday, Peter Obi's cheerleader, Aisha Yusufu, came out, we had a hashtag, came out to say, look, opposition, she was calling on the ADC, the NNPC, NNPP, I beg your pardon, the PDP, to rally around Obi and support him because she said together they could really, really make some miracles happen in 2027. Is that going to happen? It's the same question I posed yesterday that leaves, it leaves so much to be desired, and we're waiting to see if it's going to happen. So let's talk about the NDC. Is everything well with the party? Well, that takes us to the next hashtag, hashtag NDC. There is fire on the mountain in NDC, precisely in Enugu State. 80 aspirants on the platform of the NDC are taking the party to court. What? What's going on? Let's take a look I'm taking you to X. The Guardian has that story. Let's see. The Guardian says the nomination crisis in the Enugu State chapter of the Nigeria Democratic Congress, NDC, for 2027 elective offices may have deepened as over 80 aspirants of the party have declared readiness to approach the courts over alleged gross violations of the 2026 Electoral Act and massive extortion against them by the party. The next post is still by The Guardian, so credit goes to The Guardian again. Goes on to say the nomination crisis in the Enugu State chapter of the Nigeria Democratic Congress for 2027 elective offices may have deepened as over 80 aspirants of the party have declared readiness to approach the courts over alleged gross violations of the 2026 Electoral Act and massive extortion against them by the party. Some of the violations include alleged inability of the party to conduct primaries for the aspirants after they were made to pay heavily, and the alleged ongoing imposition of unpopular candidates in the state. The aspirants stated that they have exhausted every internal organ of the party to seek peaceful and just resolution to issues in the state, but have been met with silence and defiance, stressing that they will now explore legal options to challenge the illegalities in the state's NDC. So this is the NDC at state level, precisely Enugu. Is NDC National going to be responding swiftly to this and put an end to this internal wrangling? I hope so. They've not done that yet, but as soon as they do, you'll be the first to know, because that's what we do here. It's a culture to keep you posted as events unfold. We'll take a short break. Let's do some public service. When we come back, the show continues. Stay with us.
The rains are here. They bring relief, green fields, and fresh water. But they can also bring danger if we are not careful. Rule 1. Avoid flood waters. Never walk, wade, or drive through moving flood water. Fast-moving water can sweep you off your feet, and that water may hide open drains, sharp objects, or live electric cables. Rule 2. Stay away from weak structures and slopes. Heavy rain can weaken buildings, walls, and hillsides. Avoid sitting on the old buildings, billboards, or trees. If your area is prone to landslides, report cracks or soil movement to emergency agencies immediately. Rule 3. Protect yourself from lightning and accidents. Stay indoors during thunderstorms. Avoid open fields, tall trees, and metal objects. If you must travel, drive slowly. Use your headlights and never use an umbrella near power lines or while riding. And Rule 4. Stay healthy. Clear your gutters to stop mosquitoes that causes malaria. Boil or filter your drinking water. Keep food covered to avoid cholera and typhoid. And wash your hands often. This rainy season, stay alert, stay prepared, stay alive. This message is brought to you by Voice of the People Television.
That 10 seconds you save by crossing the road could cost you your life. Pedestrian bridges are built for one reason: to keep you safe. They are free, they are strong, and they are there to protect you. Dashing across expressways leads to injuries, loss, and grief that last forever. Using the bridge takes less than 1 minute. Losing a loved one lasts a lifetime. Parents, teach your children. Drivers, slow down near bridges. Everyone, please use the pedestrian bridge every time. Your life is worth the climb. This message is from Voice of the People's Television.
Welcome back, everyone. It is hashtag on Voptv. If you just joined us, I am Vivian Oguchi, and it's a pleasure to have you join us. So, this is hashtag El Rufai because we're nearing the end of the second half of the show now. El Rufai, former governor of Kaduna State, former FCT minister, former President Tinubu ally, now his arch enemy, has been in jail for months, and his family, his wife precisely, has been drumming up support for her husband. It reminds me of Winnie Mandela. El Rufai is being kept in prison, and they are saying that the presidency or authorities might not release him until after the 2027 elections. So let's take a look at what the People's Gazette has to say. It is hashtag El Rufai. People's Gazette says, Tinubu's government will not release El Rufai from detention until after 2027 elections, and that's coming from the ADC. The ADC claimed that President Bola Tinubu's government is deliberately keeping Mr. El Rufai in detention to weaken the opposition ahead of the 2027 elections. That is the reason. Now, this is the Vanguard continuing with this reportage, and it says the African Democratic Congress, ADC, has accused the ruling All Progressives Congress, APC, of deliberately keeping former Kaduna State Governor Nasir El Rufai in custody to weaken the opposition ahead of the 2027 general elections. The party's National Publicity Secretary, Bolaji Abdullahi, made the allegation during an interview on Channels Television on Thursday, insisting that while the ADC does not oppose the prosecution of anyone with a legitimate case to answer, it believes the handling of El Rufai's case suggests a political motive. So El Rufai is facing two cases right now. One, they said he misappropriated monies when he was governor of the state. Another, they said he was involved in a wiretapping scandal. Even though El Rufai himself didn't say he was an actor. So this is it, in case you missed it. He was granting an interview, and he said, in fact, he knows of someone who successfully tapped the line of the NSA, the National Security Advisor, Nuhu Ribadu. He said he knows or he knew of that person. He didn't say he was the one. And so he's been facing trials for these two cases. Now, Peter Obi is jumping on this, and he's saying he was in America a couple of days ago when he woke up to the... You know how we continue to report everything on the face of the planet, especially as it concerns Nigeria, most of the time. So this is one of them. It's a story that's been trending on X, and we'll continue to bring these stories to you as it unfolds. Now, without bias, we are telling it like it is, black and white. On that note, we take you to the next hashtag, hashtag GovOti. So the governor of Abia State, Governor Alex Oti, who is being dubbed the Star Boy.
Of skill in Aba. So I've been able to train 50 and employ 10 at the moment. Some of them are currently outside. And I believe I can, as well, with the integration or with the partnership with the government, expand this knowledge skill in Aba here and be able to manufacture arrays of products. We have our energy meter, we have our pockets node. This can communicate to individuals without any SIM card or airtime.
To put it, so we can have, and we have all the digits here. So just to make the frame. So what do you need to make the frame? Because if you can make a phone like this and can connect to GSM, you make phone affordable. That's advancing President's agenda for digital transformation as well.
And it's a smartphone.
And it's a smartphone. So I'll let the governor take it from there. So what do you need? Why don't you tell His Excellency, what exactly do you need to make a frame to take this inner component of
Yes,
the
sir.
phone.
All right. So, Your Excellency, at the moment, I have been able to build electronics, and I can confirm that we own the intellectual property, the code and the firmware. The major concern is that packaging device, which is arrays of machines, not
whatever brought you here today has placed lock on your path. But I'm interested in this. Yes, because as we have taken over the powering of Aba as an island through Aba Power, and also in the process of taking over Umuahia as an island, then we will require this. And you know that in Aba right now, if you do not have the meter, you don't have power. But then sometimes some people try to tamper with the meter. But listen to this, your presentation of this would make it impossible for them to do. So it's something that we can also look at. In the interim, you don't need to produce everything yourself. So if it is cheaper for you to get the packaging right now, the case from somewhere else, why not? While you are building your own capacity to produce locally. But I think the most important thing is all these chips and everything integrated and working. This is a SIM card here. You can see SIM card.
Yeah.
No,
This is the phone.
This is the phone.
Yeah. We are also doing an Android version.
Cut the long story short. Alex Otti, Governor, His Excellency Governor Alex Otti, pledged support to the young man all the way. Whatever he needed, he was going to give to him, and that he was going to enter into partnership with him. I mean, you know what's running through my mind? Like preparation plus opportunity equal breakthrough. That's just, hey, that just describes what happened. So congratulations to Magnus here, the inventor. It's beautiful to watch stuff like that. It's very inspirational. There's another innovator in Nigeria. Let's not leave him out before we wrap up today. This one is a robotic, right? And it picks, like I said earlier on, picks bottles and drops, in the bin. It's amazing. Take a look, right? Just take a look.
What's inside of this one? Can you throw this button inside this button?
Well, all I can say is, yeah. And we wrap it up today. Thanks to everyone who contributed to making hashtag a success today. I appreciate it. The bigger thanks goes to you guys for watching. If you liked it, keep a date again with us for another edition of the show. Same time, same station next week.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voter's card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Voptv, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment. 64. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOPTV. Now you have more than a voice. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
The rains are here. They bring relief, green fields, and fresh water. But they can also bring danger if we are not careful. Rule 1. Avoid flood waters. Never walk, wade, or drive through moving flood water. Fast-moving water can sweep you off your feet, and that water may hide open drains, sharp objects, or live electric cables. Rule 2. Stay away from weak structures and slopes. Heavy rain can weaken buildings, walls, and hillsides. Avoid sitting on the old buildings, billboards, or trees. If your area is prone to landslides, report cracks or soil movement to emergency agencies immediately. Rule 3. Protect yourself from lightning and accidents. Stay indoors during thunderstorms. Avoid open fields, tall trees, and metal objects. If you must travel, drive slowly. Use your headlights and never use an umbrella near power lines or while riding. And Rule 4. Stay healthy. Clear your gutters to stop mosquitoes that causes malaria. Boil or filter your drinking water. Keep food covered to avoid cholera and typhoid. And wash your hands often. This rainy season, stay alert, stay prepared, stay alive. This message is brought to you by Voice of the People Television.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Voptv. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
That 10 seconds you save by crossing the road could cost you your life. Pedestrian bridges are built for one reason: to keep you safe. They are free, they are strong, and they are there to protect you. Dashing across expressways leads to injuries, loss, and grief that last forever. Using the bridge takes less than 1 minute. Losing a loved one lasts a lifetime. Parents, teach your children. Drivers, slow down near bridges. Everyone, please use the pedestrian bridge every time. Your life is worth the climb. This message is from Voice of the People's Television.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOPTV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Voptv. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People television.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People television. Now you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all
YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People television.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
The rains are here. They bring relief, green fields, and fresh water. But they can also bring danger if we are not careful. Rule 1. Avoid flood waters. Never walk, wade, or drive through moving flood water. Fast-moving water can sweep you off your feet, and that water may hide open drains, sharp objects, or live electric cables. Rule 2. Stay away from weak structures and slopes. Heavy rain can weaken buildings, walls, and hillsides. Avoid sitting on the old buildings, billboards, or trees. If your area is prone to landslides, report cracks or soil movement to emergency agencies immediately. Rule 3. Protect yourself from lightning and accidents. Stay indoors during thunderstorms. Avoid open fields, tall trees, and metal objects. If you must travel, drive slowly. Use your headlights and never use an umbrella near power lines or while riding. And Rule 4. Stay healthy. Clear your gutters to stop mosquitoes that causes malaria. Boil or filter your drinking water. Keep food covered to avoid cholera and typhoid. And wash your hands often. This rainy season, stay alert, stay prepared, stay alive. This message is brought to you by Voice of the People Television.
Welcome to News Hour on Voice of the People TV. I am Vivian Oguche.
And I am Nina Ndomdioto. Before beginning the news, kindly visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Here are the headlines. Abducted are your pupils and teachers freed.
Commercial motorcycle rider arrested for alleged child kidnap.
NDLEA arraigned alleged drug baron and 3 Mexicans.
Tinubu retains Shetima as a running mate.
Fubara presents 1.85 trillion naira 2026 budget.
Nigerians in South Africa demand protection after alleged killings.
On the foreign scene, 12 dead and 23 missing in Spain wildfire.
Well, in business news, FAN defends cab fare hike and retains October deadline.
And sports, Morocco shifts focus to 2030 World Cup.
Well, in the world of entertainment, Stan Nenze backs Obi and condemns threats.
Now the news in details. The presidency has announced the rescue of all the pupils and teachers kidnapped more than 50 days ago in a Orire local government area of Oyo State. Special advisor to the President on Information and Strategy, Bayo Nonuga, confirmed on Friday that security agencies successfully rescued the victims. The pupils and teachers were abducted from their schools in Oyo State, with one teacher reportedly dying in captivity. Ononuga said 8 suspected kidnappers were arrested during the operation and are now in the custody of the Department of State Services.
Gaga allegedly abducted a child and demanded a 1 million naira ransom before reportedly accepting 5 500,000 from the family. He was later arrested by operatives of the Delta State Police Command. Rhoda Johnny reports.
And collected. His command has arrested a commercial motorcycle operator, Kevin Ogaga, for allegedly kidnapping a 3-year-old child he was hired to transport to and from school and demanding a ransom of 500,000 naira.
I did this job for about 3 weeks before the devil came into him, according to him. On that fateful day, he took this child. Instead of taking the child to school, he took the child to wherever he took the child to and started calling the parents with another line that the child has been kidnapped and they should bring the ransom of 2 million naira.
During interrogation, the suspect reportedly confessed to the crime and explained his reason for carrying out the act. He also...
Governor Leah stated this in Abuja while delivering the University of Abuja quarterly guest lecture. He said his administration believes quality education can help reduce killings, kidnappings, and other violent crimes. Speaking on insecurity, the governor also advocated the creation of state police, saying it will enable governors as chief security officers of their states to exercise greater control over security. Proposed 1.854 trillion naira budget for the 2026 fiscal year to the Rivers State House of Assembly. Tagged the Budget of Resilience for Growth and Development, the proposal prioritizes infrastructure, education, healthcare, agriculture, job creation, and economic growth, while promising prudent management of public resources. Governor Fubara said despite prevailing economic and governance challenges, the State House remained fiscally stable through prudent financial management and accountability. The governor also proposed a 50% increase in overhead allocations for ministries, departments, and agencies to improve service delivery and billion naira for healthcare to drive economic growth and improve public service. Governor Fubara urged lawmakers to give the budget speedy consideration, describing it as a roadmap for inclusive development, transparency, and improved living standards. Receiving the appropriation bill, Speaker of the Rivers State proposal, thorough and expeditious consideration.
Did for us. You could see in your hands. Thank you very much. And every security operative, they tried so much, and that is why we are still alive now. We are very grateful unto you. Thank you very much. May the Lord continue to be grateful. Thank you, sir. God bless you, sir. God bless you, sir. We are so grateful.
Thank you.
Okay, so what it has shown about our security operatives is simple. It's just that our security operatives are poor with their intelligence. They are very weak with it. If not, those children and their teachers will not be in the forest for over 50 days, and then they were just released. The forest is, according to the same intelligence report, the forest is in Oyo State, and They spent over 50 days there before they were released. So obviously, the security intelligence is poor. The DSS, the police, and the military needs to do better. They need to do better with our security intelligence and not focused on gathering intelligence on activists, journalists, and oppositions alone. They should really do the intelligence work, which is securing the country and the people in the country.
Well, thank you, Dimeji. Just for context, that what you just saw was a video of all the pupils and teachers kidnapped more than 50 days ago in Orire local government area of Oyo State. But let me take it back to you, Jackson, right? I want us to go to Borno State. At least 36 students
ran away and abandoned them, or was there any exchange of fire? So maybe the military or the police has a superior firepower. So that one with governing the citizens of the Federal Republic of no. So, but now that you have said it, well, I want to believe.
Well, I didn't say it. It was presidential spokesperson Bayo Onanuga who said it. He said that was what actually took place. It says when you go to X, you go to X, just Google Bayo, look for Bayo Onanuga. You'll find the full press release there. It's what he said.
No problem. I may not necessarily have to do that. The most important thing, I'm glad the children and their teachers are out. I'm glad. Honestly, I'm in a celebrating mood now.
Okay, let me go back to you. Go ahead. We lost some points, some part of what you said. Can you reiterate, please?
I am celebrating and I'm congratulating everybody, all the parents, all the children, all the teachers across the country. I'm celebrating with them. We are appreciating God. We are
serious about solving insecurity. I've said this before and I will continue to say it. A government that is serious about solving insecurity will not move the way our governments are moving. But what I will say is the people need not to keep quiet. I feel like there's no enough seriousness on the part of Borno state government and this other state government where these people were kidnapped. Remember the issue of the Chibok girls. Those 200 girls went away like that till date. We did not see them. Others, like 200 or 250, were also kidnapped in KB or so around that time. Until date, we've not seen them. So the citizens need to understand that we have a government that is really, really not sincere about solving insecurity. So everybody must be on their neck. Just like we were on Governor Makinde and the president's neck during the Odumosho kidnapped issue. Everybody too in Borno and other states must be on their governors and the president's neck. These guys were voted in to secure our lives. And if they failed in that regard, we must force them. I cannot really blame the security guys too much because they can't do more than what they have. You check our police, check our military, check their equipment, check their weapons, check even the level of intelligence materials they have. Everything is still old, not updated, they are not properly remunerated. So I feel like the honor still lies on the government to secure the people, both at the state and the federal government. And to me, they are not doing enough at all.
So, Dimeji, you said that the governor of Borno State apparently is not doing enough. Probably that's why you still have some people in captivity.
The governor and the president, the two of them.
The governor and the president. So this is my question. Would you say then that it was because the eyes of the world was focused on the Oyo kidnap is why we're having this result? And would you say actually it's been used to score political points, really? Dimeji, that's for you. Well, it looks like Dimeji is offline at the moment. Jackson, can I throw that question to you?
I'm with you now.
Oh, okay. Oh, so I was saying that, do you think it was because the eyes of the world was on Oyo, and that's why this has happened? Also, do you think this was done to score political points, really?
because all of them are crooks. But I did not want to believe, I don't want to accept that our lives should be used to score political points. Either that is true or not, it lies with the people to demand what is right of these politicians. If they want to score points, they have families, let them score these points with their families. The people should not keep quiet while our lives is being used by politicians to score whatever nonsense points they want to score. So again, it is because the people of Oyo State and the people of Southwest in particular did not keep quiet about the Odomosho kidnap victims. That's why they were rescued.
Thank you, Dimeji. Let me take it to you, Jackson. Seeing as you're a security expert, now that these people have been released, what should be the next step? Should there be a psychoanalysis, to evaluate their mental state and then some form of rehabilitation before they are integrated into the society? What should be the next step?
If not, it could cause everlasting trauma to them. So they need a lot of all this one they are showcasing them. I think for now they should have been in the hospital. Honestly, it is very important.
Okay, thank you for what you said there. Like the children should actually be taken for, therapy. That's actually what they need at this point. That's what you're saying. But let's move. Let's kind of switch gears now. Let's move on to a political development that just came up today. The president. I'm going to still be on you, Jackson. The president, Bola Tinubu, has submitted. Dimeji, please. I'm sure that you heard that question. Please, can you chime into that particular question?
Yes. I had the question. Okay, I don't like commenting about these people and their way of life, because over time, Nigerian politicians have shown that they don't value us. They have shown with the way they do things. So whenever they're having issues amongst themselves, I really do not like to put more. But again, either I use Shetima or use Zulum or use anybody. It's their politics. The important thing is you should give the people of this country good governance. That's what is important. Who he use as his vice president is not even our issue, and it should not be our issue. Our issue should be who would deliver good governance for the Nigerian people. So whoever he likes, he can use as running mate. It's not like he cares the opinion of the people in the first instance, because if he do, in a polarized nation with multiple religions like Nigeria, he will not have picked a fellow Muslim as a running mate in the first place. So the fact that he did that was that Tinubu and his party did not send Nigerians. So we also did not need to start to deliberate.
So are you bothered? Yes.
Now to talk about bothering about him picking a Muslim ticket. People shouted in 2023, Tinubu did not care. And also, we need to understand as people that these guys only claim to be religious during political time. I don't think these guys are real Muslims. If you watch Tinubu's media tour or interviews during 2023 elections, these guys cannot even say something as simple as Allahu Akbar, Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin. He cannot even say those little Muslim greetings, Muslim gestures. So I don't believe Tinubu is even a real Muslim to start with. But when it comes to politics, these guys come around, they hide under religion and all of that. We know who are real religious people. These guys are not religious people. They just use it to deceive and divide Nigerians. So again, it does not matter either I pick up a bishop or a pope.
Welcome back, everyone. Now, the Federal High Court in Abuja has affirmed the powers of the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection in Spain, with early reports suggesting 4 of the victims are British. Hundreds of emergency responders are battling the blaze near Las Galados in Almeria. The victims' bodies were found near the village of Bida, while 23 people
braces for Typhoon Bavi. The storm, spanning about 620 miles at its widest point, is moving across the Pacific towards Taiwan. Forecasters say Bavi is expected to bring heavy rain to northern and eastern Taiwan and Japan's southern islands before making landfall in southeastern China on Saturday. Dozens of flights have been cancelled, schools closed, and residents have rushed to stock up on essential supplies ahead of the storm. In the southern Philippines, landslides on Mindanao buried several families overnight, with search and rescue operations still underway. Taiwanese authorities have warned that Bavi could dump up to 39 inches of rain, while about 29,000 soldiers have been placed on standby for emergency response.
Well, in business news, the Federal Airports Authority of Nigeria, FAN, has defended its airport cab vehicle upgrade policy and revised operational tariff, saying the measures are aimed at improving passenger safety and service quality. In a statement, the agency said the October 2026 deadline for operators to upgrade their vehicles remains unchanged, noting that stakeholders were first notified in July 2024. The clarification follows objections by some airport cab operators over the upgrade requirement and increased operational charges. FAN maintained that the measures are necessary to improve service delivery and bring Nigerian airports in line with international best practices. The authority said the October deadline reflects an extension granted after consultations with operators to allow more time for compliance. It, however, stressed that no further extension would be granted beyond October 2026.
Announcer Sports Morocco's coach Mohamed Kwabi says his team will bounce back from the World Cup quarter-final exit to France as they begin preparations to co-host the 2030 tournament. The Atlas Lions had hoped to match their historic run to the semi-finals in Qatar in 2022, but suffered a 2-0 defeat to France at Gillette Stadium near Boston. The result repeated the scoreline from the side's semi-final meeting 4 years ago, ending Morocco's World Cup campaign. Kwabi, who
Nigerians to register to vote before the July 26, 2026 deadline. Well, it's a wrap for us on News Hour, but before we go, a quick look at the headlines. We told you that abducted Oyo pupils and teachers have been freed.
Also, commercial motorcycle rider arrested for alleged child kidnap.
And the LEA arraigns alleged drug baron and 3 Mexicans.
Tinubu retains Shatima as running mate.
Fubara presents 1.85 trillion naira 2026 budget.
Nigerians in South Africa demand protection after alleged killings.
Well, on the foreign scene, we told you that 12 have died and 23 missing in Spain wildfire.
In business, Fan Defense Cup fare hike retains October deadline.
Well, in sports news, Morocco shifts focus to 2030 World Cup.
And in the world of entertainment, Sanze backs Obi and condemns threats. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are Voice of the People Television. And on other social media platforms, we are at Voptv Live. We witness news happening near you. We want to hear from you. Send your eyewitness reports, event coverage requests, photos or videos directly via WhatsApp to 0814-606-4057. You can also reach our newsroom by email at news@vop.ng. I am Nenna Ndomdioto.
And I'm Vivian Oguche. Thank you for watching.
Voptv. Now, you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations, but who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Voptv. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People television.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
The red carpet came alive in Lagos as industry players, culture enthusiasts, and cinema lovers gathered for the premiere of Amayanabo, The Eagle King. Written and produced by media entrepreneur Betty Irabo and directed by veteran filmmaker Fred Amata. The historical drama brings to life the rich culture and traditions of the Niger Delta, told through the lens of royalty, power, and identity.
All we've learned in history is what the white man has told us. Let us start telling them our own side, how our forefathers felt, how they... We had city-states, we had a structure, we had a government before the white man came in. We need to start telling our own side of the story, not their side of the story. And we can do it, and we are doing it, and I will continue. Nothing will stop me by the grace of God.
The movie explores themes of leadership and betrayal with standout performance from its cast. One of the lead actors who played the antagonist shared his excitement about embodying a complex role that challenged the king's authority.
Let me say without revealing too much, my character was the character that led King Ibanichuka down the path of unrighteousness. Hey! Oh yes, so
this is so that means you're like a villain in the movies.
Well, without revealing too much, I wouldn't say I was a villain. I would say I was a principled person that insisted on sticking to terms. So those terms are now open to interpretation by the audience.
Audience members who attended the screening described the film as a bold celebration of culture, applauding his storytelling, costuming, and cinematography.
As the stunt director, how was it?
Well, I would say a bit challenging, but because I've been doing that for over a while. I mean, I've been featuring in fight movies as a fighter, so it's the experience is not totally new. But it was actually a challenge for me to individually choreograph a fight scene of that kind of epic scene. You understand? It's actually a challenge, but I thank God that it was a success.
So what are your expectations for this movie as you have directed?
Actually, there are no longer expectations. I've seen the final output, and I expect that you will be blown away when you watch it.
It's a comprehensive telling of the struggle of a people for identity, for survival, and also to stand your ground when it matters most, so that you don't get trampled upon by an intruder, so to speak, and many more.
With Amayanabo, the Eagle King, Irabo and a team hope to set a new pace for culturally rooted cinema, proving once again that Nigerian stories are best told by Nigerians themselves. Oyindamala Olukuton for Voice of the People TV.
Voptv. Now you have more than a voice.
Roads are flooded and all of that, but it's not yet, packed up, and traffic is still flowing. The roads are free, but as usual, we advise road users, drivers, to be very careful, avoid road rage, drive responsibly, and be considerate to other road users. Before we get into the main discussion, let's take a quick break, to fix something. I'll be right back. Please do stay with us.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at Voptv Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. Voptv, Voice of the People Television.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Hello there, good morning and welcome to VOP this morning on Voice of the People Television. I am Chukwuma Okoro. Good to have you join us. Now it's raining cats and dogs in Lagos, where we are broadcasting from. The roads are free, by the way, but the floods are gradually gathering, and if it continues, the roads might be flooded again. The city might be flooded. So, as usual, we advise road users, drivers, motorists, and all others, to be careful, avoid road rage, be considerate to other road users, and ensure that, like we normally say, fix your brakes and all of that so that you don't get into, the wrong side of the law, like an accident. As Nigerian soldiers now earn 100,000 naira per month. Well, ahead of the 2027 general election, nothing must happen to Peter Obi and Kwakwan. So Atiku Abubakar wants the president. Now, those are the major topics of discussion this morning. Come along with us as we take you into our world of interesting stories.
Good morning. Thank you so much for joining us on VOP this morning. I'm Jane Ogoyi. Good morning, Okoro.
Good morning, Jane.
How is first start looking this morning?
Well, I escaped it. Okay. I escaped.
Okay.
I escaped.
So you packed your canoe?
No, Jen, don't go there. I escaped it. After I left, it started raining heavily, torrentially.
Okay.
But so I can imagine
what it will look like right now.
Look like if the rain continues. By the time I got to the office, it was still cats and dogs. So
Yeah.
I can imagine what people that were caught up, in the rains will feel in first act. They are doing a very good job. The contractor, the Federal Housing Authority, I understand it's not even the award of the local government area that is doing that. It's the federal government that is doing that. Where remediation of roads here and there. But then, one funny thing is that when they close the road for remediation, they don't create an alternative. And so, many vehicles use a part of the road that is good, and it's also giving in, getting worse than even the major road was before. And so, in all of this, I was thinking that, well, I'm not an engineer.
Improvements in public safety, given Nigeria's history of mismanaged security budgets and persistent challenges of corruption, poor oversight, and inadequate policing standards. Well, this is one of the many instances of where a lot of money, billions of naira, sometimes dollars, are earmarked for security. But at the end of the day, it does not translate to security of lives and property of Nigerians. It also does not translate to improved welfare, for the policemen who are tasked with the job of protecting Nigerians. It also does not translate to the eradication of policemen at what they call it now, at those checkpoints, extorting money. It also does not, solve the problem of inadequate policing standard. There's corruption, there's poor oversight. I don't really care. At this point, sometimes when I hear some of those figures, it doesn't move me again because I want results. Because it's not that the security sector of the country is not funded. It is adequately funded. In fact, security and defense takes the bulk of the national budget, much more than education and health. But when you look at the indices, at the end of the day, this sector, the security, defense and security sector, is almost comatose. Right now, it's almost as though the defense, soldiers, the army, the military, they've lost the capacity to even tackle the insecurity, such that we are debating this. But I'm actually intrigued by their unity. Unity in fighting a wonderful cause.
Yes.
So why can't Nigerians borrow a leaf? Why can't we stand up? I know I'm deviating, but there are just so many angles.
I understand your point. It will get to a point. Like you asked the question whether if there's any country that has risen above its challenges, without having to go through violent change.
Yeah.
Yes, so many of them. It doesn't necessarily need to spill blood, to make a change. Lee Kuan Yew didn't do that, in Malaysia. It was just that they cut off with. Sorry, in Singapore, it's just that they split with Malaysia, and he went back, into his thinking corner and thought out of the box and came out, Men are still poorly remunerated. Some of them have to buy their, outfits, their boots, their uniforms, and all of that. You need to go to barracks and see how they live.
The state of the barracks.
The state of the
so
barracks.
What is the money used
What is
for?
the money meant for? Training. Where do you train them? Or is it just to write off, training session, and you bring a group of people together and they sing the national anthem and you disperse them? The money gets into other people, into someone's pocket. We need, for a country to get it right in security, you need very, very strict and painstaking policing. And so the police that we have here, I'm not sure that we are doing the best. Yeah. It takes, there are always layers of problems. The policemen, are they acting responsibly? The answer is no. Is government treating them very well? The answer is no. So we have to build some kind of create a balance.
Yeah.
As I always say, it's shared responsibility. The government has to play its part. The people have to play their part. Yeah. Policemen, are you playing their parts? Are you playing your parts? Are you standing on the roads, checkpoints that the IGP has said dismantle checkpoints? Mm-hmm. Are you staying there to extort money from people, to harass Nigerians and all of that? That is not your core mandate. Your core mandate is to protect lives and property of Nigerians.
But how do you even think they will have the zeal, just asking, to do the right thing when they see some of their colleagues who have been, who have retired years ago, protesting, blocking the entrance to the
where the zeal comes from now? Yeah. The zeal comes from, let me extort as much as I can.
Because when I retire, there's nothing.
I'll be left fallow by the federal government, by the government that I served for 30, 35 years. And all of that. So it's a clear and present danger. Yes. For any country to get it right in terms of security, it has to have a very, very good policing system. And unfortunately, that is not what we have in the country at the moment. Well, it's a good thing that the monies have been earmarked. Someone should take responsibility. And we don't want to hear stories that, we are looking for a certain amount of money from the
Swallowed
police
by the
trust
snake.
fund, swallowed by the snake, or somehow missing, and all of that. Let's leave that, Jen, and get into another interesting story.
right.
Well, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has formally transmitted the Secondary Education Commission amendment bill to the Senate, seeking to overhaul Nigeria's secondary school framework and strengthen oversight of the sector. Well, the proposed legislation aims to restructure the Commission's mandate, enhance funding mechanisms, and align curriculum standards with global best practices. While program, I didn't do 6334, you know, so I'm old school. I did the 5-year program. I spent only 5 years in secondary school.
Okay.
And so we had grammar. And that is what the federal government is saying, where we need to go back to where we are coming from.
Yeah.
Apparently, the 6334 system seems to have failed.
Yes.
But the minister came to tell us, even before telling us that he will send the proposal to National Executive Council. And I'm wondering, why are you telling us before you even send the proposal?
Yeah,
You
it
should have
hasn't been approved.
So why are you telling us, making it look like it's already a policy decision?
Yeah.
Now, back to this. Secondary education is also foundational to the extent that you have grammar, you have technical and vocational.
Education system in Nigeria. But the foundation, the structure on which this framework would be implemented is faulty. You have teachers who are not even adequately compensated. You have a lot of teachers who are working in very deplorable conditions. You have public secondary schools in Lagos, even this Lagos state, who don't even have, that are in deplorable conditions. I've seen videos, I've seen pictures of some students who are sitting on the floors. I say the condition of some of these schools. Some of these schools don't even have adequate modernized, what's it called, computer labs. You say they want to introduce coding and all of this. So how can we implement these policies without going to the basics, without going to the foundation, and ensure that the system is already stable, so that these policies can actually be implemented and can work out, just like the police funding. Education sector needs a lot of funding. Sadly, in Nigeria today,
we'll start from The Guardian, the window headline. State police, discordant tune as governors, senators for one abuse. Soldiers' minimum wage now 100,000 naira monthly, defense minister reveals. Xenophobic attacks, reps reject call to suspend ties with South Africa. That's coming from The Guardian. Now, the big story. Luxury ghost towns, house flush funds change fortunes, realities of real estate business. Oshun 2026, Adeleke alleges APC's plot to disenfranchise voters. IOC divestment leaves indigenous firms with aging oil assets. Global cancer burden to exceed $33.2 trillion, 35 million cases yearly by 2050. Now, that's very scary. I'll check that again for emphasis. Global cancer burden to exceed $33.2 trillion, 35 million cases yearly by 2050. PF-IPC controversy grows amid new claims calls for Nigerians facing deportation over criminal convictions. Senate approves 404 billion naira police trust fund budget for 2025-2026. Adelabu following Buhari Olaniyan meet. Resolved to work for Tinubu's victory. Silent on Oyo governorship. The big story. State police, governors seek fiscal, judicial reforms. State policing requires tactical precision, not political emotion. Ex-CDS Irabo. Alleged 15 million naira corruption. Ex-CCT chairman Danladi Umar remanded in Kuje. Ndume meets Tinubu, says security situation improving. Interesting. Parties race to upload candidates on INEC portal as submission ends tomorrow. Commission to publish particulars of prudential. NAS candidates August 1. Upload of governorship. State assembly candidates begins July 18. I wouldn't betray Nigerians' trust. Reform will deliver better future. That's coming from our president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Says sacrifice is laying foundation for future generations. That's it from the Nigerian Tribune. And that's how far we can go on super headlines. We will return at 10 o'clock for extended review of newspaper stories, headlines, and inside stories. In the meantime, we'll go on a short break. And when we return, State of the Nation, every Nigerian will feel the impact of my reforms. That's coming from our president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Still, we'll be right back.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at Voptv Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. Voptv, Voice of the People Television.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
On Edgy Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
Hey guys, it's your girl Arika of the Dimples, aka Risky Baby, and you are watching VOP TV. Do not go anywhere. Where are you going to? Stay here. Calm down. Stay here if you're not.
What's up, everybody? Who's Arco here, and I'm hanging out on VOP TV. Keep it locked, don't go nowhere. Let's go.
Hi everyone, my name is Yvonne Jagada. You are watching VOP TV, and don't change the dial, because I said so.
Who's happy to post? I mean, who's happy the most? Because when shit goes south, y'all be happy to ghost. When you make a wrong move, they be happy to roast. But be careful when you win, who's not happy to toast. I am VJ Adams, and you rock with VOP TV. Don't move.
Hi people, Bisola here, and you are watching VOP TV. Mwah.
Shout out to VOP TV. It's so good to have you on the red carpet of AV. Love you all. Wishing you all the best.
Here's a shout out to VOP TV. It's your girl April Oshidikwe at the EV premiere. You know what it is.
Hi everyone, my name is Linda Ejiofor Suleiman, and I'm live at the EV premiere. Keep watching VOP TV.
I want to say hello to my Italian friends. I want to say them that Nigeria is the best country in the world, and I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Tomo Atebe. I'm an actor, and you guys are live on VOP TV. Keep it locked, because I said so.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's your girl Philly Storms out here, and this is a big shout out to VOP TV.
Hi guys, my name is Charles Bourne.
My name is Lydia Lawrence Nze,
Please
and
keep watching Voice of the People Television. Love ya.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Seconds you save by crossing the road could cost you your life. Pedestrian bridges are built for one reason: to keep you safe. They are free, they are strong, and they are there to protect you. Dashing across expressways leads to injuries, loss, and grief that last forever. Using the bridge...
Welcome back. This is VOP this morning. President Bola Tinubu has assured Nigerians that every citizen will feel the positive impact of his administration's courageous reforms, including the removal of fuel subsidies and unification of foreign exchange market, insisting these tough but necessary decisions, though involving temporary sacrifices, are laying a solid foundation for long-term prosperity. National renewal and a diversified non-oil economy where states no longer borrow heavily, as highlighted at the inauguration of the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu door-to-door movement in Abuja, where leaders like Senate President Godswill Akpabio and House Speaker Tajuddin Abbas praised the shift from mono-economy dependence and called for patriotic support ahead of 2027. However, NDC presidential candidate Peter Obi countered sharply, claiming that many who had booming businesses and backed Tinubu in 2023 due to his Lagos governance record are now economically devastated and reduced to hawking kwili for survival amid worsening poverty, hunger and insecurity under renewed hope agenda, arguing that public judgment is shifting based on daily hardships rather than promises, with support for opposition growing as realities bite. Meanwhile, Tinubu's special advisor Daniel Bowala defended the narrative by asserting that even Nigerians earning 60,000 naira monthly today are better positioned than many who japa abroad 5 years ago. Now, japa is our local language of saying, migrate abroad and all of that. Well, Daniel Bowala cited high overseas living costs, menial jobs for degree holders, and lack of family support networks as modern-day exploitation, while the government touts investments like over 60 billion naira in oil and gas and education assets via NEL Fund and all of that. We have our president tell us, well, no Nigerian will be left out and no Nigerian will, every Nigerian will feel the impact of my reforms. We have in the studio here to help us make sense of this development, Barrister Eze Eluche. Barrister Eluche is an attorney at law. He appears here in the capacity of a public affairs analyst. Beside him, we have Mr. Dele Fanimo. Dele is a reporter as well as a public affairs analyst. And from our Benin outstation, we've been joined by Comrade Destiny Enabelele. Comrade Enabelele is a politician, former local government chairman, and former member Edo State House of Assembly, but appears here in the capacity of a public affairs analyst. In the course of the program, we'll be joined by Barrister Asim Adams. He's a constitutional lawyer as well as a political affairs analyst. Gentlemen, good morning and thanks for joining us. We appreciate your presence.
Good morning. Thank you very much for the invite.
Thank you, sir. Barrister Luce, let me start with you. Bola Ahmed Tinubu, nobody will be, every Nigerian will feel the impact of my reforms. The painful sacrifices we make today is to secure our future. Like they say, you have to die today to live tomorrow. The reforms are biting, they are tough decisions, but let us bear. And the sacrifices we are making will not be in vain. React broadly to this comment coming from our president. What do you see? What do you know?
Thank you very much. I think the reality is that Nigerians began to feel the impact, the adverse impact of Mr. Tinubu's reign right from day one, when he supposedly removed the subsidies, non-existent subsidies, by the way, because it has been established that there was really no subsidies. What happened was that people were stealing from the system. So he removed that, so Nigerians began from day one to feel the impact of his regime. So if he still thinks that we are going to be thinking about when we'll feel the impact, it's not true. We've been feeling the impact, and the impact has continued to be very dire. The value of the naira has plummeted. The ability for Nigerians to even secure, to travel out has been affected in the area of sports, in the area of health, in the area of all facets of our socioeconomic indexes has been adversely affected from day one of this man's regime. Now, when he talks of sacrifice, sacrifice is not only one-sided. If we are sacrificing, and this same presidency From the first day he came, he asked for a brand new, a new jet. He changed the official cars, brought a chain of bulletproof American stretch limousines. His aides have skyrocketed in terms of their welfare and emoluments. So the sacrifice is only one-sided. Nigerians are the ones sacrificing, and these guys are having the best of time. The office of the First Lady is awash with very brand new cars almost on every annual budget, and likewise that of the President. So he's only talking to Nigerians. He's totally detached from the system. He's totally detached from Nigerians. That is why he's saying that we should keep on looking further. Looking further what? Nigerians see an oncoming light. And that is the light in the tunnel. But that is the light of an oncoming train that is going to crush Nigerians if we allow these characters to continue in office. So, yes, we know him, we know his antecedents, and we know that we are really going through the pangs of his missteps. And the missteps are continuing. Is it? I mean, even in the area of security, you have seen that there has been a very drastic increase in the level of insecurity in the country. When he came into office, it was basically the north-east that was under a insecurity situation. But now, everywhere, even in the southwest, in the southeast, the whole country is messed up. So what is he talking of waiting till El Dorado time? Nigerians know what they're going through. And with regards to some of the comments of his aides, like this Boala fellow, very much discredited Boala, he's saying that Nigerians abroad, Nigerians who are earning 60,000 naira are better than those abroad. And you see, his reasoning was very, very suspect. He said it was because if you are earning that much in Nigeria, you have somebody who can help you out when you are down. And then those in the UK or wherever don't have any such thing. That was the height of idiocy, mind my words. Because that means this man doesn't even understand what he's talking about. So if you are earning that much, by the way, that is even below the national minimum wage. That's what it's referring to. So if you're earning that much, you are only existing because you have people who can come and give you some stipends. Okay. That is the aim of this government. They want to reduce Nigerians to beggarly status.
I think he was referring to our communal living in Africa, you know, where, I mean, we watch our brothers, our neighbors back and all of that, which we find absent probably in Europe and other parts of the Western world. I think that was the emphasis.
Well, giving excuses for a man like Boala is neither here nor there.
No, I'm not giving excuses.
Yeah, because I mean the language was very clear. Okay. That if you're earning that much, when you have problems, you have people who can always assist you.
Because the African support system.
Must a man believe in that? You are working. You are a graduate. You now rely on people who can come and help you in terms of needs. No, the trite fact is this. This government has been very, very, I mean, they have adversely impacted Nigerians. And from all indications, with their overwhelming propensity to borrow for everything, for whatever projects they are borrowing, with this level of fraud that is going on in the system.
We'll deepen and expand the conversation. But before I come to Dele Fanimo, I'd like to ask you, Barrister Eze, when you talked about the president acquiring limousine, firstly the brand new cars and all of that, if you consider the humongous problems that he inherited in Nigeria, don't you think that he needs a conducive workspace, you know, a conducive workspace to be able to think well, think properly, and face, I mean, the rot in Nigeria, everybody understands it. Don't you think that he needs that, you know, conducive workspace to be able to take right decisions for the Nigerian people? Should that be a problem that he bought or retouched a jet so that he's able to get on time to wherever he wants to, and probably an office space, renovation, hospital, and all of that? Doesn't he need it so that he will have a conducive work environment to be able to take appropriate decisions for the Nigerian people?
More serious leaders across Africa, some of them even banned foreign travel for themselves and their ministers because they realize the enormity of the problems they have in their country. But this one has embarked upon junketing all over the world, and Nigerians are not seeing any of the benefits. You ask yourself, if you invest in this plane for Mr. President, you invest in this 100-car convoy for him, what is the return on investment for Nigeria? So far, it has been absolute zero. So as far as the Nigerian state is concerned, as far as Nigerians are concerned, all those perks of office, which were even there before he came in, what was wrong with the plethora of cars that Mr. Buhari was using? You and I use cars for 5-6 years. What was wrong with the fresh, brand new cars that Buhari was using? So let us not try to cushion these guys, because they are not even for our own interest. what has in America, if the president is traveling, they want to know what will be the benefit to the United States from each particular trip.
But we are not trying to protect or give excuses for anybody. We are just trying to think divergently so that at the end of the day, we'll come to a conclusion that, Nigerians will understand.
I agree.
Now, Mr. Fanimo, let me bring you to this conversation. I heard somebody say, as a matter of fact, P2B said, yes, everybody is feeling the impact of your reforms. Even your friends that were doing well before, some of them are doing selling kuli now. He tried to put humor into it. But recall that at some point the president said, yes, we were living larger than life. We were living beyond our means and all of that. So these reforms is cutting everybody to size. You recall that he mentioned his friend who used to drive a Porsche, who is now driving one small car. He said the friend had 3 big cars, including a Porsche, but now he drives one small car and all of that. So is everybody feeling the impact adversely or positively? Which one is it for you? What do you see in all of this?
Well, I think at this point, you have to realize that there is a kind of dichotomy between the leaders and the led. You see, if you want to judge by the outward appearance of some of these people in government, the tendency for you is to see that definitely there is a gap. For me, if you want me to tighten my belt, I must see you doing the same at the same time. But we have found out that those that are politically exposed are not feeling the heat as much as we are feeling it as Nigerians. And for me, I would not agree to the fact that subsidies was not existing before he came. As a matter of fact, subsidies started in 1977 when military government under Obasanjo became, after Murtala's assassination. But at that time, subsidy was intentional. It was meant to bridge the gap between we that are producing oil and those who are buying from us in case there is escalation. And it ran up to 1999 when Obasanjo came back and up till when Jonathan came. As soon as Jonathan came, it became a free-for-all, and then up till Buhari. So we saw that people were importing absolutely nothing, but building up papers, documents to siphon money from government. So people were living like kings and queens on our collective patrimony. So at that time, Nigeria was borrowing money to pay salaries. So subsidy was the right thing to do. And I also recall that even 3 leading political gladiators at that time, Atiku, Tinubu, and P2B, they all agreed that for us to survive, we needed to remove subsidy. And then, at some point, if you are close to the central bank governor or the president, you don't need to work. All you need to do is just go to CBN, get foreign exchange, particularly dollar, for 400 naira, and right in that office or at the gate of that office, you sell for 750 naira. So if you are given $1 million, you are making 350 million naira without any effort. And so this thing had to be closed. And so I support reforms in that area. But the question is, how much has this gotten back to us? We have not really gotten that. 2, if you, like I said earlier, if you are saying I should tighten my belt, I should also see you tightening your belt. But money is not available. The purchasing power of an average Nigerian is going down. And beyond the metrics of the micro economy, we have not seen the impact on our daily life, which is the micro part of it. So what I would suggest here is there shouldn't be further delay in letting this thing trickle down so that Nigerians can enjoy the dividend of whatever sacrifice we are making now. How long will it take us to begin to feel the impact of some of these reforms. It shouldn't be eternity. It should be something that should be seen at this time, because this is over 3 years of government's exposure to some of these things. So I don't see any reason why we shouldn't be feeling the impact of the reforms.
Thank you, Mr. Fanimo. Thank you. Let's move over to our Benin outstation where we have Destiny and Labulele standing by. Good morning, Destiny.
Yeah,
good morning, sir.
Sister, good morning to you.
Good to have you join us today.
I greet my brothers there at the studio.
All right. I'm sure you've been hearing going along with the conversation all the while. How long do you think this administration can sustain this temporary sacrifice narrative? It's going on 3 years. And from the look of things, they might come back into power. So how long do you think they're going to sustain this narrative? Do you think Nigerians will get to that boiling point, or we would still, keep enduring as usual?
Yeah, I think we need to make it clear and as possible unambiguous. These present rulers at the Abuja and other subnational governments across the length and breadth of this country, their aim is not to empower Nigerians. Their aim is to impoverish Nigerians. And that they succeeded in doing it. And the most sad thing is this: some gullible Nigerians are doing tete-a-tete with them. That is the most sad thing, and it's very, very regrettable. You see, for a government to say that Nigerians to embark on kuli and akara at this day and age, 21st century, not in the Stone Age during my grandmother, it is lusofic. Let me put it very mildly, according to one of my seniors. It's very lusofic. So if you look at I think the speaker there, they have done justice to it. They have impoverished majority of us. So when they say that everybody will feel the impact, indeed, we have started feeling the impact from the very first hour of these present ruiners in Aso Rock. We have started feeling the impact. Since that day till now, it has never been well with Nigerians. That is the gospel truth. Because they are widening the gap. While they are living in luxury and they are living in affluence. And they want you and I to suffocate and begin to beg just the way El-Rufai's wives and family are begging. They want Nigerians to be begging for deliberate. That is their aim. They are ruining us as a colonial master. But at times I refuse to refer to the colonial master because to me, they have done their part. But we on our own, living, not doing our part, it is cost in us. And we must begin to look for how they can pray for the ancestors to remove the cost in us. Because I've often asked these questions. Who bewitched us? Who caused us? I'm yet to find who bewitched us and who caused us. Whether we inflicted the cost in ourselves, by ourselves. That is a subject for another day. Why am I saying all this? For a government to say that 60,000 naira, comparing to Nigerians living abroad, any 2,000 of thereabouts, that they are better off. They are better off. It's regrettable, Ligubros. Very, very regrettable. When I heard, I was very speechless. I was dumbfounded. I was just laughing. My friend was saying, Destiny. I said, boy, just look at this headline. I were about 6 or some of us. They were just laughing.
Comrade Destiny.
Yes, sir.
Comrade Destiny.
Yes, sir.
Now, the argument of this administration is that we removed fuel subsidy. And as a result of that, we are getting more money. The money that we used to pay out, to non-existent subsidies, for non-existent subsidies, is now being plowed back, into the FAC account, Federation Allocation Account, Committee POS and all of that. And the governors are getting more money. The governors are not in denial that they are getting more monies. Nasarawa State Governor, Enugu State Governor, they all acknowledge the fact that they are getting more monies. You joined us from Benin City in Edo State. We understand that Edo State is now a construction site. So, What's your reaction to that? Don't you think that the problem shouldn't be at the desk of the president? What about our governors? What are they doing with the monies that they are getting? I mean, states that used to get like 6 billion naira, some of them get in excess of 20, 25, sometimes 30 billion naira per month. Should we continue to hold the central government responsible? How about the governors? And I'd like for you to respond. Edo State as a construction site. Tell us what you know, sir.
Mr. Okoro, I don't know what you've seen in Edo State. Anybody that is telling you that Edo State is a construction site, I think the person is living in self-denial.
Sorry, sir. I saw the picture of the new flyover at Ramat Square the other day. Very wonderful, very beautiful.
Go and do your due diligence. Finding that Ramat Park is being constructed by the federal government.
Oh, beautiful, by the federal government. Okay.
It's a federal one. It's a federal government project. Anybody telling you but selling dummy to the outside people from outside Edo State, I think they are living in self-denial.
So apparently, the first subsidy money is working for Edo people. That's what you mean.
Government all over, as it currently stands, by these present winners, it's in a court-like. If you see the way secret court operates, that's the way it operates. Perhaps you've not seen some of the videos from the APC chairman, Edo State chairman, while he was in Scotland. Moving from some these big names, designers big names. I wouldn't want to be doing an advert from one designer shop to another designer shop in Scotland. That's exactly what they are doing with our money. Not too long ago, some of the aides with the government, they had a fracas as it relates to a setting in running to billions.
Comrade Destiny. Comrade Destiny. Jared Stenebe, did you travel with Edo State money to Scotland? Do you have proof of that?
You must see. When we are talking, you look at a man before the party assumed and when it was outside the government. You try to juxtapose, try to do a comparison. If for now, Destiny is eating akara and gari, morning and evening. Suddenly tomorrow I'm not in power. I begin to eat salad and turkey. The following, you should be able to know that the present status has elevated my eating status too. That's exactly before now. Who's that Tenebe? Please go and do your try to look at his before he had home office. And now, though he was known to this government, the person that are presently ruling us, there's no way you will not find one fraudsters in either here or there. You are not hearing from me. The governor of Ogun, the chief of staff to the president, even the president himself. We have had one or two incidences. What they have done, they have a link with Yahoo. They have a link with advanced fraud on these persons. So when I said that this government is run as a secret court, I know exactly what I'm talking about. Although I've not been a member of a secret court, but as a student and a grown-up man, I must have done my due diligence by way of doing a feasibility study and doing a research. And that's exactly where this government is running from the ruiners from Asoro, the cascading, even to the local government. If you belong to Party A, especially the people in APC, they wouldn't want to associate with anybody outside their party. They see you as an outcast.
All right.
They see you as an enemy.
Okay.
So that's the problem we're having in this country.
Now, beautiful. Thank you very much, Comrade Destiny and Abelele. Please, let's be careful the kind of comments you make on national TV. When you are
you hearing me? Are you hearing from him for the very first time?
I mean, excuse me, sir.
You've had incidences.
Excuse me, sir. When you say that, you mean that people in government are closely associated with fraudsters and all of that, we need to be very certain that these are comments that you can substantiate. Please, thank you very much. We appreciate your presence. We'll come back to you in the course of the show. In the meantime, let's return to the studio, where we still have Barrister Ezeluche and Delefanimo. Barrister Eze, let me come to you again. I'd like for you to tell us, in the life of this administration, all the reforms that they tout, talk about removal of fuel subsidy, talk about foreign exchange arbitrage, talk about NEL fund that they are implementing, talk about the state police and all of that. Is there any one thing in the life of this administration that you see that, well, it's taking Nigeria a step further, a step higher in terms of development? Is there just any one that you can think of in the life of this administration?
Well, I think the one you mentioned now about is loans, student loans, NEL fund, is one that can be said to be altruistic to some extent. But when you have a situation whereby many schools, many students, if you ask them, have you had access to this NEL fund? How is it? And you understand the amount of fraud going on in it, you now ask about was it really what is being projected? Because we have several instances of schools collecting more monies and demanding for more and giving less as school fees to these kids or giving allowances. And in some areas, there is almost zero participation and apathy towards it. That is the only thing that one can say, okay, this government has had an altruistic origins for it, but in terms of implementation, like every other thing by this government is still very skewed. But other things that the government talks about, like the subsidy. Why I say subsidy, there is no subsidy is this. And what the other political gladiators were talking about was to remove the fraud. Because clearly what we have is fraud. Even Buhari himself said, what does subsidy mean? The oil pipelines, the drillings were done 30, 40 years ago. Oil continues to gush out. And you say you're subsidizing. What are you subsidizing? You're subsidizing the importation. And then most of this importation is because of the poor work done by the customs and immigration in allowing refined fuel to leave the country, and the round-tripping of documents in CBN to pay criminals for importing what they never imported. So that is what those who said they remove subsidy actually meant. Not this removal of some huge sums and diverting it to personal pockets, which the Bola Tinubu regime has done. So I do not see any. The only thing that this government has ever done that is good or close to good is the NEL fund. But virtually every other thing they've done, they have non-altruistic reasons and purposes for it, and you can easily see it in them because they're not really. There is not much Nigerians can take home to the bank from what they are doing. Thank you.
All right. Talking about NEL fund daily, a lot of Nigerians, in fact, some critics have said the idea of giving students loans, to pay back in a country where they might not even get jobs, and even those who want to go into entrepreneurship, the environment is not conducive. They said it's like a disaster in waiting. Do you agree with that the NEL fund was actually carefully thought about?
You see, most policies in this country are well thought out. But when it gets to implementation, that's where you have a lot of discrepancies. You see, I will go with NEL fund to the extent that we as parents, I have only one child in the university, and I can afford to pay a school fee. But I know of families that even as low as 100, I think any university today, federal university is the cheapest. You pay as much as 150, 160,000 naira per session. Okay. But to us, it's insignificant. But there are some parents that cannot even afford, even when you bring it down to 50,000. It's as bad as that. So if such students are given the opportunity to go to school, we are also building a mass of educated young people, which will also galvanize the development of this country. Now, everywhere you turn to in this country, you have like 100 rats in a room. ETF fund, Education Trust Fund, you understand? That particular fund, there are some states till today that can't access this fund simply because they couldn't render account for the previous one. Because you have to render account and make sure that your books are in line with the instructions that go with it. They have not been able to access those funds. Now, the NEL fund, some vice chancellors, some bursars, some registrars in some of these institutions, they have so manipulated that they even raise school fee to access this fund.
Excess funds.
Like if your child is paying 180,000 naira, the school will now cook up books that is paying 300,000. So they they pull the funds from NEL fund. And what do? As a matter of fact, they even tell that student to pay 30,000 naira processing fee.
Okay, so your summation now is well thought out but poorly implemented.
Yes.
Okay, beautiful.
So if we are going to blame anybody, it is the school authority that would have to blame.
Okay, blame
the intention was good.
Very good. Okay, we'll blame the school authorities. We don't blame the supervising authorities. Beautiful. Now, let's quickly run to Barrister Asim Adams. Chief Barrister Asim Adams, good morning and thanks for joining us on VOP this morning. I'm happy that you're smiling. I don't know why you're smiling. The president's reforms are impacting positively on you. I can see that.
You blame the school authority, not the supervisory authority. That's what is making me laugh.
No, okay, that's based on the summation of the analysts in the studio. I don't have an opinion here. I just summarize what he said. Good morning to you, Barrister Adams.
Mr. Okoro.
Yes, sir.
How many minutes do I have? How many minutes
do you want to take, sir? I want you to react.
Can you give me 20 minutes?
No. Airtime is perishable. I don't have that long time for you.
I'm just joking.
I know.
I'm joking. Mr. Okoro, first of all, I want to thank you for the direction you gave to my brother, Comrade Nabulele, on calling Jared Itenebe a fraudster, etc., on national television. That was wrong. And please let us moderate the usage of our words in, either denigrating people. I know we are angry, but that is not, to the best of my knowledge, correct. That is my state. I'm from Edo State. So let that be for a discourse another day. Now, profiling what is here. I don't know if you can see a newspaper I have here. I have a newspaper of 2014. And the newspaper is dated Saturday, October 29. In fact, 2011. October 29, 2011. States are not bankrupt, but we have no money. You know who made that famous statement? That statement was made by one young man who is the vice presidential aspirant to Atiku Abubakar, Rotimi Chubike Amechi. He was the chairman of the Governors Forum as at that time. He said states are not bankrupt yet, but states are broke. No money. We don't have any money. So from 2010, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 to 2023, the government, federal states, they had issues with, monies for the state. Tinubu came in. As I speak to you, when Tinubu came in 2023, 23 or 24 states could not pay salaries. It's on record. I have the records here. They were struggling to pay salaries. They were civil servants, pensioners. They couldn't pay them. That's a thing of the past now. Everybody agreed that fuel subsidy should be removed, whether it was fraudulent or not, as at that time. All the aspirants, even to today, agreed that fuel subsidy was draining the economy. Tinubu came and removed it, and today there's no fuel subsidy. Tinubu introduced what they call NEL fund. It has never been there. No government has ever brought that. He introduced a NEL fund, as the case may be. For the past 15, 16 years, our foreign reserve in the Federal Reserve Bank, wherever they keep their money, whether it's in heaven or maybe in Coven, I don't know where they keep, has increased to $51-something billion and going up, down. Today, even yesterday or last week, the richest man in India, his name is called Gupta. He's a sixth richest billionaire in the whole world. He came to Nigeria, specifically Niger State. He wants to establish the biggest and the largest solar steel manufacturing mill in Africa, in Niger State. 4, the rating agency also rated Nigeria as the second country after Egypt with manufacturing ability. Those are amongst other things I cannot go into that because of time. These are novel, innovations by the Tinubu government. I clap for him. I say he should do more, but those are macroeconomics. He allowed the naira to be determined by market forces. For me, those are achievements. But if you have a healthy macro and you have an unhealthy micro, the nation will always be swimming in poverty. So what I'm trying to say, because I'm tired, I know that you don't need to tell me Nigeria's problems. If we come here to debate about Nigeria's problems, I know. But what are the solutions? So the solutions I want to give to them, if they are listening, is this. On the macro side, you have done well, Mr. President. On the micro side, you have failed woefully. And if the macro is healthy and the micro is wavering, there will be gnashing of teeth. That is why it seems as if it's doing nothing. Yes, it's going to take time for the micro to come up and work.
Okay.
To meet up the macro.
All right.
But we are not ready to wait for that period of time.
Okay, we are not ready to wait for that period of time.
What you need to do now, the states, you have given money to governors. They are receiving billions every time. That is why 31 of them want you to come. Stop giving the governors this money because they are not using it well. If the governors should be working, local governments getting billions are working, the pressure will not be on the federal government. The states are doing nothing. They receive so much money.
Beautiful,
so
beautiful.
Stop giving them money.
Well said, Barrister Adams. Let me give you some posers now because some of these things are confusing. When you talked about fuel subsidy, the basic reason why fuel subsidy was removed was because, according to them, it was no longer benefiting the average Nigerian for whom it was meant for in the first place. Now, Nigerians are paying more for a product, God-given product, in our backyard here now. So between then and now, between the removal of subsidy, when we had fuel subsidy, I think at last count fuel was selling for 187 or 200 naira or thereabout before it was removed. And now that it is selling for in the neighborhood of 1,000, 1,001, and all of that. That is one. Number two, another reason why fuel subsidy was removed was because a few of us, less than 100 of the 230 million of us, had cornered this money through over-invoicing, round-tripping, and all of that. In the 3 years,
I understand.
In the 3 years of this administration, only one person has been brought to justice. Just one. Just one of them. And again, when you talk about foreign reserves increasing, Nigeria's foreign reserve, are you aware, do you recall the penultimate Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister, Wale Edun, said that, well, we shouldn't rejoice because foreign reserve is increasing. He says it's increasing because we are borrowing more money. And in the life of this administration, within the 3 years, they have borrowed more than the government borrowed from 1960 to our 50th independent anniversary. This administration...
It's not true. It's not true.
You need to fact check. I'll give you...
Because
of time, I need you to fact check. I'll give you time to respond. We have borrowed more money in the life of this administration. You'll also recall that Buhari left us at 87 trillion naira debt. Now, not even 87, but now it is in the neighborhood of 159 trillion naira. And more monies are being borrowed by this administration. You said that the macroeconomics are looking up. Now, how long will it take for it to translate to the micro, where the average Nigerian will start feeling it? I would like for you to summarize, sir. Barrister Adams, can you hear me? Oh, unfortunately, his network has taken him out.
Let me just correct one impression that's always been regurgitated by Nigerians about what happened in 2011 and what is going on now with regards to the amount of money states have. For goodness sake, the value of the naira to the dollar was how much then? So when you hear that these state governments are paying salaries and they're doing whatever, the value of the naira has depreciated, has been destroyed. And the salaries of these workers has not improved. So that the states are able to pay money is because, yes, they are getting more money from the center, but they are paying the same salary that was seen the same at 2011. So definitely they'll clear more of these salaries. But then when you look at the monies this federal government claims to be giving states, it has been revealed that most of it is spurious and built on fraud. An example is the one that just got revealed that over 800 billion was contributed by APC governors. And the governor of Imo State was accused of having squandered it. 800 billion. So that means that the money this federal government even gives states or allocates to states and not even for altruistic purposes. At the FAC meetings, you will hear that they have given a state so and so billions. But in reality, how much was the state giving to give back to the APC, to run the APC? So when you have analysts coming out and saying there is so much improvement, improvement in what? Do you not realize these things? I mean, it's sad, but when you are on before national TV, you have to be very, very explicit and say the truth. The truth is that the states are able to pay more because the value of Naira has depreciated and they are now getting more money. And when you talk of the foreign reserves, what, for goodness sake, look at the economics. As a country, we are borrowing billions more and you claim to be having higher foreign reserves. Who are you fooling? Where is that money, so-called foreign reserves? What is it doing there? What are you keeping reserves when you need you are still borrowing money? So we seem not to look through some of these antics this government is playing, and the fact that they use some of our media, they use some of our so-called analysts to propagate these very false narratives. Mr. Bola Tinubu, do not be deceived. Nigerians are feeling the pains of your misrule. And hopefully, if there is a proper democracy, there will be consequences for those misrule. But unfortunately, we don't have a proper democracy in Nigeria. And the same government that promised us things, clear things, that if there is no uninterrupted power supply and there is no estimated billing, you should not be voted for. That was what Mr. Tinubu said to Nigerians. Now he's shamelessly coming back asking for votes. And some people are propagating the issue that he did some well. All this macro, whatever economics is neither here nor there. Can an average family in Nigeria feed itself? Can it take care of its own health benefits? Has there been increased health facilities in Nigeria? If the answer to all this is no, then Mr. Tinubu's government has been an abysmal failure.
All right,
thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Barrister Asim. I understand that we've been able to reestablish connection with Chief Barrister Asim Adams. Barrister Adams, I would like you to summarize on the posers I gave you. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, I can hear you. Should I respond?
Yes, briefly, as brief as you can, sir.
As brief, I want to be brief. Now, Mr. Okoro and the panel, I have raised very germane questions. I'm not speaking for the government. I said I'm tired of the problems. And I was talking about the solution before the network became, somehow. From what you have raised is this. You talk about the foreign reserve. That is the statistics. What Wale Edu said is of no moment to me, but I'm telling you about the rise and increase in the foreign exchange, whatever, which we are using today. I've told you that, investors are coming into Nigeria in trickles, and I gave an example of that. Now, what I'm saying is that the macro is very beautiful. That if the macro is beautiful and the micro is not beautiful, that it will look as if the government is not doing anything. Firstly, my solution, Tinubu, the monies you are getting from the monies from the removal of fuel subsidy, do not pay to governors again direct. Open a sovereign wealth account that can be managed, by the Minister of Finance or anybody or independent body. Instead of you pouring money to give to the states and they are not using it well. My local government gets 5 billion naira this month. What are they doing with it? Next month, another 2 billion. What are they doing with it? My state government got billions. What are they doing with the money? So these are questions. Since they are not using it very well, don't begin to give to them again.
All right, then.
So that you can do a sovereign wealth account, etc., as case may be.
All right, then.
Then the third one is that right on grants. Like what the first lady came and talking about Akara, you saw what happened. Why can't you give grants of 500,000 naira to a select few, 10,000 people? The state governments we are giving money to give 1 million to the same people. The local government give maybe 300,000 to the same people. If you empower 10,000 Nigerians, 20,000 Nigerians with 5 million naira each all over the federation, you see that it will trickle down for this small scale industry that will revive the economy sort of.
Okay.
These are things I want the government to do.
All right, then.
I have so many solutions to them. I'm
So
tired
many
of the
solutions.
problem.
All right, then. Thank you very much, Barrister Asim Adams. We'll come back to you in the course of the show. And at the end of the program, we are going to get concluding thoughts from our analysts. In the meantime, we'll go into our next topic of discussion. But before then, the Elefanimo here wants to react briefly.
Yeah. I want to react to what Barrister Asim just said. There's no way the governors can be denied of their rights. Constitutionally, they are supposed to be partaker of this money that is coming to the national pool. You recall what happened during the Sovereign Wealth Fund under Jonathan. It was this Oshiomhole that is now in the Senate that spearheaded it.
As a matter of fact.
Yes, and they squandered this money. Then too, we should de-emphasize this idea of doling out money, 500, 1 million naira to individuals. Because those who really need that money will never get it. It is those who are already in the wrong of the rich that will corner this money. You imagine if you are going to give out money to the peasant and you are routing it through a senator or House of Rep member, he would rather give it to his thugs. So they don't get this fund at all. So it can't really be part of the solution to the problem.
All right, then. Thank you very much, Mr. Delefanimo. I think in all that we have said, the Nigerian people are the judge, the ultimate judge. They know whether the president's reforms are making impact, positive or negative, on their lives. Okay, I also understand that Comrade Destiny Enabulele has a brief reaction to make. Can we have that, sir, before we move on to our next topic of discussion?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Okoro, for giving me a voice. Let me quickly clear something here. In my course of trying to explain, I did not say Tenebe is a fraudster. Mr. Adams should not misconstrue me. Perhaps he is aware of Tenebe's antecedent. For me, I'm not aware. What I said, why Tenebe, popped up in the course of my analysis, was that the issue given to the money given to state. And I said some of this money are not getting to the end users. I tried to use him like going to Scotland and moving from one shop, one big name shop, designer shop to another. And you asked me that is it that the money that he took to? I said, if you want to know a man, try to know what he was before he ascended or they came to power. So I didn't call him a fraudster. We need to get this straight. And I went further to say that there are some states where you have some of the SSAs arrested in the United States of America, even elected council chairman like in Anambra, SSAs like in Ogun State, and there are alleged fraud cases, and that's why I said like the chief of staff, issue of $25,000 that were published by the Ghana reporters. So please.
All right, then. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All right, thank you very much, Comrade Destiny Enabulele. We appreciate your time and presence on the program. Insecurity, bandits kidnapped my brothers, demanded 300 million naira ransom down for our governor, Governor Lawal, as Nigerian soldiers now earn 100,000 naira. Join us again, we'll be right back.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at Voptv Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. Voptv, Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise.
Welcome back. In a major assessment of Nigeria's ongoing security crisis, the Defense Minister, Christopher Musa, has revealed that under the federal government of President Bola Tinubu, he has more than doubled the minimum monthly salary of soldiers from 49,000 naira to 100,000 naira as part of efforts to boost welfare, even as he admitted that the defense budget remains inadequate and frontline troops continue to face fierce challenges from bandits and terrorists who embed themselves within sympathetic communities, making intelligence and operations far more difficult in a democratic setting where public perception and local support are crucial. Musa stressed the need for stronger collaboration between the military communities, traditional rulers, religious leaders, and local governments, while advocating for death penalty for kidnappers to create real deterrence against soft laws that embolden criminals. Citing the tragic Oyo school children abduction, where bandits allegedly used the hostages as leverage to free detained commanders and threatened mass killings if troops advanced. This comes amid fresh violence, including an ISWAP terrorist attack on a military base in Logomane, Borno State, that killed one soldier, damaged equipment, but was repelled with significant casualties inflicted on the insurgents, alongside reports of bandits kidnapping the brothers of the Zamfara governor, Dauda Lawal, and demanding a staggering 300 million naira ransom, which he refused to pay to avoid encouraging more adoptions. In the courts, a federal high court in Abuja also granted terror suspect Abubakar Abba time until July 20 to decide on changing his plea in a 32-count case involving terrorism financing, illegal mining, IED fabrication, and links to groups like Ansaru, as one co-defendant has already been sentenced on related charges, as Musa called for a comprehensive national database to aid security forces in identification, tracking, echoing frustrations over fragmented data systems. Dele, let me come to you. There's so much to unpack, but let's start from the wages of our dear soldiers, 100,000 naira for soldiers on the front line. Is this something we should even say in public? What do you think? What do you make of this?
I would not want to start from that standpoint. I want to talk about the 300 million naira demanded by bandits for the release of the brothers to the governor of Zamfara. I think it is even better now that they are targeting these people so that they can feel the heat. No wonder the northern governors that were vacillating and trying to avoid taking these people head on, they are now ready. They are now ready for state police. They are now ready to tackle them. They are even saying that there shouldn't be reprieve for these bandits, whatever name you call them. And you can see some of the things woven around that particular suspect is illegal mining. So that person is no longer a small terrorist. He's a big-time terrorist with network. So it shows that there is more to this terrorism and banditry than we already know. So now, coming back to this 100,000 naira salary to a private in the Nigerian army, it's not something to be celebrated at all. Now, these soldiers are complaining that they don't give them their rations, because once you take somebody out of his barracks to another location, you're supposed to give that person his ration allowance, and you also have to provide certain basic necessities for him to feel comfortable. These are not non-negotiable things you must give. Now, 100,000 naira, how much is a bag of rice? For a soldier that has laid down his life, how much is a bag of rice? How much can the wife, and for instance, if this particular soldier has just a child in secondary school, for 3 months that makes a term, he pays average of maybe 50,000 or 100,000, depending on the school. So what that means is that that man has to forgo 1 month's salary to pay the child's school fee for the 3 months that makes up a time. Then what about food? Today, to prepare for an average family, to prepare a pot of soup, you need about 10,000 minimum.
Okay, all right. All right, thank you very much. Let's bring in other guests. Barrister Adams, sorry, Barrister Ezeluche. Sorry about that. Yes, Barrister.
Actually, Mr. Ezeluche when I'm here.
Okay, Barrister Ezeluche. Sorry about that. Now, Christopher Musa spoke at a town hall meeting, where Nigerians are brainstorming on how to solve the problem of insecurity. He said something that struck me, and he said, well, Nigerian government has not been able to fight insecurity, conclusively, because the communities are sympathetic to the terrorists, the bandits, and all of that. If you have a situation where you have a government in place and you have communities have sympathy for their attackers, what does that tell you? What does that reveal to you?
Well, thank you very much. I think these characters who rule over us, they realize that they can say whatever they want to say and nobody throws eggs or whatever at them. They can come out and mouth whatever they want to say. When he says communities sympathize, when there is no police or military presence and the person around you is the terrorist with a gun, you won't just start. You have to survive. And if survival means respecting the man with the gun, you do that. So when he's only indicting himself, because there's a total absence of security or military personnel in those communities, they are now forced to kowtow to criminals who rape their children, who steal from them. I don't think any community in Nigeria of its own will kowtow to these criminals. But because there's an absence of government, there's an absence of governance, then they are forced to do that. But back to what Mr. Musa is talking about, 100,000. As a retired chief of army staff, he went home with almost over 10 billion naira in SUVs, bulletproof SUVs, foreign trips for him and his family and everything, over 10 billion. He should first of all tell the community, those soldiers, has he, while he's now been brought back as a minister, has he forfeited those, or he's still having those ones and continuing with his 10 billion largesse, which this Tinubu government signed for these characters? Now he's telling them that he wants them to celebrate 100,000. Look, when people look at all these foreign trips that Mr. Tinubu embarks upon, each day, for goodness sake, most of the people on his entourage have at least $1,000 extra code. That's 1.4 million extra code for government officials. And you see that he goes with a retinue of a horde of aides, at times over 30, 40, all getting these humongous sums. And the minister is coming to tell us that because he's now paying soldiers who sleep in the forest, who sacrifice themselves, who are ready to sacrifice their life for Nigerians, you are paying them 100,000 a month. So we should glorify you, we should clap for you. He should go and have something else to talk about. Nigerians should be very annoyed with these characters because they talk to us as if they are giving Nigerians this gift. For goodness sake, why will you pay Nigerian soldiers that much? Why will you even pay any Nigerian, whether soldiers or teachers or whatsoever, that sum? And then when you are traveling abroad, you have the guts, the temerity to take public funds as extra code. And most of these trips are useless and worthless. When I use those words, I'm being very, very stark. Because we see what Mr. Tinubu tells Nigerians when he's here. We see his incapability of even speaking to Nigerians. So what is he going to say when he goes abroad? Is he going to speak a different language? Or will it suddenly become a better speaker? And they're telling us they're paying the soldiers 100,000. Well, the fact is this, the soldiers are very calm. And because they see through these scams. They are escorting a single SUV vehicle that these generals riding, cost several, 300, 400, 500 million naira. And you're paying, that amount for that car can be used to pay the Nigerian soldiers. And he's thinking that we should clap for him. And somebody will be saying that this government is improving, is doing well in any facet. Come on, give us a break, please.
Barrister,
yes.
Christopher Musa retired as a general in the Nigerian army after holding so many command positions.
Yes.
What is wrong with him going home with 10 billion naira? Is there anything wrong in that?
Good. You ask yourself, what does the private or the sergeant in the army or the captain, what does he go home with? Are they not Nigerians? Why would there be so much disparity? Okay, you give him 10 billion and he goes home with it. He comes back as a minister, he still gets paid. And everything is wrong with it, my dear, because they are there as Nigerians. They are not buying in a different market. We are all Nigerians. Look, the highest office in the land is the office of the citizen of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. The president is a servant to the citizen and not a god to the citizen. Once we have that clear in our mind, we understand that he works for us. And you don't work with people and then you now begin to treat them like slaves. For Nigerian workers are worse off after almost 60-something years of independence than they were before the independence.
Okay. All right, beautiful.
So
everything is wrong with a general going home with 10 billion naira.
10
billion naira,
yes.
According to Barrister Ezeluche.
According to the facts.
But so let's get the views of Comrade Enabulele. Comrade, let's get your views on this, please.
Well, I will align totally with the last speaker. I'm happy we still have some persons that can speak truth to power. That is the gospel truth. To be very frank with you, the now Minister of Defense need to bury his head in shame. Before now, although I respect the Nigerian army before now, but coming out in the open to tell Nigerians that the issue of 100,000 naira to the Nigerian army, there's no way you can defeat the bandit or banditry with this kind of salaries. With utmost humility, there's no way. They have not been incentivized. They've done nothing to encourage them. Yeah, but here we are. The president or the presidency, the higher echelon of the army, they are smiling to the banks. They are becoming contractors, while the lower cadre are suffering. That is why you see the president is just having a free day with Nigerians. You see, as put it by the last speaker, the highest office in the land are the Nigerian citizens, not the other way around. In a sane society, permit me, in a sane society, but it's very unfortunate that we are not living in a sane society in Nigeria. The highest office in the land is that of the president and the presidency. Hence, we see all these razzmatazz, all this humanity to man, all this how Nigerian elites are underdeveloping the Nigerian country. They are. And there's that time we need to look at how the Nigerian elites are underdeveloping the Nigerian state. And this is exactly what they are doing. For me, when I saw it yesterday, I shed tears, to be very frank. 100,000 naira, you put your life on the line, and you are coming up in the open and beating your chest while you went home with over 10 billion naira. Come on, faith. Who bewitched us? Who cost us? This will remain in my list for years to come until there are changes. Okay. Or we begin to rejig that which affects the fabrics of this country. It is quite sad.
Very sad indeed.
If you are not sad, then you are living in another world. You are not living in this country.
All right, then.
That the Nigerian is taking home 100,000 naira.
Thank you very much, Comrade Destiny Enabulele. Thank you very much, Comrade Enabulele. Now, let's quickly run to Barrister Asim Adams. Barrister Adams, I would like for you to give us your reaction to this development. Communities are sympathetic to terrorists. That is why Nigerian government has not been able to fight insecurity, terrorism, and all of that. 100,000 naira apiece for a Nigerian soldier. And I mean, the Minister of Defense is saying that proudly, motivating, boosting the morale of Nigerian soldiers. And finally, as a lawyer, I would like for you to tell us, a certain Abubakar Abba, has been given up until July 20th by a high court in Abuja to change his plea to guilty. I mean, isn't that putting him under duress by the court? Educate us, sir. 3 questions in one, as fast as you can.
Let me start with the issue of the Abubakar. I have not read why the court did that, but there is a principle in law, criminal law, for instance, that if I'm charged for an offense, they will ask me, especially for the very serious offenses, after reading the charges to you, they will ask you, are you guilty or not guilty? Now, if I get up to say I am guilty, the court, knowing that it's a murder case, and I pleaded guilt, I'm guilty, the court can use its discretion to per se ask the lawyers, are you very sure that he knows what the crime against him is all about? So the court uses that discretion so that because they say, explain to him the enormity of what is here before the court. That this is a murder case, or this is a treason, or this carries death penalty. Are you sure you know why you said you are guilty? The court has the right to do discretion to use. So that is what I feel. Maybe he pleaded guilty to the offense, and in order for fair hearing, and because a lot of people can come out tomorrow and say, I didn't understand the enormity of why I'm here. I didn't know it was a murder case. It was read to me or interpreted to me in a wrong manner. That is why you find that when they bring them, they'll say English or Hausa. If you say Hausa, they'll bring an Hausa to interpret. So it's a difficult something, and the court has the right to say, okay, are you sure? Maybe the court can physically see the man as not too educated. He does not know exactly, what the charges against him carries a life or death penalty. So he can give him that opportunity to see whether he will rescind that decision. It is normal. It is normal. But in this particular case, I don't know what happened, but I'm looking at the principle of pleading guilt to a serious offense. The court may have time and say, let them evaluate that man to be very sure that he understands the weight and enormity of the offenses that is being charged with. That is, for me, that is the answer I can provide for that. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Go ahead, sir. I can hear you.
All right. The second one, I think you asked the second question.
Now, the Chief of Defense... The Chief of Defense Staff says, we are not able to fight terrorism because communities where terrorists are embedded are sympathetic to the terrorists. How do you react to that?
Well, that is the truth. In the Orire abduction that took place, preliminary investigation shows that even the leader of the group is an indigene or something or whatever. Why will terrorists and bandits not infiltrate the communities? Why will the bandits? It's just like what we have in our motor parks. You want to take a bus from Enugu to Lagos. There are those who determine the price. And determining that particular price that to be the one, you see them exchanging 200 naira, they share it, Without those people, they cannot operate. It's the same thing that happened in the forest. The community was okay. Without me paying this ladder, they call it ladder in Hausa, I cannot go to my farm. I cannot sleep well. So on a daily or monthly basis, everybody must gather his ladder to go and pay them.
So briefly, does that amount to, Barrister Adam, does that amount to a failure of governance?
It's a failure of governance, absolutely. See, it is a failure of governance. Let me show you something. Look, I have on that newspaper, the U.S.-Nigeria Iron Heart modalities on rescue of Chibok girls. It was 2014. Mr. Okoro, you go and read this thing. You just find that these things are being replayed today.
Okay.
That is a failure of governance from 1999 to today. That we've not had good governance. And that's why when I see politicians talking on television and promising heaven and earth, I want to. If I let me not use that word, I want to.
I'm happy you refrained yourself from using that word. I'm happy you refrained yourself from using that word. Barrister Adams, for lack of time.
When I see them talk, they have destroyed this country. And they are coming to talk on
all right,
television.
we are coasting home. We are coasting home now. So Barrister Adams, 100,000 naira. So beautiful. Land on it, sir.
That one, for me, the soldiers are able privileged though. The civil servants is still 70,000 though.
That's minimum wage.
That is the highest, so it's already minimum.
Yes.
In Lagos and I think Edo and the rivers. Other states are able to pay up to 70,000 though. So soldiers are, because the soldiers you have, not all of them are in the war front. Private Musa is in front of his barrack collecting 10 naira from bus drivers. They are not, I don't pity for those people.
All right then,
Although
Barrister
the one
Adams.
is my
Barrister
concern.
Adams, we will take that
So
as
they
a
have no
concluding
privilege.
thought. We appreciate your time
What are
and
they doing?
presence on VOP this
Thank
morning.
you so much, sir.
Let's run to
Thank you so
Comrade Destiny Enabulele and get his concluding thoughts as quickly as possible. Go ahead, sir.
So, Okoro, let me appreciate you again.
1 minute,
that the
sir.
soldiers
1
are
minute,
privileged.
sir.
That the soldiers are privileged. You are just being economical with the truth. Soldiers are solely in the front line. Whether it is very minute that are in the war front, that is immaterial. You see, there are some key parastatals or key workers that ought to have been taken very seriously. The teachers, our doctors or nurses, the uniform men, whether the police or the army, we must treat them very well. That's it. For me, that's why you see this insecurity enveloping us, because the men at the front line, they are not being encouraged. And again, it is quite disturbing and disheartening. Mr. Okoro, I must be very frank. I understand the fears of the media. We must learn to call a spade. It's never a garden fork. When there are precedents and analysts are trying to refer to it, you allow him or her to land. Like the issue of saying what XYZ alleged. That's a no fact. So for me, I'm a little bit concerned, because I know you guys worries and fears. Because in this country, as we speak very just now, if you criticize, you are being seen as being unpatriotic. That is quite disheartening.
All right then, thank you very much.
If you speak, you are being seen as being sponsored.
Thank you very much, Comrade Destiny Enabulele, who joined us from Benin City in Edo State. We do appreciate your presence. Thank you very much.
You need to assist Nigerians.
Okay, beautiful. Now let's come back to the studio. Mr. Dele Fanimo, your concluding thoughts.
Well, I think the 100,000 naira, no matter what to say about it, is too ridiculous for a soldier that has laid down his life and continue to fight for the sovereignty of this country. Then on the issue of the current state of the economy, we are not comfortable with it, and the Nigerians are not having it good at this moment. Something must be done to ensure that at least there is a level of relief coming to the average Nigerian citizen.
Thank you very much. Barrister Eze Eluche, your final words, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. On the issue of the economy, I mean, Mr. Tinubu came in with like he stated what he came for. He wanted to broaden the tax net. He wanted to pauperize Nigerians more, and he's achieving it. With regards to security or the insecurity situation, I think we've been how will I put it? The government has not been very, very frank with Nigerians. The soldiers need to be well taken care of, the soldiers and the policemen. When you are collecting bribes on the road, you cannot be a good security person. I mean, you have to make sure that they are above bar. But not just soldiers, because Nigerians are all involved. Rather than give money to government, the government would have been better off paying more salaries to Nigerian workers and the soldiers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That's it on this segment of VOP this morning. We had in the studio here analysts who joined us to help us make sense of this. Mr. Dele Fanimo, reporter and political affairs analyst. We also had Barrister Eze Eluche, attorney at law and political affairs analyst. From our Benin outstation, from Benin City, as a matter of fact, not from our outstation, we had Destiny Enabulele, politician, former local government chairman, former member Edo House of Assembly. And from Port Harcourt in Rivers State, we had Chief Barrister Asim Adams, constitutional lawyer and political affairs analyst. Gentlemen, we appreciate your presence, your time on this show. And I hope that we can do this some other time. Now, on behalf of the backroom staff, technical director, bus manager, sound engineer, and the ingest manager, I am Chukwuma Okoro.
And I'm Jane Ogoye. Thank you so much for watching.
Up next is Newspaper Review on top of the hour of 10 o'clock. Please do join us again. Bye for now.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpaillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on Voptv as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Voptv. Now, you have more than a voice.
Children are among the most vulnerable members of society, and in today's rapidly changing world, many are exposed to bullying, abuse, peer pressure, and harmful influences at very tender ages. To mark this year's Children's Day celebration, the Edge Foundation, in collaboration with St. John the Evangelist Catholic Church, Lagos, organized the sensitization program aimed at educating, empowering children to speak up and stay safe. The program began with a Holy Mass held within the church premises before participants proceeded to the sensitization session. Centered on the theme Speak Up, building confidence against bullying, abuse, and peer pressure. The events brought together children, parents, church leaders, and safeguarding advocates in a collective effort towards child protection and awareness. Guest speaker Casimir, who spoke on the topic End Child Sexual Abuse, educated the children on the dangers of remaining silent in the face of abuse. According to him, abusers often use threats and fear to silence victims, making it important for children to understand the power of speaking up.
Every adult that is always exposed to children should study them and know the state of children. Yeah, some children, normally, they don't talk. Some talk. But at the point where you find those that they are kind of jovial, they always talk, at the point you find them where they cannot talk, they stay moody and all that, something has gone wrong. There is a need to call them and ask what is happening. Because of that, discover, and also call them to a private place, stop their appeal, and see, because sometimes when men and boys try to abuse, especially the girl child, and when there's a resistance, there will always be a compelling impression, force apply, that there will be signs of interest and all that. When we see this, we know that it's not just that this child felt to be black and all that. And the best way to let them know, the best way to keep them off from all this, or to see it and say it's always educate them. Tell them about it. Just like because of that we are here today. Today's children, we are here telling them about it. In case somebody touch it this way, I need that. By God, it's very easy to notify it.
Using practical illustrations and demonstrations, the children were taught how to protect their private parts, avoid dangerous situations, and report suspicious behaviors through trusted channels. The sensitization also emphasized the see something, say something approach, encouraging children to report abuse, bullying, and criminal activities to parents, teachers, school counselors, and other trusted adults. Children were equally advised against following bad company, engaging in criminal activities, or keeping dangerous secrets from their parents. The interactive session featured questions, answers, and educational games with gifts and prizes presented to children who participated actively.
Tell us, what are the 4 things you're supposed to do if someone sexually harasses you? And I want you to speak up and look at the camera.
I will tell my parents. I will tell my counselor of my school. I will tell my teacher. I will tell the trusted adults.
Please put your hands
together. What I learned from the
topic is that when we see any sexual abuse, that we should always report to any trusted adult or anybody you trust or your parent that or a nearby police station. And what I like this thing is that the topic is that they teach me very well and I learned something particular from there, how to end sexual abuse. Thank you.
This program today was, I would say, a very beautiful one because it teaches us many things. That if you're sexually abused, you have to run, say no, be able to be confident, be able to say no, run, tell the trusted adults, your parents. Don't hide things from your parents. Even when they give you something, you have to say no. You have to run away. Tell the trusted adults. If you cannot tell your parents, your teachers are there. Or you can tell someone which you know that yes, person will help you. We even have the safeguarding team in the church. You can tell one of them and will help you fight the case. And also, I won this prize for answering the question. I feel very happy today for winning this prize. I'll advise parents out there that they should try giving a listening ear to their parents. It's not everything that is work or money. Yes, that money can be there, but your children, you don't know what they are suffering out there. You should be able to give them a listening ear, be able to let them free talking to you. Thank you.
The Associate Parish Priest of St. John the Evangelist Catholic Church highlighted the critical role of faith-based institutions in raising morally sound and confident children.
Having seen what is happening in the world, the rate of abuse, and the lot of peer groups, the challenges, the negative aspect of it, I think it's really necessary for the church to key in to save the children, secure their future, so that they will not experience what some are experiencing, the trauma and the other things. The church needs also to key in to create awareness so that they will be aware. Children who are, because most of the times, those children, to those who are ignorant of some of what this is, some of them fall victim of them. So having checked the experience of the past, the mistake of the past, so the church deemed necessary to us to give me to create awareness and let children know when to speak up and when to take necessary actions to curtail this excess abuse.
The leadership of the Edge Foundation says the program was designed to equip children with life-saving information capable of protecting them from abuse and harmful societal influences.
This initiative is the continuation of something that I've always had in mind since I was little. I decided to go up and a bit with, looking at what is happening around us. 6 out of 10 Nigerian children must have experienced child abuse of insert before they turn 18. So you can imagine that statistic is quite high, right? 6 out of 10. So when you look at Nigeria as well, you see that Nigeria has the highest number of child marriage in West Africa. It took 3 million early marriage in Nigeria alone. 23 million is some countries' numbers. So imagine having 23 million children giving out in marriage. These are not the statistics. Behind all of these numbers are people's children.
Beyond the celebration, organizers say the program serves as a reminder that protecting children is a collective responsibility requiring constant education, awareness, and open communication. Throughout the event, the atmosphere remained lively and engaging as children learned, interacted, and left with lessons centered on courage, safety.
Indeed, Children's Day is not only a day to celebrate children, but it is also a time to listen to them, to protect them, and to empower them with the right information. From Lagos, I am Grace Peters for Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Every day, more than 10,000 cubic meters of sand are dredged from the Lagos Lagoon.
Authorities say this unchecked activity is destabilizing aquatic habitats, threatening communities and placing livelihoods in danger. At a press briefing in Alausa, the Commissioner for Waterfront Infrastructure Development, Dayabush Alebioshu, said urgent action is needed to protect the lagoon.
What are we looking at achieving at the summit? Coming up with policies, agreeing, identifying problems, profiling solutions. I think we have admired our problems for too long, how beautiful our problems are. This is now the time to get up, speak to those problems, come up with policies, come up with laws, identify how we can conquer, and then move forward from there.
Already erosions have claimed coastal communities such as Idotun village and the Igbejuleki, sweeping away homes, displacing families and destroying livelihoods. The Lagos shoreline has also been threatened for decades, worsened by climate change and human activities. Officials warn the illegal dredging is left unchecked could undermine waterfront settlements and escalate flooding risk. To tackle these challenges, the state government has partnered with Netherlands, a global leader in water coastal management, to find innovative and sustainable solutions. Beyond addressing these threats, the government says the lagoon holds enormous potential for transportation, tourism, fisheries and trade, if properly managed.
We have invited representatives from all of those areas, particularly the royal fathers and the heads of communities. We've invited them. They will be coming as the representatives of those areas so that they can also tell us what they're experiencing. There's going to be data collation amongst other things, and it's only when you have data you would know how to use it and how to speak to the problems.
For the state government, safeguarding the lagoon is not just about protecting the environment, but also securing the economy and heritage of Lagos. I am Onyeka Ogolo, reporting for Voptv.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Voptv. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Voptv. Now, you have more than a voice.
Welcome to Newspaper Review. I'm Jane Ogoye, and with me this morning I still have Ezie Luche, attorney at law, and Dele Fanimo, a veteran reporter. Good morning, gentlemen. Thank you so much for staying back. There's so much.
Jane, I'm here.
Oh, how did I forget?
I am Chukuma Okoro. Good to have you join us again on Newspaper Review. It's fine.
All right, so sorry. How could I miss you, actually? Let's begin with the Punch newspaper. Let's check out some of the lead stories there. Tinubu meets security chiefs amid troops' salary backlash. President in closed-door engagement with security chiefs as attacks persist. Veterans, others fault soldiers 100,000 naira wage. Demand comprehensive overhaul. Tinubu's Easter pay review promise to security personnel yet to materialize. At the top strip, we have 2027 presidency. Wike rolls out PDP as VP candidate emerges. And there's something on state police. Governors back reforms. SDP rejects Gbajabiamila on the panel. Who would like to go first? Dele, I put you on the spot.
Is PDP likely to be on the ballot? I doubt. So the issue of who becomes VP or whatever shouldn't even arise at the moment. Because which of the factions, is it the Wike faction or the other faction that will produce presidential candidate? They are in various courts trying to sort out themselves, and thank God there is a lawyer here who can tell us the end game. But as it is today, I don't see anything coming out of this PDP towards the presidential election. Campaigns will start any moment from now. And who is going to be the presidential candidate of either of these? Funny enough, the two factions are even giving tickets to candidates, and they are running under the same party. So who do we really identify as the authentic candidate for each of the positions that they have fielded candidates? Makinde, that was at the forefront, had suddenly dropped PDP, is now APM presidential candidate. Some other states, you see PDP members moving to other political parties. So already PDP is in disarray, and I don't think anything good come out of it.
Well, yeah, I mean, I rather PDP is not it's a non-issue actually, because the whole idea of the presidency has been to destroy the opposition parties. It succeeded with Labour. It's done that with the PDP using Wike, and it's still striving with the NDC and the APC. But my more interest is on the issue of Gbajabiamila being in the committee on police reforms. I'm amazed at the audacity of the president, because here is a man who is neck deep in this PFIPC scam. I mean, Prince Adeyemi continues to refer to him as the source from which, and the other day, Mr. President Bola Tinubu had told the Nigerians that he stands by his chief of staff and all that stuff. I mean, I'm not surprised. Basically, people like us are not surprised, because birds of the same feather flock together. And I believe the man is really doing the doing the bidding of Mr. Tinubu. And Tinubu realizes that if this young man falls, he falls with him. Because the enormity of the scam under that PFIPC is mind-boggling. So having him in a committee on police reforms, maybe he's just there to also serve as a conduit. Because that is basically what I believe Mr. Femi Gbajabiamila has been doing since his days as Speaker of the Lagos House, Speaker of the House of Reps, and then up to this time when he's Chief of Staff. I don't think Mr. President will allow him, even if he's caught pants down with anything, he will stick by him. But you don't bring him to such issues as implementation of state police force. And I also am amazed at the audacity of the president. Only the House of Reps and the Senate has approved this proposed constitutional amendment. The State House of Assembly have not. And from Nigerian, for there to be a constitutional amendment to allow for state police, 2/3 of the 36 states must approve of it. And they've not done that, and Mr. President is already going ahead to set up a committee. That tells you how he regards this country. how he regards our institutions. He believes that with 31 governors in his kitty, that is one governor's states, that one state must approve. So it shows how these people at the federal level rate Nigerians. They don't think what we are doing is serious. They don't think there will be any debate on this issue in the House of Assembly. They believe it's a foregone conclusion, and that should be something that should worry Nigerians. Thank you.
All right, then. Thank you very much, gentlemen. But Dele raised an issue like which is the authentic faction of the PDP.
Yes.
I think that has been settled somehow.
Really?
One, following a Supreme Court judgment. Two, INEC said they were going to release codes to political parties to upload candidates lists, on their portal, and that is more like giving INEC recognition of political parties, authentic political parties and factions, And so last week, the Abdurrahman Mohammed faction, that is the Wike faction, the Mohammed Abdurrahman National Working Committee, confirmed that they have received the codes to upload candidates' name in the INEC portal. And by the way, it expires either today or tomorrow. That's the deadline. So, but according to him, in an interview with Daily Trust on Sunday, the party spokesperson insisted that it is not the receipt of INEC access codes that define them as authentic leadership, but the Supreme Court judgment. So at least we now know that the Wike faction received the codes, and that is why Wike is very emphatic on, we are going to unveil our running mate, a vice presidential candidate in the coming days and all of that. So if INEC has given them that recognition, I think it is settled. So I don't know what will become of the Makinde-led faction and all of that. In the meantime, that is it, politics for you. But Wike has also said, Wike within the week, I think that was yesterday or the day before yesterday, when he conducted his monthly media briefing, and he said, I don't see political PDP, People's Democratic Party, winning the presidential election. And I laughed. I said, Wike, what are you telling us? Did you ever believe that the PDP, as presently constituted, will win the presidential election? I think he was just posturing to the public and, and all of that. So he has consistently said, this PDP, we are in support of the policies of the present administration, and we will work towards his return to office in 2027. And so what he's doing is mere showmanship, just to a semblance of democracy. He said something again. Wike said something during that presidential briefing. Wike said, our definition of democracy now is when Atiku Abubakar and P2B are on the ballot. So if they are not on the ballot, we don't have democracy. Speaking about how Nigerians have defined democracy and all of that. But it gets worrying if somebody in the person of Wike could say Nigeria's democracy has been reduced to when only P2B and Atiku Abubakar are on the ballot. I don't know what he meant by that. The way I interpreted it is that, he is part of the plot to ensure that these two people are not on the ballot. To what end? To ensure that Bola Ahmed Tinubu goes home, writes home, without competition and all of that. Is that going to happen? Well, it is left for Nigerians. Like I normally say, Nigerians are the ultimate judge in all of these things.
Nigerians are the ultimate.
Let me correct one impression. Okay. When you say INEC access code will expire, whatever, that is neither here nor there. Reason being that the Supreme Court has already ruled that INEC cannot change the Electoral Act by itself. Electoral Act allows for parties to submit names of their candidates 4 months and 3 months to the election, which is around September or October.
But you know that INEC appealed that judgment.
Whatever they appeal.
They have not ruled on that.
The Electoral
They have not ruled, but INEC has come out to say the deadline is today.
Yes, they can say whatever.
I was quoting INEC.
I know. I'm not saying that you are wrong. But what I'm just saying is that the Electoral Act is still that the parties have up to 4 months for them submitting their list, and then 3 months to change. So those dates are still very far off. And then whatever INEC access codes are there is neither here nor there for now. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And let's bring Comrade Destiny and Nabulele into the conversation. Good morning again, Comrade. Thank you for staying back.
Yeah.
Yes, it's even, I'm sorry to interject. I'm happy that we have Comrade Destiny Nabulele. He's a PDP stalwart, so let him brief us, give us update on what is going on. I hope I'm not putting you on the spot here.
No.
But at least you still belong to the PDP. Am I correct on that?
100%.
Okay,
Which
beautiful.
of the factions?
Which of the factions, sir? Which of the
factions?
factions?
Turaki led.
Okay.
You know me now. I'm a realist.
Okay, so your faction is under the boss now.
There is no way I will join the judiciary to destroy the democratic process of Nigeria.
Whatever that means.
You know what it means. You are not hearing from me for the very far. At least Dele Voptv once said that Nigeria wrote a book that Nigeria needs a crime judicial system. It's not from me. Even Professor Chidi wrote a book too, this electorate. It's not from me. So for me, what we have seen, these shenanigans, is pathetic that the judiciary have allowed themselves to be used as an object of ridicule and misleading Nigerians. That is the sad thing. Because what has happened, the issue of this PDP saga. The law, there's an existing law. I think we have lawyers there. That the party, whatever happens, is an internal mechanism of the party. They have a way of settling themselves. So the judiciary now, they are just being meddlesome, to my own understanding, at least. So for us, it's sad. Well, let me go back to the subject at hand. You see, just at the last speaker, the audacity of Mr. President it is very sad. It's to tell you that it sees Nigerians. These Nigerians as if we are nobody. As if we are nobody. That is the gospel truth. So to some of us, although I have been saying it from the section of his even before in the course of his election, that he's not a Democrat. I think I have been exonerated from all his antecedents, from all his policies and programs. You will agree with me that indeed he has never been a Democrat. Although he has before now, from facts before us, he has one time or the other have not been with the late Sani Abacha. And from the Chagori and what have you, you will exonerate me too, that indeed he was, or perhaps is Abacha in Agbada. That is the sad thing. So for Wike to say that that he don't think that PDP will win the presidential ticket, I think Wike is playing with the sensibilities of Nigerians, not only PDP, of Nigerians. He was just being sarcastic. So they know how they are just dribbling us. I think Wike need to be very careful. There's what we call karma. You might have it all for years, but at the later end of your life, that's what defines a man. So you should be very careful. If indeed such statement emanated from him, let me reserve my comment. I try to be very careful with the choice of words this morning. It is quite sad. It is disheartening the level they are taking our politics to, our democracy to. Look at what is happening around us. Look at what is happening around us. Everybody are living in fear. Everybody. Journalists, the average Nigerian, even the men in uniform. I'm in Abuja now. I had a chat, not a chat. We were somewhere, some army, young, lower cadre. We're talking. They are living in fear. That even those that are enjoying it are just the august that are eating jollof rice in Aso Rock. They are the ones enjoying it. Even the police. So that is where we find ourselves. A small, that's not up to 2% of Nigerians are manipulating us to the detriment of majority of Nigerians. And we are thinking that all is well. The Badger Gate, for instance, is enough to close this government. It's enough for you to have a ghost or a fake presidential agency. Presidential. Not an agency tied to one ministry, to the president's seat. Well, at any rate, a fake government begets a fake agency. At any rate. But for me, I've never believed in this government. And I stand, by God's grace, history will exonerate me.
All right, Comrade, before we come back to the studio, there's this story on the front page of The Guardian that I want you to react to. State police discordant tunes as governors, senators for one abuse. Oshomele wants governors abusing policy voted out. Mba allays fears of abuse. Abiodun optimistic. House of Assembly will pass bill simultaneously. I know you are a former local government chairman. What are your views on this? Do you think that And we can, I mean, we're going to have a lot of abuse on the part of the governors, state, local government, and all of that.
First thing first, before the amendment, we must look at three things. Look at the funding, the recruitment, and again, look at sense of checks and balance. There's a role called Police Service Commission. So these three things, we must look at it dispassionately. The process of recruiting, is it the same job for their thug wing, or to encourage or to tell the boys in their party thank you for and give them uniform? If you recall, it was in Edo State that one blessing Agbomere wore a police uniform. At the time, if you recall, if you go back, if you cast your minds back, it was from Edo State. If that can happen in national, police system, so for me, there's no, I advocate for state police. But with this crop of people that is running this country, we shouldn't expect anything fantastic from this government. If a government can, if DSS can lead, or perhaps led talks to attack a Nigerian citizen, what you shouldn't expect anything fantastic from the state police. For me, I've said it from the very beginning that there are very disastrous, permit me, days ahead for Nigerians. And Nigerians need to wear the toga. They need to be brave, and they need to be very courageous in confronting the monsters.
All right, thank you, comrade. We'll come back to you. Let's bring it back to the studio. Dele, state police. I know you've always been for state police, but do you see any form? I mean, do you foresee abuse? What are your views on this?
The fact that we envisage abuse when owning firearms in the U.S. when the law was passed, there were a lot of issues around it, and over time they got over it, and up till now there are still pockets of somebody running amok, shooting and all that. But the point is, we need this. For me, the need for state police outweighs the position of people that are saying that it could be abused. There was a time PDP was in government for 16 years. And in fact, they were saying they will be in government for 60 years. But somehow, they are no longer here. Look at what is left of PDP today. So what makes you think that this government will continue ad infinitum? So what we are saying is, if policing is localized, it pays more. And apart from that, up till now, some states are even running the federal police by providing all their needs. You see all the pickup vans in Lagos. You see they will inscribe funded by state security funds. The bulletproof jacket, even the uniform and all that. So let us have state police. There is no way somebody who is not from my community will be posted to my community and identify dark spots immediately he arrives. You still have to make consultations, meet with stakeholders and all that. But if I'm taken back to my community today, I don't need anybody to take me around. I know the areas where to go if there's any incident. So for me, I would prefer that we have state police, regardless of all these fears of abuse or not abuse. Over time, we'll get over it.
Yeah, my view has always been to decentralize the police force, not really state police. And that means that apart from even a state level policing, you also need local government policing, you also need village policing. And in that way, you see that there will be a balance of terror, a balance of force. So when you are coming from the state police command and the village police command says, no, this man is not to be arrested, there will be a counter. And that's what happens in most democracies or in federal systems. In the United States, for instance, you have state governments having the police force, you have the counties, you have the cities, you have even schools and colleges having police forces. So that's what we need in this country, so that when the politician at the state level wants to try to mess up, the one in the village will say, no, we know this area. You don't come here. Then there has to be a meeting point whereby the various police forces will be able to now streamline their activities and maybe have better communication so that there will not be so much infractions between the police forces. So yes, we need decentralization of the police force.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. I think the concern of a lot of Nigerians, many Nigerians do agree that Nigeria is ripe for state police. But the concerns that are shared across board, are one, the issue of the state governors, abusing the state police. Unfortunately for us, the new draft, the proposed bill that is before the State's House of Assembly, doesn't even help matters. The proposed bill states clearly, under the proposed state police framework, the president directly resolves conflict between a state governor and the police commissioner by stepping in through the National Police Council. There's a National Police Council, and the president steps in through the National Police Council or via direct executive intervention, depending on the severity of the crisis. Now, executive intervention, according to the proposed bill, the Constitution Alteration Bill allows the president to completely suspend the operations of a state police service that violates constitutional law, threatens national security, or undermines sovereignty. Again, federal takeover. In extreme cases where a governor uses state police for unlawful or partisan actions, the Federal Police Service will temporarily take over policing responsibilities in the state. Now, national oversight. The National Police Council, which includes the President, state governors, and the Inspector General of Police, serves as the ultimate institutional arbiter to guarantee professionalism and oversight across state commands. If you examine these provisions, do we really have a state police?
No.
I mean, we don't have a state police.
Particularly in instances where Mr. President has been known to use his former ADCs as IG of police.
No, it goes beyond. It goes beyond this former president, because he wouldn't always be there. At some point, he will leave. And so some Nigerians have said, well, instead of having 36 abuses, is it not better that we have only one abuse? Because the police force is also abused at the central level by the federal police.
Yes. Certainly.
So the argument of some people is, instead of having 37 abuses, or at best 30, 28, 30, because all the governors will not, I understand, may not, abuse at the same time.
Yeah.
And so if we have one central abuse, is it not better than when you have 28, 30 abuses? It's worse.
I asked for 774 abuses.
Unfortunately, I can't recall this bill going through public hearing for Nigerians, to make contributions in terms of the policy direction, the control measures and all of that. It didn't. And fears are already being expressed. How will, there will be state police. Some of the militias that are coming up, are they going to transform to state police?
Or will they be stand? I mean, so many questions.
So many questions.
Let's have Barrister Asim's views. Good morning again, Barrister. Thank you so much for staying back.
Good morning. Good morning.
Okay, let's have your views on this state police matter.
For me, I support state police. I support state police for security reasons. But if you look at what has happened now, the issue people are raising, which are germane, is the political side of it. State governors used to intimidate their political opponent, etc., whatever as case may be. So which means in Nigeria here, everything that goes on in Nigeria is about politics, and politicians. So we don't even have people, we don't even have statesmen anymore. Because you see, when you have a good system, which everybody, even in the 1960s, 1980s, and till now we have been saying about state police. People are not talking about whether they will be effective in securing lives and properties. That argument has not been put in place. But all we talk about is control, political control. I mean, it's somehow, let me tell you something. There is this saying I normally say that if a man waits for everything to be perfect before he takes any action, that man will live old and die without taking any action at all. Now, let the way it has come up, let me put it very succinctly. I hear when Mr. Okoro read out some portions of the bill before the House. That is just about 2 or 3. Have you looked about the financing of the bill? It's not every state. The bill says that not all the 36 states will turn out state police because of structure, because of payment. Lagos State, Rivers State, Anambra State, FCT, they can do their state, they can even recruit up to 1,000 or 10,000 because they can pay. So it is on this particular platter now that particular submission of the whatever you're going to operate your state police will be sent to National Assembly. They will look whether you have the capabilities to establish state police or not. For me, I have said that the advantages of state police over or outweighs the disadvantages. The issue of control, I have suggested, because that is where people are talking about, I have suggested that the Nigerian state, the police, the State Police Commission should be a commission made up of individuals from different areas, the Reverend Fathers, the priests, celebrities, CSOs, retired police officers, people like activists. If you have a comrade in Abulele in that particular state police commission in Edo State, you have some other activists who are there. Without the governor's input, state police will work very well. I see this kind of whatever. The NJC, if you look at the NJC that talks about lawyers and how to discipline them, the federal government don't dictate to them. They know what to do. There was a point they may have confusion. For instance, in Rivers State, when NJC nominated, Desi Okocha as the chief judge of Rivers State, Rotimi Amechi said it will not be over his dead body. That he will bring somebody from a customary court for appeal, the judge there, Agumagu. Yes, for a very long time there was bickering, etc. The courts were closed, but the NJC had their way. At the end of the day, yes, Amechi closed the courts in Rivers State. But NJC stood their ground and said, if Agumagu brings any report to the NJC, they will not honor it. And the NJC held their ground. NJC, to an extent, is an independent body because they are made up of judges and people who seemingly have integrity. The CJN of Nigeria is the chairman. But members of that particular board are people that will look the CJN in the face and say, Madam, we will not accept it. We are going to discipline this judge. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. So that is why I feel that if the SPC, the State Police Commission, made up of, strong-willed individuals, recommend somebody for commissioner of police in the state, the governor will say does not like it. They will tell the governor there's no way you will bring your candidate that we will take. We will not approve of it. Let it end there at the end of the day. It may take some time, but we'll perfect the situation. Because we need state policing. Like what Barry says, as they said there. Even local government, we have to even have police. Even compounds, vigilantes. In Rivers State where I stay, why do you have relative pieces on my state? Because we pay for vigilante. We pay OSPAC and this they patrol. We pay for them. How did they select their leaders? So please, we should at least bring this thing down. I'm happy that the Senate, National Assembly.
Oh, okay. I think we've lost connection with him, but we'll go back to Barrister in a bit. Let's bring it back to the studio. The PFIPC controversy is still in the front burner, and here in The Guardian, it said controversy grows amid new claims and calls for U.S. scrutiny. A U.S. lobbyist is urging Trump and the Congress to expand investigation into the matter. Wike has dismissed claims against Gbajabiamila and he's blaming the opposition. Ohaneze rejects ICPC probe, calls for transparent investigation. Baba Ahmed seeks judicial panel, says presidency can't investigate itself.
Well, the PFIPC scam is it's a turning point for this regime, because some of us who have always known that this government is run on fraud, we have a very critical evidence, a core evidence, in the sense that when you see what this PFIPC went through, virtually every segment of government is involved. Yeah. Is it the National Assembly that sat over this budget, that budget committees approved a budget for this agency? Is it the central bank that allowed this agency to open an account? Open accounts, not just one account. Is it the head of service that allocated a very luxurious office space for this agency? Is it even the Foreign Affairs Ministry, although to their credit, they raised the first flag, that this agency invites ambassadors to meetings and they meet, or is it the police officers? Is it the police force that and the DSS that have allowed their security personnel to guard and protect the officers of this agency? The entirety of government, the entire fraud scam of this government has come to the fore. And the worry for Nigerians is this. Not too long ago, in the US, there was this news that one of the reasons why the United States government was trying to protect the ban on people from certain countries from coming to America was because their official records are not, they're not sustainable. You can't really establish the truthfulness in those records. Now, Nigerian government under Bola Tinubu has given the world a reason to even suspect the presidency, to suspect everything that comes from Nigeria. And there will be implications for this. The implication is that when next you even go to the embassy for a visa and you say you have this and this document from the CJN's office or the presidency, you are put in doubt. You are subjected under very serious examinations to be sure that what you're saying is true. So the PFIPC scam has been very, very worrisome for Nigerians. To make it worse, Bola Tinubu comes out on air and says he's strongly behind the integrity of his chief of staff, who is neck deep in this scam. What integrity are you talking about? The same Femi Gbajabiamila was disbarred by a U.S. state, the state of Georgia, from practicing law because of fraud. That is the person Mr. President says is very much behind, he stands behind his integrity. What integrity are we talking about really? Because if you have been found to be fraudulent, not even by a Nigerian system, or by a foreign system, you not talk of integrity. So they have smeared Nigerians' name locally and internationally with this stench, which we've already known that they have. Because even the same president who is talking about this, his records are not even very opaque. They're not very, very clear. His schooling, his academia, certificates, his age, his origins, everything about this president is in doubt. It's up in the screen, up in small screen. So it's so sad that this PFIPC is coming up at this time, but it gives credence to what some of us have been saying, that we shouldn't have, from the onset, even allow Mr. Bola Tinubu to contest for presidency, talk less of being there as the president and further damaging the image of this country.
There's a line I want to read here before you share your views. Adeyemi says, I was detained for 23 days between October 27 and November 19. During that period, I was not involved in any budget preparation, and nobody from the agency, that's his agency, appeared before any committee to defend a budget.
Yeah,
that's what he said.
You see, my worry about all of this is that if I were to be Adeyemi, I will give myself up. You understand? So that we can thoroughly engage some of these things. Now, who paid money? From what account? How did he transfer money? How did he get rent? I mean, space in the Federal Secretariat. A lot of issues are around all of this. For me, the plausible thing to do the moment this thing came up was until when it is resolved for Gbajabiamila to step back from government and then clear his name rather than we going back and forth. Even the VDM interview by Adeyemi did not even give us enough facts. It's like the guy is, maybe somebody is telling him to play this game, I don't know. If I were him, I would give myself up and then explain some of these issues.
Exactly the point. Off the air, Dele, you are my friend. And so I will advise you, if you were involved, I will not advise you to give yourself in.
Right.
Yes.
For obvious reasons.
You'll be dead.
Which you know.
You'll be dead.
For obvious reasons.
See, the thing is in the open. There's no way they will kill him.
What is in the open?
Say that.
What is in the open? Dele, off the air, you are my friend. So I will not advise you. If you were involved, please don't give yourself in. For obvious reasons.
I also joined
that
plea.
That's it.
I joined that plea. Please,
yes,
don't give yourself in.
Fortunately for us, fortunately for us, you are not Adeyemi.
You are not Adeyemi.
Now, I'm not a politician, but I've reported politics for a very long time. And so, what I've learned is that, and I've learned a lot, any that I have a problem with my wife, I just pray I don't have problems with my wife. I'll simply blame the opposition. I'll blame my kinsmen, who are the opposition. in that marriage. I will even blame my in-laws, who are the opposition in that marriage. How on earth could somebody like Nyesom Wike come to say, this is the handwork of the opposition? Was it the opposition that went to the National Assembly and presented a budget? Was it the opposition that went to defend the budget? This man said he was in detention for 23 days. And within those, by the way, we don't even know why he was in detention.
Yeah, it's not stated.
It's not stated. He has never said that.
He said when he was released, their office space was given to another agency.
Okay, so
that's
apparently he was in detention. He had come into,
maybe
in the way of
yeah.
some powerful elements. And that was why he was detained for 23 days. During that period, this agency's budget was submitted. Yeah. Nobody, according to him, from that office, from
was
that
there
department,
to defend it.
Was there to defend.
But they approved it.
But they approved it. And now you're asking for 48% of that budget approved. That is at the center of the controversy.
Allegedly, though.
Allegedly, Now, why I don't cut flags for Adeyemi is that you paid 400 million naira. What were you expecting? What were you thinking? 400 million naira with a balance of 200 million naira. What did you want to achieve? If I have 400 million naira of my own, where I made that money, I remain there. Must I be in government? Must I serve in government? So he more like made an investment. And so that is why at the center of this drama, both Adeyemi and Femi Gbajabiamila should be brought to justice, be brought to book. Unfortunately, we have a government that is shielding the president chief of staff. And the president himself is very, very active in doing that. You say ICPC, should investigate. What? Investigate what? The commission, the agency. And you back your chief of staff. And Wike is coming to, I mean, birds of the same feather, they flock together. That's exactly what is happening. And like Barrister Ezeluche said, this is a watershed in the life of this administration. We have had cases here and there where we have had doubts and questions about this administration. But this one is one obvious fact, and they are not even hiding it. Flying it in our face, that ignominy, that you can't do anything, there's nothing you will do, and all of that. And on top of now, SDP has rejected Femi's appointment, as chairman of that 7-man committee. How could you, under such circumstances, you are appointing Femi embattled, to come and head a commission where you have the Attorney General of the Federation, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, you have the National Security Advisor, you have the chairman of the NBA, Afamo Sigwe, you have who again? I think there are about 7 of them. 7-man committee to be headed by a man whose character is in question at this moment.
Let's run to Barrister Asim, and we'll bring it back because we're almost coasting home. Barrister Asim, let's have your views on this PFIPC, the controversy.
The problem I have with most of us Nigerians, we live only in the now. We only live in the now. We always profile what is happening today. But we forget that there was a reason the Oronsaye Commission, Steve Oronsaye Commission was set up to look into government parastatals and agencies and look for ways to delete, streamline, because there were too many. That was where the excuses came in, where these phony and contraptions, emanated. 2, under the Buhari administration, there is a particular contraption, economic advice to the president. That office is non-existent. It was discovered. But during the budget, whatever, they were budgeting money to that particular office. It was a continuation of that particular whatever now that this FCPC, whatever they call it, came in. Now, let me tell you, go to, I think, item 23 of the budget, where this particular agency was mentioned. It is written, Office of Economic Advisor to President / this Adeyemi, whatever. That was how monies were given and voted to that particular office. It's been there for about a decade. The only problem now is that we got to know now because a personality like Gbajabiamila name has been mentioned. Whereas they have been stealing this money quietly. Nobody knows. That is what they call budget padding. Most of the members are aware. that these phony agencies come to collect money. They budget money for non-existent agencies. I go around the Nigeria country. I see signboard, federal government, this agency. I ask question, what kind of job are these people doing here? But you'll be very surprised they don't have any office. But every year they budget money to them at National Assembly. It has been there. Do you think that it's yesterday that Adeniyi set up that office in a secretariat? Can you assemble that kind of authority within a month or two? This man has been operating quietly for these people. He has been operating quietly. It's just that it is now that this bubble burst, that the lid was now blown open. Because you can't tell me that in the secretariat where you have the office, you cannot own an office there without the approval and consent of the secretary to the government of the federation. He's the one that allocates offices to people inside that particular secretariat. How did Adeyemi get an office there? How did he get an office? A physical office, not AI. It's not AI. A physical office. He had staff.
So let me just
this
move.
This man went together.
Barrister Sim, I'm sorry, I have to cut you in.
With him.
I'm so sorry, I have to cut you for a bit. So what are they
talking about?
Let's have them.
What are they talking about?
Let's have Comrade Nabulele's views in 1 minute or less, please. Then we'll bring it back to the studio. We're out of time, sadly. Okay, I think you have to unmute yourself. Your mic, rather.
Yes, I said the issue is very clear. It is audible to the deaf and visible to the blind. The last speaker said something that strikes me, that this agency or agencies has been there and they have been stealing money quietly. The crux of the matter, where the contract went sour, is this: that Baja was requesting for about 42% of the budget to that agency. That is the crux of the matter. And Nigerians, we need to look in. See, I'm happy that the last speaker said something that has been there close to since the session of APC-led administration. Nigeria has never remained the same again. It is from one fraud to another very, very ignominious display of grabbing the people's collective patrimony. That is where we find ourselves. And let me try to anchor. The last speaker said something about the issue of giving 400 million. That were to be you see, that is what is up. That is what goes on. Before they give you anything in this government or in this party, in this APC-led government, you must part away with reasonable sum. That is what, whether a contract or whether you're going to just pass through or just pass through Aso Rock, you must part away something for this set of people. And again, we talked about the issue of Nigeria image. You want Nigeria image to be good. How? It's not possible. When the man that is presently, ruining this country, the president, has been alleged for 15 thousands in dollars. That is one. The man that is the chief of staff has been equally alleged of about $25,000 in the United States as well. And again, this essay to Ogun was arrested in the US, one of the essays. And again, an elected council chairman in this APC government in Anambra was equally arrested. And you want the international community to see us as a saint or someone that we're lacking to Saul, who later became Paul on his way to Damascus. We are not even ready for that kind of experience, as we speak very justly, because we are not willing. We are not ready to change. That is where we find ourselves. We have found ourselves, as I have said earlier, before now, Nigerians must take the bull by the horn. Okay. Don't be intimidated.
Thank you.
A closed mouth is a closed destiny.
Thank you very much, Comrade Nabulele. I'm so sorry, I have to cut you short. We have less than 2 minutes. There's a photo on the front page of The Guardian that I would like us to zoom in on. It's the launch of the president's inauguration of the national executives of BAT's door-to-door movement. Can we please zoom in on the pictures, on the photo? It's on the front page of The Guardian. In the photo, you can see that the Senate President is presenting 38 vehicles. Can we zoom in on the picture, if we can? Front page of The Guardian. Meanwhile, the ADC is insisting, that's the photo, the Senate President presenting 38 cars to, the working committee members. And then at the other hand, the Kebbi score remains short for 7 months. But the APC is insisting that they are focused on the polls. And, the APC is saying they are not focused on the polls, but the ADC is saying they are. Victims of Onire abduction still in captivity 55 days after. Atiku Kwankwaso demand protection for Obi. Let's just have your concluding thoughts because we are almost out of time on this matter.
For me, my concluding thought about all of this is that campaign has not even started. That we should be seeing all of this. We should wait for next month when campaign will actually start. Then I'm still worried that the continued holding on to these Orire victims, it's a minus to us as a country. Our security agencies are not doing enough. And today we hear they have moved them from one point to another.
Yeah.
And if you have all the intelligence, why are you not moving
The
in?
army chief said they are holding the kids as human shield. That's what he said.
But I know
yesterday.
that a place like America,
Yeah.
this kind of thing will not happen.
Yeah.
They should have technology. If you can't get this technology within, you should reach out to other countries to help so that we can have this. Because if eventually these people die in captivity, I will feel very, very sad that we can't handle such a delicate situation. I know there could be minor collateral damage,
yeah.
but then it shouldn't be that we just leave them on their own.
My one is, I believe that this PFIPC has exposed this government to what it is. Anybody asking for Mr. DME to come back and hand over himself to the government wants him to kill himself. Because the government, they can investigate the police, the CBN, they have other places to investigate first before this so-called DME shows up. And with regards to donating cars to APC members for this by door-to-door, the wife of the president was urging Nigerians to go and learn how to fry akara, bean cakes, and kulikuli, and they are busy distributing multi-million naira cars to people, to their party members. Shame on this government. Shame on them. Nigerians should do the needful. Kick them out of office. Yeah, thank you very much.
All right, and I think the president should do better for Nigerians. That's it from me.
All right. Barrister Sim, your final words, please. In 20 seconds.
Final word is that the government should look at the Nigerian people. They are suffering. I don't know how they are going to do it, but please, they should quickly work out a model for a good government and economic reforms that will affect the people. And lastly, I want everybody, all old politicians that participated in elections from 1990 date, they should be banned from coming to take office in 2027. All of them should go and sit down because they caused these problems we've had from 1999 date. All of them should not seek office again.
All right.
If you participated from 1999 till date,
points taken.
Nigerians should not vote for the They should go and sit down.
Comrade Destiny, please. Comrade Destiny.
So worried to come to government.
All right. Comrade Destiny, your final words, please.
You see, if the president says that he's comfortable with Badger and is making him the chairman of the police review, whatever, then what do you expect the committee set up to interrogate or the ICPC to do with the investigation? It's dead on arrival. That is my own conclusion. And again, let us be very sincere. You see, the issue of carrying of over 30 utility vehicle or SUVs, that's to tell you that is where our subsidy or the gains they are getting from subsidy, that's where they are going. That's where they are channeling.
All right, comrade, I take that as your passing words. Thank you so much. We are absolutely out of time. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I must appreciate you for staying back, Comrade Destiny Enabulele and Barrister Asim Adams. Back here in the studio, Dele Fanimo, it's always a pleasure having you. Chukuma Okora, and I'll see you tomorrow. See you on Monday morning, actually.
Monday morning. But I'll be back at 6 o'clock for
all
Political Lens. Join me there, and it promises to be quite interesting.
Okay. We also had Eze Eluche and Attorney at Law. Thank you so much for joining us. That's all we can take on Newspaper Review this morning. Sports is next. I'm Jane Ogoye. Thank you so much for watching.
Wow.
Yeah.
Voptv. Now you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
Voptv. Now you have more than a voice.
Food remains one of the most powerful tools in maintaining health and preventing disease. As the commemoration of World Registered Dietitian Nutritionist Day, nutrition experts and healthcare professionals are drawing attention to the role of proper nutrition in improving the quality of life. The event, themed Discover the Power of Nutrition, highlights how food choices can influence lifespan, productivity, and overall well-being. Speakers note that balanced diets that include fruits, vegetables, adequate water intake, and controlled portions can help reduce the risk of several health conditions. They warn that unhealthy eating habits and excessive consumption of processed foods continue to contribute to a growing number of non-communicable diseases, including obesity, cardiovascular disease, and hypertension.
Is when you get your diet right, you are physically and mentally alert, which you know that eating healthy is one of the master key of good health. Down to the hospital setting, they come in as clients. We have those on admission across board, from cradle to geriatric, which is the elderly people. So from the pregnant woman, for your child, for you to be healthy and the child to be healthy, and you come out having a bouncing and beautiful or handsome baby, you need the touch of a dietitian. That is in terms of a promotion of good health.
Experts also emphasize the important role dietitians play within the healthcare system, particularly in providing specialized nutritional care for patients who are unable to feed normally.
We need to improve on our policy. We need to improve on our policy. We need to make sure that food is one of the highest allocation is given to food in the policy. 1, 2, during the policy for nutrition, nutritionists, dietitians should be included in this policy making table, because we are the ones that actually knows where the feet is pinching. We are with the grassroots. We know them. We see them. They come to us. Some of them, we know the reasons why some of this thing is happening. So with this, we can actually tackle this thing. The second thing is that we need to train more of nutritionists and dietitians in Nigeria.
Beyond hospitals, nutrition advocates say that raising awareness about healthy eating habits remains key to building a healthier population. They add that schools, institutions, and communities must work together to promote better nutrition practices.
And the message we have out there is that nutrition is the bedrock of healthy living. If we talk about people being healthy to go about their businesses and being away from disease, out of disease, you have to make your nutrition a top priority in your life. So when you get the nutrition right, it takes care of every health condition as well as healthy living.
For organizers of the event, the goal is to encourage greater recognition of the role institution and nutrition plays in everyday health and national development.
Just like the way they normally say that information is power. So we want to empower people all on the aspect of malnutrition. When I say malnutrition, we have undernutrition, we have overnutrition. And when we talk about malnutrition too, some can result to health challenges. You understand? And even excessive to overnutrition resort to health challenges. When we talk about malnutrition, many of us, our understanding is about the children, it's about the toddlers. Fine, they have it on the side. We have that challenges, and we want them to get information. If they are rightfully fed, if they are adequately fed, they will see every child is not expected to sleep in an hospital. If it is not a kind of a epidemic kind of situation that is happening, every child should stay at home, come for hospital for just checkup or immunization, and go back home and live healthy. So, but for the adults too, you discover a lot of adult-related health challenges. They are diet-related challenges. We want to talk about hypertension. We want to talk about diabetes. We want to talk about obesity. We want to talk about renal-related. Renal-related condition. When we say renal, we have acute, chronic, till you get to the end stage, depending. It's about liver cirrhosis or fatty liver or disease, or even alcoholic fatty liver. So a lot of health challenges that people are having. If we want to talk about the common in our client, which is malaria, it is hemolysis. Hemolysis, that the red blood cell is being destroyed, and we have a nutritional anemia, and we have anemia on its own too. And one of the things you see many people after treating malaria, they say they need a blood tonic too. So a lot of things that this program we address. If Nigeria embrace this profession, if Nigeria put this profession in the appropriate place, put us where we belong, to encourage us, we are ready to give out our best. And we have people, we have professors, we have doctors, we have professionals that are practicing day in, day out, that have current knowledge about what is happening. But if the environment does not encourage, then you are unnecessarily overworked, you are unnecessarily short-staffed, then you become weary, because how will you? Knowledge is not static. You need to be improving in knowledge every now and then. So what this program is the message is trying to pass across is that individual can actually live healthy, and those that are having health challenges too can also maintain it. If it is uncurable one, if it is the one that they need to manage, they can also live healthy with the knowledge of nutrition gotten from the appropriate quarters, from the expert, because it is like a medicine. You need to review, you need to come for follow-up, we need to make assessment. It is not a one-time thing. So, and it's not surgery. And if it's not surgery too, you have to come for follow-up too, for the site, for the operation that has been carried out, for the surgeon to ensure that everything is working out fine. And for it to working out fine too, nutrition is needed, because the wound will still need to be healed. Then you need a vitamin C, you understand. You need a protein, replenishment of tissues, and you need adequate iron supply, so that everything will go. You need a vitamin A for the epithelial tissue, for everything to work effectively. So that is what we are here, and that is the message we are passing out. And on the topic, discover the power of nutrition, I'm so much interested in this year program, because it has a very powerful theme, and we want the world to know about it.
Participants were also taken through simple physical exercises, highlighting the importance of combining good nutrition with active living for improved health outcomes.
All over the world, every dietitian is celebrating this month as our month where we create more awareness about the goodness of nutrition, right? The goodness of food. Everyone you see here, majority of people you see here are professionals of nutrition and dietetics, where the group that have been equipped with the knowledge of passing right nutrition information to the people of the world, right? So here today, we want people to know that there's power in nutrition. We want people to know that with good food, you can prevent illness. It's not just about eating, it's about eating smart, eating right, and eating well, so that you can be able to achieve the maximum nutrient benefits from the foods that you are consuming.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Voptv. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.